members of our executive branch, judicial branch. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. President, Vice President. You're listening in, Madam Chief Justice. Good morning to all the staff. Good morning to all the chapters out there. Good morning to everybody that's joining us, all our constituents in the Four Sacred Mountains and all our constituents outside, and to all our active military veterans. I know we have some of you that listen in on a regular basis. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone that's across the nation that's listening in. We are here today. I just want to say, first of all, thank for colleagues for me to be excused yesterday, and thank you to Madam Chair Charles Luton for taking over, and to colleagues for allowing me to spend time with my family yesterday. And I think really appreciate that, and I think that it's always a blessing to be with them, especially with my family at this time. So yeah, I really appreciate that. Moving forward today, colleagues and everybody again that's listening in, we have a Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And I know that these work sessions that we have, we continue them. And I know it's tedious at sometimes, and what we're doing is tedious, but I'm just trying to make sure that every single person on the council, and not only that, everybody that's listening in, understands that, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 is going to be a huge impact on our nation. We as elected leaders must make sure that we represent the people who elected us into our positions, to make sure we are moving things forward and making sure that we're getting the best possible information to make these current decisions on the best behalf of you, and make the best decisions we can possibly make to building a coalition expenditure plan that helps almost every single one, if not every single Navajo that's within within our Four Sacred Mountains, and also out. We have so many. A lot of our relatives are outside of Four Sacred Mountains, living, earning a living, or out there defending our nation, and out there working together. And I know that these items here that we have on a daily basis. Yesterday was public safety, and I think that sorry, I also forgot to include Chairman Nez. Thank you very much, Chairman. I know that you took over too as well, to help assist Madam Chair Charles Newman. So I appreciate that. Yeah. Today's session, what we're going to be working on today is going over some interesting topics with Division of Community Development, and also listening and learning more about our Veterans Administration. So before we go ahead and continue on, let's go ahead and make this official. This is a Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council work session via telecommunications here in Winter Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation. And then today's date is Tuesday, April 13th, 2021. Time now is 9:12 a.m. We do have a work session agenda before us, but we did call this work session order. So let's go ahead and get a roll call, and then we can go on to an invocation. With that, can we get a roll call going?
Good morning, honorable committee members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Tenasba-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Tenasba-Crotty is present. Good morning. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Tenasba-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Yes.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, Constance Street, Yahoo!
Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison
I'm
Winika.
present.
Honorable
Walker is
Tom.
present.
Here.
Honorable
Winika is
Thomas.
here.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Winika answered. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Eugenia
Delegate-
Charles.
Delegate Caleb Gay Jr. is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered. Roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So is here.
Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Oto So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 13 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much. 13 members present here this morning. Thank you very much for being here, colleagues, and thank you again for joining the conversation and having this discussion, especially with Navajo Nation Division of Community Development this morning, and then also our Veterans Administration. But before we go on to that, let's go ahead and get an invocation this morning. I think I heard Honorable Vice Chair Walker on the line. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, do you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Habashi. Yes, I can do that. Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, to our staff, the leadership from the three branches of our government, to our presenters for today, and the listening audience, our relatives, our constituents out there, our people. This morning, I certainly can offer a prayer. We can take a few moments here. Naha, Mahdo and his Yitra, Yitado Yitarn Leco, Yitado Ina, Edit Ecote Bansi Kiss, Aco Hote teacher, Himadon his Yitra, Ho, Himasandon Hitche, Ecotego and sea kiss, Ado Concho by Nixon, Hijay Nahoti, Ado Con, Ado let Adishin. Nijenan Taile, could it doesn't a behanate zeco. Ado to Henixen, do con Nitaya, what eton Giljogo. Adishin by Hefenixen, Yehulon, what Ado citizen behanate zeco. And that a Yakot or Tashiko. Bena, his Kata, State Nazo Cont 8 or. Njagado Trasharato on the Kisona Stato, the Hida Queda, or that citizen a behat Zihquake, or so cousin, Idota, Isenda, but what ego be said loud citizen, baby did Niflo a balconits and a teacher, citizen Bahaditsi, or that sweet on sea kiss, charging the day kiss, as they needs and whom can and then you get all. Jitne and Lenigi ho, cut echo, Quashes as zinc, quite a dinan, she did Negi quite a citizen, quite a beatis vehicle. Nan not at Egi eat echo, and does the pebin on Ado let that on nish, and Jitne Bayat Egi Nikea, Bayat Egi Ede, a band today case a cough. And that has the Asha at the whole short casting could a balconix and obey hitting the way in Heco. Code at the Shinda a teen that a hikita at the host and hitting at the Bogan at the code a basic chi or Yeheki in the Toyatazla or Yeheki that Eheki adding out at the Nisha at Egita. At the Kernet, that Hegit Aketo, or that Hegit Ben Daden Stata, Hatot Aquich, at Mona outlet, Night Zit Naha, upon Hikeya and Skadon, Hikeya, Yahot, Hikeya, Kernet, at Nzad Kedahanit, it's a bed, a journey in the call. Ado yard ben yendan de higito to slada ko ibn na ada jonko khahatne khalben wal yahki pesh chi itro atin bahalben ada hawan adadna bahalben akot eko ko honnati edit ben sade kis ko ado ba dadi lado ba dikha ado che dit na lot ban sana de kis ako kode quite a Charles and the yard and then a slap I think but when ako ni Washington who can halque or getting adding a landa isli nakhabayada tin khabika holia ako kode ni what or ni potentially no sending chain not khato le ni do ne the nanny clinic in sido nakhabika holia e kwa bandit ko Kotiin den energi kod be bench kodilne. Nakalchen niklen hitsokan nikle ko. Kod da pohne adi da bernilzen ego. Det shint hat ba adilne ko. Ditchen bekelsen da wilne dårlig. Ko hat ego det kvad et så den ben ja. Hat dit zelsa large så den be hosol inklako. Igen den ho in hitchen den in hitchen sig kissing hitchen hate sit or the bench will net or the bahazun ko quite nan she let it the o afigi bije ko ado hit ado yat hiki ne nitle ka yet ne nitle ko ake hochetle yat hi ni ado ne nitle ado le beta zil be hata honneni be trahada hot in ado ne klot dit ne ko ado ejo ni sini che to hot ego in jibet zi lo jibe yo ne jibe ka ye thollo ko jibe hot za hollo jista hazan ni man hijen ni masan jitche hot na hazo hot digin ne da hollo ka to lo hollo do le hot bikya hot da ilte bikya hot da inna ben tin da hollo nda bahan da hollo ko bikya hot ego adot hada so hot ego bench da han le ko ditche ka han saske ditche ko do hoit ida be arranged da shida ado ko anil so hot da nda hoilna ida ni ko ako che ta hollo ko yo ne hollo ko ko nda ya ko hu tahnika ta hollo ata hollo ko bis inandaz ila ko ado dan ni do hu nashni ni khazli kon ji traban le ko tunne ba hat to ba da hollo ko 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 ta ches ni ko ba ko ni tsin shi na ta kos at hat ninde nashni do kwijshi in dårlig kwijshi da vi dårlig ko ba hat la ko inado to bayat la belashlai så det kvart en kitil ansvago ban kinne ado betaneta så det der var klippe hot kon nil det ditche så leko hot ado kit holjish det ja kvart en kitil hagi hot at så det behanet sig ko ado le chonitsen ko ado le na hondo nil endo ting så hot ko nil chihajo shin bindot le den ting bindot le så hot ko nits ajigo så hot ado job ba initsen ditche die internet noch lin hot ado ben nani kredo le hot in sichi sig job ba initsen di så det sådan hot behilado le isha hot ego nishinske do le ko ka yet ko I don't hitch when no show do le what ko ni chan so zido le ni jaha ta siko hot ego nani kato le hinne nan hit zido le gibe ko ko hunan il ne gi jo hot ada balsas kesen le ko di internet ho ko lo ka ko lo hanage ayage ko lo ko ai get on ta le ho nan shidor ne ko yat eto le ko na itzi ho yo ne a po ko do na hon ko yat ho ado le ki ti ho ta get go ho ban si ki so I don't get la hon a jo yat nan shidi ne jo den de kwat but so den le ko ba ko ni zin shma do shi je shma san shi che ko alti so dat kwat yat so del zin da nit do le hot ego de to le jo nego da biga ho dan hit sil hata inil nego dan hi so hot ego na ne khato le jo hot ashi a ne ko ban sas ke si de sne ko di internet na klini ko so de zon ka shande dot le tiche o asigi bi ko ado sne aka ayet bisiti ne ko ado ho patso the deals lido ayu sa ko o yu jo pa initsen pa di patient de be hilta hoilne ki kot tin the kot ne zat tin do ba ado you watch she o the mail do ba she neda is ko sa kis be sa ikle do le ko di in the hot ego so there's an hand do state na action ne klo di ne ko so ni kligo di ne she we ni kligo di ne ko hot ego yet so there's an be has said or le ko ado ko hinan ho da so hat so sich da sanzen no betra jojigo ko benan shidich ni gibi hot end ho jlabo und abo hot ol kil ado kon kitten panel tahgi danit ko ho nan shidan hil ado ko inan spadel ho the whole do le ko also san in den has twi tilken den chike chin ya je kleda is chin ki ho na whole ho ko party ko adon ta ho san is twi ho ko sa hindo ta ko de whole le ho ati ko bis when lonige ho ko ya party ne di nenige ida ne ko hata tsuzen be va sid or little to ho and hol tra ho adat so dil zenige ho ni hol tra ho hot hot at tsuzen be sid or little di in the no clean ko adon handal shigi do sa to ho den na a kwitche ho da krebenan sindat kon hidez na da halian handal ko ta ye go btzilo ni hidez le ko adole ta hadishi tita ini ta ho na ija naz o ta bigida di tin le ko ado ko inna bayada ehgi inna adole bindaz di ko ol qadat ehgi oho reshi jise na nishta ko peso de bedal ko odat ego dan khanaz ko ni dan leni ko do hol qado le ko ni sala adat ko den tsasa da ho zel inda zet ni kha ho also isba hanya del nishi na hol qa ban saske ko badi dan he tatso del ni to na hol qa to pat pa sit ole tatso des do le ko jo do le so de shne ko ho digen na za adi ho got bitsado ne ni klete she ko ka ye hot an si ki so le ko ko bit adin ki ho jo do le so de shne ko ho jo na sli do le ho jo na sli thank you speaker.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Thank you very much for that prayer, for not only our guidance here for today, but also for the blessing of the nation again through those words. Yeah, for that. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue to move on our agenda here. We have know that item number 2, if you look at it, says recognizing guests and visiting officials. With that, colleagues, is there any recognitions this morning?
Speaker Sinale, Delegate James on the line.
Oh, good morning, Honorable James.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland's online. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Freeland. Colleagues, any recognition of guests and visiting officials?
Speaker, good morning. Delegate Paul Begay on the line.
Good morning, Honorable Paul Begay.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty with the recognition.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Shiaj for your beautiful prayer in this time of healing. I'd just like to recognize all of the chapter officials and staff from District 12. So that'd be Sheep Springs, Two Gray Hills, Tuolumne, Sonosti, Red Valley, Cove, Gadiai, and Clapito. And the chapter officials from Northern Agency, and all of the 5 agencies that represent Navajo Nation. Where they're on the call today so that we can work together and make sure that we're successful as a nation on behalf of our people. So I appreciate them being on the call. Thank you, Speaker.
Good morning to everyone. All the chapters are listening in. Thank you for being here with us this morning. Appreciate that. With that, moving on, if there's no other recognitions at this time. If there's none, let's go ahead and continue on, colleagues. On today's Naabik'íyáti committee work session, we are moving on down item number 3, work session topics. Again, as just as a second introduction, I did earlier regarding the, as you know, colleagues, and as everybody's been working together lately, not only in the executive branch, but also throughout the nation. We are really trying to identify a couple of the key factors that we're looking at in getting together possible ideas and all needed requirements and all needed in order for members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and also the executive branch leadership from the president and vice president, and leadership from Madam Chief Justice as well, her and her team from the judicial branch, in order for us to get together and creatively take a collective action plan together and build that collective action plan for response not only to what we have going on, but to everybody else that's in us moving forward for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. With that, the opportunities that we have here today, there's a lot of opportunities, what is going to be presented and what we need to do in order for us to take action on. So without further ado, today's action items that we're going to be learning and really trying to understand is that what means expressive actions and what are their requests and how they're going to be working together with the local level chapters. And then second, we'll be listening into the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. With that, that's the proactive approach for us to go ahead and continue working on that progress. With that, if we'll hear the full presentation, colleagues from the Division of Community Development, and then we'll go into questions and answers. And then from that point, we'll give into the direct representation from the community, or actually Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. So without further ado, colleagues, let's go ahead and go on down to Navajo Nation Division Community Development. Do I have Dr. Yellowman on the line?
Chairman Kellen.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Good morning, Honorable Keon Begay, and good morning, Honorable Otto So.
Daniel here, Delegate Daniel. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Daniel.
Good morning, Speaker. This is Jimmy L here. For the records, also on the line. I was talking to Hard Rock Marketing convenience store, evening at the Collins Shadow. So, Speaker,
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, good morning, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, before I go to Dr. Yellowman, thank you. I see you're already ready to go. Honorable Keon Begay, were you wanting to say something further?
Yes, Speaker. I know. I believe that 50 work session specifically for council work session, but last Saturday we had a meeting over at the Trinity Agency Council. The concern and expressing that the chapters needs to be involved, not just as a listening audience, but more of engaging and participating and providing input, specifically for projects. How and when can we schedule, maybe by agency, that they have a full discussion where we delegates just listen, we be the audience and just listen in of all these discussions that would be brought up by our Navajo local elected official, even maybe the grazing officials, the CSC, the AMS, the CHR, and farm board, and whoever has a lot to say at the local level. So I sincerely believe that we schedule 1 week session, and that at that time that we know that our local chapter were very much involved and will be initiated to be involved in this progress. So that way, if not, I sincerely like to schedule a meeting with the Chunli agency chapters, and that you as a speaker and others division directors to engage with these chapter officials. So a formal statement or a formal invite to the local chapters. Request list or the east out or because we always say that boots on the ground, there are the boots on the ground at the local chapter. Agent Sato Papa Sato Yahato Papa and sea case to Shida Oban sea case to be Papandi Nishtikat Ya Linki Benahuit Aniki Topan Hat Aniki Ediki with Ego Koto Bay Ketolisa, Mr. Chairman, for NABI committee members, with Ego Ekoto on his chapters in Liniki, a formal scheduling, one-on-one engagement of their discussion and participating in this process would be very much needed, and a request. Speaker.
Honorable Kiambiye, thank you. I know that request was been made on probably 3 different occasions by yourself and us at the Speaker's office. We've taken that into consideration, and we did indicate that we'd be working together with Dr. Yellowman and her shop through Division of Community Development so that we can go ahead and move forward on that concept. What we're here today is to specifically hear from Dr. Yellowman on Kiambiye, and that's what we've been waiting for. We as the Speaker's office want to work together with the ASC, with CPMD, which is all under Division of Community Development, under her leadership, so that I think today you'll see that there's a plan from her in what she's trying to do to engage and bring that local leadership to the forefront. From today's discussion, working together with Dr. Yellowman, at the end of the time frame when she's done with her presentation, and when we get more input from yourself or from more of our colleagues, that's when we're looking at trying to identify where we further need to go. I was just waiting for Dr. Yellowman's presentation that we're having here today on Naabik'íyáti in order for us to try to venture out and push towards having all our boats sailing in the same direction, because as you know, I don't want to do any duplicating work that Dr. Yellowman and her staff are doing. And that's the reason why we held off until today to see what we need to do in order for us to build out that action plan, in order for us to listen into the local level. I don't know, maybe that I know Dr. Yellowman has stated that they're looking to take the helm in opening up this discussion to the local chat areas. And if that's for us to listen into that, I look at her leadership on that plan. but I was formally waiting Honorable Kiambie to listen to this presentation today from Dr. Yellowman as she oversees the Division of Community Development and taking in their recommendations. And then from that point, we can go ahead and work together to try to identify what further action we need to take, whether that's the CPMD's leadership role on there, or if that's indicated like yourself, the Speaker's office putting up agency meetings. No matter what, we're still going to have to be working together with each other, DCD and Speaker's office, in order for us to execute these operatives, in order for that to be, that message to be spent to the forefront, so that these chapter officials and chapter administration and everybody at the local level you indicated in your presentation just now is going to be involved. So I hope that's an understanding approach, Honorable Kiambie, to why we've been holding off. I just wanted to make sure that we're working together with the executive branch, and in this case, DCD, in order to hear their presentation and not overstep their direction and what their planning approach is, to make sure that all the voices are heard from the local level. Honorable Kiambie.
I appreciate the response, Speaker. Hoping that we do move forward in that fashion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Point of privilege.
Honorable Otto So, point of privilege.
Thank you. Honorable Callan Begay brings up a very good point. And you look at the Attorney General opinion, Assistant Attorney General Roger Begay indicating that the chapter is not part of the three branch of government. Where did they fit? Should we be talking directly to the chapter then? That is my point of privilege there, because we're talking to a middle person right now. And I think Kialan Begay brings up that point that we need to directly work with the chapter's council to look at their needs, because in the Attorney General's opinion, off of Department of Justice indicates that the chapters are not part of the three-branch government. Where do they fall? And should council be talking directly to each agency? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Armando. So just for that clarity and understanding, I no matter what the Attorney General's opinion is, we're still going to be working together, and as direct members and leadership of the Navajo Nation Council, who directly was elected by our local communities. That's something that we're still going to put together and still move forward to make sure that their voices are heard. But I really wanted to make sure first that there was no duplication in process, and maybe Division of Community Development was working on that. As you know, Honorable Otto So, and to everyone listening in from the Naabik'íyáti committee members, I don't have the staff the way that Division of Community Development has a staff to work on these issues. We only have 4 staff members, and they're stretched to their extended things. And I really need assistance. And if we're building out this this goal in order for us to go ahead and get everything completed in a timely manner, that's the reason why I was really working together, trying to make sure that Dr. Yellowman, her and her team, who have a daily operational, organizational, and plan of operations in place to work with chapters, that they were going to help assist in this effort to make sure that we're working together and meeting the needs of the local government. Now, if that's not the case at the end of the day, of course, the Speaker's office will pick up that direction and work together to get that public input from them. But I look to hope that this time around, I can honestly say 8-9 months ago, almost a year ago, when we were working together, there was hardly any communication between us and the Office of the President and Vice President under the first CARES Act. This time around, there's active working relationships, at least between the Chief of Staff, Mr. Paulson Chaco, and the division directors this time, that are really trying to help express that urgency and need to work together. So that's the reason why I've been holding off and working to and really trying to make sure that, one, we get this presentation, and then from that point, if there's further guidance from what Dr. Yellowman, her and her team members are doing, then yes, that's when we'll pick up the slack, or we'll work together with Dr. Yellowman to organize these agency calls. But I'm just hoping to know first to see what her and her team members are doing. So I think a lot of the questions that are coming to fruition right now in the beginning is something that we can talk about after Dr. Yellowman's presentation. So I understand what you're saying, Honorable Otto. So, and again, the Department of Justice might come out and say something, but at the end of the day, we're still here to work for the chapters. Yeah. Honorable Otto. So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. That's just my thought. We know that community development is there to assist the chapters in a lot of the day-to-day operations, so forth. But the Attorney General's opinion indicates that they're not even part of the three-branch government. They're not in there legally. I mean, and should we, then that's the reason why I'm posing that question. Should we be talking directly to the chapters at the agency level? Because that's where all the movement is at the local level, not in Window Rock. Window Rock ain't not that, but out here the world don't turn. I'm in Cameron, Arizona right now, driving, and you don't see these developments from, whether it's from water resources or our tribal programs out here.
Yeah.
And you basically so okay that so son no son not that he agent basically as this bit he needs yeah.
Oh, definitely. I understand what you're saying, Honorable. So I think we all know that, and I think that to take that into consideration, we will definitely make sure that we're hearing their voices out there. That, colleagues, there's no other further discussion before I turn the floor over right now. We have Dr. Yellowman, who has her screen up on the Zoom page and ready to go and present before the Navajo Nation's Naabik'íyáti Committee today. Any further questions before I turn over the floor, colleagues?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Yellowman.
This is not Dr. Yellowman yet. Shinantani the Window Rock the Naso Tani Ishata Shehiki She Yaha Lindeen Ayan Shiedo Inisha Isnel for Black Mesa Vice President Kits Il Aden Hijayashi Ado Shehe Hot An Da Ahi Adon Hinantani Ki Ellen Bigay Nijonago Hatsi Don Hayashti Ashi Nido Ekits Ili is not he's not our council delegate. Akonde Nishido Kote Hocho Bainizin Nihitane Hocho Bainizin so Hayuni and Dahasti Kote Beso Danizin Ko Chapter House Dojo Kago Bentas Miss
thank you very much. I know that we're breaking protocol here. What I was referring to, if there's any more questions, I was referring to my colleagues and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. I know we have a lot of visitors that are on the phone. This is a work session. If your delegate recognizes you, then that recognition can be made. But at this time, I only have members of the Naabik'íyáti committee that are eligible to speak at the work session. So again, thank you very much for that, for you representing Black Mesa this morning. Thank you for being on the call. You're more than welcome to listen in. And if there's any recommendations, please give those recommendations to your chapter, council delegate, Honorable Yellow Hair, or any of the local community members there in your other areas like Honorable Naabik'íyáti too as well. Yeah. Colleagues, is there any other questions? If not, I'm turning the floor over as the agenda indicates, Dr. Yellowman in the Division of Community Development.
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland.
Good morning, Speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning, colleague. If I may, Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm driving on 371 like my colleague on the other end of the Navajo Nation. Jay, thank you for that beautiful prayer, Jay Walker, colleagues, staff, everyone listening. I know with Eastern Agency, they do have a presentation as well they'd like to make at some point. I'm interested to hear Division of Community Development's presentation as well. And I know from this discussion today, what we can do is look at collaboration further with the chapters. But I understand where my colleague Honorable Otto So was coming from as far as what Mr. Roger Begay had produced. We need to include our chapters in these discussions, and I really feel that's so important. Who is more knowledgeable at the local level, the local needs, than our chapters? And I know that's real important. For me, I have 8 chapters. Some of them are very rural, and I really impose that because, when we talk about the local level, you can't get more local than the grassroots. So, we got to keep that in consideration. But I'd like to hear the presentation. I'm looking forward to it, and then we can go from there. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, if there's nothing else, again, we can turn the floor over now to Dr. Yellowman, and from there, open up for discussions afterwards.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel Chairman, Delegate Rick Nez also.
Chairman Daniel So, good morning.
Yeah, hey, Cecilia.
Oh.
Good to hear your voice.
Oh, good to hear your voice too as well.
Ados and I, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, colleagues. I guess Ados staff and all the folks on the teleconference and Zoom work session. For myself, I've heard a different interpretation, even from Mr. Begay, Roderick Begay, that a separation of powers exists at the chapter level. Basically saying the chapter officers, when they conduct their meetings, are the legislative. And whether it be a chapter manager, a CSC, and an AMS, or the executive. And so there's this, in some areas, a preponderance of where the CSC doesn't attend meetings or the AMS doesn't attend meetings. And there is a lack of reporting, the lack of sharing of memos, letters, those aspects
And perhaps at some point in time, we really need to listen to Assistant Attorney General Roderick Begay, because it does interfere with what happens at the local level. In my view, this three-branch government exists at the mother government level. And at some point in time, we really have to relook at Title 26. And really the CSC, and in that regard, they're not certified at the chapter level, but at the same time, they have to be answerable to the chapter officials. And so that's the part that we really need clarification, and Dr. Yellerman and her staff, all the way to the ASCs, have to basically implore the non-certified chapter staff that they are answerable to the chapter officials. and in that regard, the ASC folks have to really reinforce that, instead of being in the area of causing disunity, causing fractional discord. So in that respect, that is one of the items that we really have to address. And in my view, right now, the government, we have to basically look at this Rescue Plan Act funds as a one-time injection of funds. It's not going to happen again for perhaps many, many years. And how do we make the best of it? And right now, the government, the departments, divisions, and programs are so slow moving that it won't stimulate community development. It won't, the building of the necessary infrastructure. And how do we put it in the hands of those folks that respond the best? And for me, that's big business, little business, the little folks that have the ability to, the craftsmen, they're the ones that will make it go. How do we best facilitate that? And then those are my thoughts after being absent from yesterday's call. And thank you for the fellow folks. And we must not overbuild like what happened with the monies that the Obama administration gave to the Navajo Nation. We must not overbuild, because the programs right now don't have enough money, and they're looking to the council to basically fund empty buildings, fund programs that, we can't get service to the people. So we have to really take a good look at that, and not just and so those are my thoughts, Shanantai, and thank you for the floor, Cecilia. May we all, with Cecilia, Honorable Walker's prayer. Thank you for that prayer. Wonderful prayer. May it build the inner strength. May it build the strong thoughts. May it perpetuate the spiritual connections that we so dearly need. Thank you. Back to you, Cecilia.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So, thank you very much for those words too as well. In that aspect, from Honorable Otto So's concern, and then Honorable Chairman Daniel. So, I know the Department of Justice is coming before the council on the 26th. In advance, when they do present at that time, I will ask the Department of Justice to see if there's a specific acknowledgement for that direction in response to Attorney General or Assistant Attorney General Roger Begay's opinion that has been handed down, and then for further clarity, we can discuss that at that time, just to make sure. So we can amend the agenda for the 26th to put that in there. So staff, if you could note that, thank you. Moving on down, before we turn it over, Dr. Yellman, Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, good morning. The floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I just want to say that this morning, before all our colleagues got on the line, Honorable Crotty mentioned having an agency meeting with our chapters and DCD on the ARPA. So we're all on track for this. Let's just schedule them, Speaker. Let's just schedule these meetings with our agencies. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for that recommendation. That's something that could be possibly done. But again, I just wanted to make sure that there's some direction taking and see what the presentation is from Dr. Yellowman, and then we can go from there. So without further ado, colleagues, if there's nobody else, let me go ahead and turn the floor over at this time. Honorable Eugene So, good morning.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
you come about it, and you request conduction as on Elia. The branch government no that's need of Elia. It's meet in Kahuya. So it down Katilia down to a very present in the Yanaga at the whole reservation has a Ganaga. A are the east on the there's only the division director. Our division director that comes our chapter level. Or what are in the shutted? Are in the A has only from division director, like what's been going on the last week and now work session. What do propose? What I had it there has only what case in this. So even now go should all go. It's just not in the snarling. Or Annie, it is good to hear from the people, yes. And for those are the things that they need to discuss with Dr. Yellum at their chapter 11. And that needs to be really considered from the president to ask Dr. Yellum to go out there and get all their concerns, the issues, what they want, what is they need. What Hagi other blick at all after egg to little quite any dusty to after area. If there's any other things, then we can amend it for our chapters or other chapters. What are a this case, what are a bar on seminary is great, is Canada. I just read the Hashmi. It will be hospital to say thank you.
okay, thank you. Again, the questions are coming forth might be presented in, well, thank you, Honorable Eugene. So again, the questions coming forth on Region So, and colleagues, if we just listen to Dr. Yellowman's report here, and then I think some of those questions might be answered. If not, then that's the direction that we can look at in asking that change, or asking for those changes, or asking for recommendations on how those accomplishments can be learned or worked together. So what I can do, colleagues, now then is turn the floor over to Dr. Yellowman, and then we can hear her presentation, and then we can go ahead and have further questions. Hey, thank you. Dr. Yellowman, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us this morning, and you and your staff members. Look forward to this conversation. And right now, the floor is turned over to you and your team members.
Good morning, Speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to all the many listeners out there as well. Good morning. Good morning to our staff and to our colleagues and to the Office of the President and Vice President. Good morning. Thank you for this time, and thank you for the invitation to present the Division of Community Development. Atse Shay Pearl Yellowman and Shia Aro and Shlenigi A Senat Shlendo the Sana Bushichin Kobahanda Shiche Aro Hanagani Dashanada Aro Shay I see Twinnes is Aden Asha. Aro, thank you. Yeah, Delegate Thomas Walker for the prayer this morning, and to the delegates that have expressed their concerns and to their questions. I've wrote those down, and we'll see those throughout the day. We look forward to a productive work session, and we look forward to comments and feedback on the presentation we're about to give. And we appreciate the dialogue that has been happening the last couple of weeks regarding the ARP funding. And we look forward to these preliminary discussions as we prepare the nation for, as it was just shared, this injection of resources and funds coming to the nation. The Division of Community Development staff, we have been meeting daily on the ARP plans, and I extend my appreciation to them and to their family for allowing them to work late evenings and into the weekends. So I appreciate all of their staff, or all of our staff and their families, as well as our chapter staff. We have several components for our presentation this morning. We do have a screen up, and we did share several presentations last week and this week with the Speaker's office. The first one that we sent out last week was the ARP housing plan from the Division of Community Development. The second one we shared was the infrastructure mobilization plan. This is an extension of that same plan, but it shows the communication line, and it shows the partnerships that have been established to address the ARP funds. This is the third presentation that we will share, and we have sent it to Madam Chief of Staff Sherilyn Yazzie. We also appreciate the communication lines we've established with the Speaker's office as well. So I'll get started. This presentation has three components. The first component is what we're calling this mobilization phase. We believe that what we experienced last year through the CARES Act funds really just shifted us into response mode, and we had to provide relief and response at the same time while managing and implementing the CARES Act funds. And that was a tremendous task and responsibility. and DCD played a role in that throughout the year last year. This year, however, we have some mobilization time, and what we refer to as mobilization is just putting in place certain high stake stakeholder partners, leaning on our stakeholders to be present and accessible. We had some challenges last year with that, and I can explain a little bit further on that, but making sure that we have adequate data, that we have the most present information to make or to assist leaders, our leaders, in making the best decisions. So that's what our first phase is right now, is mobilizing that. In addition to mobilizing and capturing the chapter voice, I believe that last year we had experiences with the chapters, along with the chapters, that there was a level of some suppression that we were not able to quite achieve with some of the funding sources. And quite honestly, it was very challenging and difficult to overcome. And we want a better experience this year, and we want a better streamlined approach. And so we will advocate for that and provide those recommendations moving forward. I do have something up on the screen here, and I hope it is visible here. So I'll move on forward to our second page here. One is, I did share that DCD, we created an internal ARP team. We have been meeting daily, and we have been relying on AS to provide technical support in what has been coming out of these our ARP meetings. The second part is our mobilization plan, is what I'll address today. And then the other part is the uniform project listing. And what I mean by uniform is, for example, if the council decides to go and have meetings with the chapters, that's fine, and that would be great, or have meetings with agency council, that would be fine, and that would be great. But collecting a massive amount of listings still, to our best benefit, should come in a uniform manner, and that's what we mean by uniform project listing. And I'll explain our efforts in moving towards a uniform and not standardized, but just a uniform approach of collecting the data and the information and the project listing. And then the number 4 is, I respectfully say that we can present the best plan, but all of it comes down to our capacity and our capacity to respond. As Speaker Damon, I am still working on that capacity plan on behalf of DCD and for other various projects as well. And that includes a comprehensive approach by multiple divisions in order for us to respond to the ARP funds, and not just to the ARP funds, but to prior projects as well. So our capacity plan, I would request that I could return with a more comprehensive plan, as I'm still working on that number 4 on page 2. The coordinations have already started. We're already working with the 110 chapters, the 5 agency officials, and of course the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Office of the President and Vice President. Our partners are critical, and our partners include NTUA, Jemez Electric, Continental Divide, NECA, IHS. IHS plays a critical role in many of our decision making, and we're thankful that IHS has been responsive to our most recent request to be more accessible. And I can't stress that part enough. Water Management Branch, they've been very responsive, and we appreciate Division of Natural Resources and Mr. Jason John. We also appreciate NECA. NECA has been almost by our side all throughout last year, helping us with various projects last year and moving their teams forward in CS73, the distribution of all of the essential items to the 110 chapters, the bathroom addition, various other projects that we've relied on with NECA. They've been just more than front and ready, so we appreciate NECA. And to our power line companies, we've been appreciative of their efforts as well. Most recently, NTUA did present last Monday to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and we had meetings prior to that. And some of the listings that NTUA presented, we can share on page 3. You'll see that we believe that there is a visual there on page 3, and if you look at this, it's a treasury model or just a treasury visual. And I think we believe DCD, along with the Office of the President and Vice President and the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that the chapter projects are the anchor. They're the anchor projects to ARP, and they're the veins that run through the Navajo Nation. So we're working with the chapters to solicit the projects from the chapters. CPMD has utilized a checklist in the past for the power line and water line. We're updating that checklist in a way that meets the ARP funding. Some of these ARP guidelines or some of the ARP detail language is not known yet, but we anticipate some flexibility aside from the CARES Act funds. We also understand that there's a different timeline than the CARES Act funds. So we're anticipating that the ARP funds have a little bit more flexibility to support the nation's priorities. So based on the ARP funding, we're looking at the water line, power line, house wiring, bathroom additions in our mobilization phase. CPMD infrastructure projects, we're also looking at CPMD and CHID, addressing all of the projects under CPMD, and housing. Housing is another presentation that we submitted to the Speaker's office, and if given the opportunity, we like to give a verbal report on the housing. We're also encouraging all of the chapters to update their ICIP listing. We are providing technical assistance for all of the chapters during our mobilization phase to update their ICIP listing, and we're dedicating all of the ASC, SPPS staff, and our staff on Tuesdays and Thursdays for assistance in that process. We understand that some of the chapters, there are some vacancies, and we fully acknowledge that. And during this time, we're asking kind of an all-hands-on-deck approach to helping the chapters with these technical assistance. The ICIP project listings include the New Mexico project database. In that database includes NTUA, HAMUS, Con Ed Allied, IHS, DCD, Water Management, Hopi Land Commission. These are some of the projects that we're hoping to focus on. If you look back at that visual, we do know that, or we do advocate that the chapter projects are the anchor, but we also know that there are regional projects. Although this visual shows 3 separate types of projects, there's the chapter projects, CPMD infrastructure projects, and then regional projects. On the bottom of page 3, we gave some examples of regional projects. And again, that discussion is still happening at the community and chapter level. Some of those discussions happened over the weekend, for example, with the Eastern Agency Council meeting, or Agency Council meeting. So we acknowledge that this is an opportunity to address some of those regional projects. The fourth category that has come up in the last couple of weeks is specialty projects. Some of these specialty projects are a result of what we experienced last year. We did not have, this is just an example, but we did not have regional type of warehouses to hold equipment or to hold all hazard materials to mitigate COVID. That would be a specialty project. So we want to provide some room for the discussion for specialty projects. Some of these specialty projects are in direct relief to COVID and also give us the opportunity to forecast any type of or to prepare for any type of future event that we might need. So with these ARP funds, we want to look at specialty projects, which I'll make an amendment to page 3. I do show 3 chapter projects. I show chapter projects, CPMD, infrastructure projects, and regional projects. The 4th one would be the specialty projects. When Water Resources and NTUA presented last Monday, we did have prior meetings with them. We were advocating that NTUA, for example, insert and utilize or address Citizen Year 3 power line projects. We also looked at some of the projects under CHIT, the CDBG projects as well. These are our source listings. These are the projects that we're reviewing right now. Those are all of the citizen projects under CAP 35-18 projects. Those would be Year 2, Year 3 projects. And as I mentioned, specifically Citizen Year 3 projects for the power line. We also have New Mexico State projects. And in those New Mexico State projects, we have bathroom additions and capital outlay projects. Those projects are a little bit more time sensitive. So how we approach Year 1, Year 2, and Year 3 of the ARP funds is really going to have to be strategic and time sensitive. Those projects under New Mexico State capital outlay projects, many of them are COVID related. They're COVID responsive or provide COVID relief. So we would advocate for the leaders to review those projects as well. And then we have the bathroom addition, bathroom and the cistern septic and wastewater projects. Those 2 projects require the most coordination. We have to have so many stakeholders just to address bathroom addition, cistern septic, and wastewater projects. And last year, we started very early meeting on with NTUA, NECA, and then water management, Jason John, and sparingly, intermittently IHS. And we needed an adequate SDS listing. Unfortunately, we found that when we started to review the SDS listing, some of the listings there were outdated, and unfortunately, some of the families had either moved away or had deceased. And we relied on, we need to rely on adequate data. So that bathroom addition, cistern, septic, wastewater require a tremendous amount of coordination. The other conversation we want to make sure that we lead or that we take a better handle on is we have a great process in motion right now with NECA to address at least 100 bathrooms right now moving forward. But it just makes no sense for us to build 100 bathrooms and wait 2 or 3 more years for those family members to wait for water, to get running water to those communities. So we advocate heavily that IHS is working with us and we're coordinating with Jason John's shop and NTUA to really address these bathroom additions. So that takes the most coordination. We also advocate that some of the CARES Act projects that were unfinished last year or we were unable to complete due to time, that we revisit, and we advocate that those also seek completion for the ARP funds. I do want to note that we did not use a subrecipient agreement with NECA. We did put in motion a Navajo Nation contract, and that helped us so that we can continue what we started with NECA last year. And want to say that NECA is in the field today, right now, doing these bathroom assessments. So we appreciate that they've been working with us. We also have rural addressing. Rural addressing has been a silent component of DCD, and but is so important to the nation. And last year, what we experienced with CARES Act and just the need to address E911 and the significance of having an adequate E911 relies heavily on the infrastructure related to rural addressing. In order for DPS to do their job adequately, they need us to complete this project. And I fully acknowledge that. So we're going to be advocating for coordination on the rural addressing project to be considered. We also have solar projects. Solar projects were heavily considered last year during the CARES Act funds, and we established partnerships with Navajo-owned businesses to complete solar projects. There was one recently in the heavy equipment legislation, the CJA 0121, and that's a solar project out at Forest Lake area. Many of the bathroom additions that are very rural and live in families and homes that are in the remote area, they relied on the solar projects to complete their bathroom addition. Not unfortunately, but I think we need to be mindful. There will be an impact. There will be an impact with the $1.9 trillion that was signed into law by President Biden. It will impact materials and supplies coming onto the nation. I rely on our staff, CPMD, Mr. Andy Thomas, Mr. Ed Preston. They provide data, and they provide data to me through a database resource called RS Means. RS Means tells us how the materials and supplies increase post-COVID. So we are looking at an increase in materials and supplies, and that was the case last year that NTU experienced with some of these solar units. And then I spoke a little bit about the warehouse project. That would be considered a specialty project, and those are just for consideration. I'll kind of shift gears here to our uniform approach. So the previous couple of slides were just us mobilizing and moving towards solicitation of the projects. The CPMD staff or the ARP DCD team, we did reach out to the chapters. We have been in dialogue with them through the ASC, and we did ask the chapters to submit and prepare for their listings based on the ARP priorities and the nation's priorities. As such, we created a link and our website is dedicated to the ARP funding priorities. I have on page 5 the link address. Just a little bit more information on the link itself. It's roughly around 50 questions, and it takes about 30 minutes or so. And again, our staff are available to provide technical assistance for any questions. There are questions coming in. And we appreciate all of the chapters that have reached out to us and provided us questions and feedback. Very similar to last year, I believe there was a kind of a Q&A that came out from the U.S. Treasury guidelines. I'm thinking that we may dedicate something very similar, because if chapters in the Eastern Agency have a question, there's most likely another chapter in the Western Agency has the same question. So we want to be able to have these weekly or bi-weekly Q&As that go out to the chapters. But back to the presentation here, we did ask for the chapters to submit their information by April 28th. And we created a DCD ARP email address for their questions, and that's being monitored by our staff. And again, the ARP-related activities that we're soliciting or requesting from the chapters include power line, house wiring, bathroom addition, water line projects, in any of those regional projects, and rural addressing. I also want to share that in our other presentation for housing, our housing ARP plan, we're pushing the bathroom additions to move towards the housing plan. And I say this because when we get the opportunity to share the housing ARP plan, last year under the CS 73-20, when the chapter submitted for one of the categories was home upgrades and improvements. Those assessments that were inserted into CS 73 really provide up-close, high-definition picture of every community. And many of the chapters worked hard to develop those assessments and to enter information into those assessments. And we're thankful for that information. That's a wonderful pile of data. And in that data are those housing upgrades and housing renovations. We collected all of that. That information is in our ARP housing plan. At the time, what we wanted to do was to hire, with that 73-20 Navajo contractors to complete those upgrades and home improvements. So we're going to roll that list over to the ARP housing plan and include some of the home-related renovations that include the bathroom additions or even house wiring. Even in my most recent conversation yesterday, some of the previous bathroom additions that were completed 5, maybe even 10 years ago, just require some safety precautions and safety measures for some of our elders out in the community level. Those are some of the assessments that we received, and we believe that we can address those. The last one on page 5 is really important, that I think we're in a better position this year to provide more information similar to what Holland and Knight had presented and the information that Holland and Knight presented. We believe that opened up a door for us to work closely with our chapters. Last year we had a difficult time coordinating with Baker Tilly. And the lessons learned was that information cannot be forced onto the chapters, and the information has to be presented in a sincere way that the chapters understand the information. And this year we're in a much better position to funnel that information from our consultants to the chapters in a way that allows the chapters to understand this massive approach or this massive amount of funds that will be coming to the nation. And so DCD will provide the follow-up information on the ARP guidelines and requirements to the chapters. That process has already been initiated, and I'll get to that. I'll stick on this PowerPoint here. Page 6. Page 6 is what the application looks like. Page 6 is the Navajo Nation ARP funding application, and there's 8 sections of uploading the project listing or the project proposal. There's also the ARP, the actual application, the point of contact, eligibility, the chapter organization, and the proposed description, the readiness, the matching, and the leveraging of funds. Many of our chapters on the New Mexico side are very familiar with this process. I say that respectfully. I know some of the Arizona chapters, they have some questions or concerns, and we're available to assist. We try to make this process friendly and provide access for our leaders, 24th Navajo Nation Council, OPVP, to view what has been uploaded. So I lean on our IT team and our staff for their assistance on making that IT magic happen. Here's a little bit of our timeline here. So again, April 9th, we provided notification to the chapters that the portal was live. We did receive feedback from some of the chapters, and we appreciate that. We have moving towards an orientation on the checklist, the policies, and the procedures of the ARP to the chapters. I shared that we're in a better position to provide some of that information. We are relying on the presentation that Holland and Knight provided, and we'll continue to do that. I feel that we have better access this time, and we have better direct knowledge of some of the ARP eligibility requirements, what's feasible, what's not feasible. We were in such a gray period for a period of time from October to November. We were just in a gray state, and that was very difficult on the chapters, and we want to avoid that this time around. Again, we have a submission deadline of the 28th, and we're working with the chapters and the agency councils, and I'll get to that section here in a second. This period, again, is the mobilization. Once we receive the proposals and continue the dialogue between council, leadership, agency officials, that's when we really move into organizing. And it's important that when we organize, we are organizing all of the project listings in a way that is feasible. We need to complete these projects. We can't, if we just sent out this massive cast net and asked chapters to turn in projects, we could get over 1,000 projects. We had to strategize in a way that provided some healthy boundaries for these submissions so that we can organize them when we present them to leadership. So that's what we refer to as mobilizing. And then when we receive the projects, that's when we shift into organizing. We anticipate the nation knowing a little bit more mid-May on the funding, and then we anticipate discussion by June 1, reviewing and moving into how these projects will be considered and funded. And then again, making sure that we go through the proper legislative process for leadership to make the best decision. I believe it's our role to put the projects and the project listing in a strategic way that allows the nation to complete these projects within the 36 months of the ARP funding. And we appreciate that role and that task. I do want to get back to our communications with the agency council. So based on the last couple of days and the last 2 weeks of having the agency council meetings, DCD, we participate in every agency council meeting. And most recently was almost every agency council meeting has met in the last couple of weeks. I have reached out to agency council officials to begin scheduling those meetings. We will be sending those meeting times and meeting agenda through the President and Vice President's office. Some of the feedback that I have gotten back from the agency officials are adjusting technical assistance, adjusting any of the assistance that some of the chapters may need, and more importantly, the communication line. If the chapters communicate with their agency officials, we could have that direct communication line with council and the Office of the President and DCD with the agency officials. I know most recently over the weekend, Eastern Agency Council, they brought up discussions on some of the right-of-way, some of the clearances, and some of the processes that need to be addressed. Those are also major components of meeting with the different agencies, because the different agencies kind of have different concerns and needs that need to be considered for these ARP funds. So it ranges, I guess what I'm trying to say is it ranges from technical assistance to addressing some major areas such as right-of-way, land status, et cetera. So those are heavy conversations that need to produce clear outcomes. And I just stress that because of the time we're looking at. So I'll start to wrap up there, Speaker. I did share that I want to, let me touch on page 8 here. Based on what we've heard on all of the prior conversations from our colleagues in other divisions and enterprises and entities, the chapter projects are the anchor we believe and we advocate, but we also see that the ARP funds and all of the projects that have been presented before the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Office of the President and Vice President are connected to the chapters. Broadband, senior centers, public employment, transportation, they're all connected to the chapters. So not only do we agree that the chapters need to be heard and their voices need to be captured, but having them at the table is really important as well. They benefit and they're the beneficiaries of the ARP, and we believe that, and we support that. Lastly, Speaker, I'll just end on page 10 here, and I request that I have a little bit more time to complete this, and maybe if I can come back and share our capacity plan. But we do stress the need for additional resources to come to the nation, and the nation adjusts our capacity and our ability to respond to the ARP funding. There are industry standards for capital outlay and infrastructure, and some of those industry standards require at least a 15% allocated amount to capacity building. Our plan, we're looking at least 8 to 12% of funds allocated so that we can address the completion of these projects. We can address them in a timely manner, and that we coordinate with other divisions. And what I mean by that is, for example, I'm working with Director J.T. Willie on addressing the priority one contractors that will need to be recruited during this time. And that's a conversation Director Willie and I are working and moving towards. I rely on their expertise, but we need those contractors, and they need to be ready to assist us. We also need to address what they need. We came across some bonding issues last year, even for the bathroom additions, and some of our local contractors did not have the capacity to bond or meet the requirements of our procurement system. So those are some other conversations that we're having with our Economic Recovery Group and Mr. J.T. Willie's department, Economic Development, Division of Economic Development. So Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, that's my quick overview of what we have in place right now, and we are here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman, for you and your team members for putting that together. And thank you for the response, and thank you for your also thank you for working together with our office and working together with the administration and making sure that we're working together to pull together all the different resources that we have right now in order to hear, as indicated from my colleagues, the grassroots folks, and from their needs and their direct boots on the ground for them to go ahead and bring that information to the forefront. Colleagues and everybody listening in, if you're joining us, or if you've been with us, we've just heard a presentation from Dr. Yellowman, and we are here at the Naabik'íyáti Committee work session. She presented a plan working together with her team members at the Division of Community Development and the Executive Office with the President and Vice President on identifying, and also with the chapters, identifying time frame, goals, and objectives in order to meet these this dialogue and to meet this time, I guess, opportunity for us to come back by the end of or the middle of this summer with a possible execution dates for certain criteria in order for us to go ahead and put together a comprehensive funded amount, or actually an expenditure plan specifically for our Navajo Nation chapter. So thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman, for having that timeline too as well. Colleagues, at this time, we are on item number 8 under number 1 of the work session. I do have individuals wanting to speak at this time. So let me go ahead and go on forth. The time now is 10:51 a.m. I do have in the queue right now Madam Chair Amber Crotty, and then Honorable Elmer Begay. So without further ado, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, the floor is yours at this time. Can you hear me, colleagues?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe I was talking to myself, or I was disconnected. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, are you there? Going twice. Madam Chair Amber Crotty going 3 times. Let me go ahead and go on down to Honorable Elmer Begay. Good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Other the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and then also I appreciate Dr. Yellman her report. My question goes to Division of Community Development. I know you oversee chapters, and you have a ASC office that ensures that there's a financial and other management that are in place that are to make sure that they're in compliance too. So that's how the structure of the process for chapters to do their operation and business. So my question is that I know you mentioned that chapter projects, water line, and all infrastructures, and that qualifies that or will be eligible for ARP fundings. So the last time and from previous years, you know that we still have a lot of projects that are still on hold and they're pending, and some of them haven't get used any fundings yet. They've been there for so long. So right now, even the chapters, even for just to change out or do work on the HVAC, it's been going on for almost 2 years now. So I don't know what's really going on with the Division of Community Development. I don't know what's wrong with the project managers. They go on monthly calls, and we call them and they're waiting on some change orders and all that. It's taking too long. I don't think it takes two years. So my question really goes to how can we start giving direct funding to the chapters? There's already from my chapters, there's 3 certified chapters, but 2 of them are very active, and they wanted to know. They've been asking if we could go through DOJ to give the direct fundings to see if they can do their own procurement, so they can expedite some of these projects. And they have local people, local contractors, business owners that can do the job. So they have their own, they go through their own audits, they have their own insurance, they have their own project managers. I'm pretty sure you guys can streamline those where you could just oversee those, and I think they can do the job right away. If we go through just the same thing, giving the money for you again, you know what happened between the Division of Community Development and OMB and OOC, and that there was no communication. That's how the money wasn't spent on the CARES funds. I think that's what the lesson was learned, that the way you addressed it, that's what it was. So I think these contractors that went with NECA and NTA, these business owners, they did their job. They did more than what was being expected from NTA and NECA. So I suggest, how can we start working directly with the Navajo business owners and contractors to do some projects out in our area now. So that will be my question. How do we start from there? What kind of process do we need to start to initiate that process? So that will be my question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Albergay. if that's okay with you, Dr. Yellowman, I'll go to 3 of my colleagues and I'll come back to you, and then we can go from there. So let me go on back to Honorable Vice Chair Walker next in the queue. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's been over a year now. We're still getting used to the muting and unmuting and so forth. Speaker, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, other colleagues, the listening audience, again, Dr. Yellowman, presenter, I guess I'll just go back to the point of making an issue out of the communication. It should not be an issue, but it is an issue. Communication amongst stakeholders, amongst all these entities and offices, agencies, communities, and leaders. If there can be a way to set up a communication system that would work for all of us during this time, as one of our leaders indicated this morning, that this is a one-time thing, one-time shot. Even palchaddi nil joban city costo tehgit tlaton nilgit auche been dating the neko. And then looking in the rearview mirror, the year 2020, during the CARES Act expenditure process, and then the fund management process. Looking at that, there's plenty to learn from, and we certainly don't want to repeat some of those, shortcomings. And at the time we were going through the CARES Act expenditure, we didn't know there was going to be a second opportunity, which is what we have now. We did have some kind of indication that there could be more funding resources coming to Indian tribes and certainly Navajo, but we didn't think it would be up this magnitude, this amount that we keep hearing about. I don't know if we have the details of that, the exact amount of funding that we would be receiving. I guess that's important right now also. Right now, I think all of us on the call, we have this huge expectation that it's going to be a windfall of funding all at once. It would help us, I think, to get even some ideas or near estimates, approximate estimates. Even that we can plan accordingly and so forth. But I'm particularly interested in the communication part. I don't know if community development, Dr. Yellowman, if you can take on that task to set up a communication network, a communication system just for this funding opportunity that we have now, the ARPA, for the purpose of working together, for the purpose of receiving that money and then applying or expending that funding to work on projects, complete projects, just for that purpose, a one-time only type of thing, setting up a communication system. Maybe I think internally everyone has their own systems in place, but for, I guess, all concerned, all stakeholders, and I know that it's challenging to communicate. It's challenging to correspond. It's like the one-way correspondence from local, even some of us delegates, corresponding to our own government, our own offices, divisions, programs, departments. Although even to a more greater degree is corresponding to the federal agencies like the BIA, IHS. I know intentionally they don't mean that. I hope not. But our correspondence is just one way. And I don't want to point out the obvious, where there are many, many examples of this. But I'm just going to say that that coordination of communication or communication being coordinated, that's very, very important. So Dr. Yellowman, you're at the podium now. I guess you can take our questions. However, this question should go to the three branch chiefs. I do have some recommendations, but maybe at another time. But now just to present that item there, communication and coordination, we want that to be effective. So we're still waiting responses from our divisions and the IHS in my region. And it is frustrating when you have to keep sending emails and text messages, phone calls, and whatnot. It seems like the only time people really take notice or hear of it is during these huge meetings that we have, like council sessions or NABI meetings or committee meetings. But that wears off and that gets old too. We're better than that. We are way better than that. So I want to make these comments. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Let me go on to Honorable Keon Begay, and then I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable Keon Begay.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh.
Naabik'íyáti committee members, Dr. Dr. Yellowman, the presentation in Lagi. The one thing you did hear at Saturday's Chinle Agency Council meeting, that they're much in tune to get involved on the anticipation chapters, although that we really didn't do that by anybody, but it was more of a rush in a timeline. But the chapters to some extent are saying that based on 93 million based on although a lot of the recommendation that we've recommended didn't qualify on a lot of these projects that we were hoping to receive. I'm sure that we're moving and will be moving forward. Speaker Yahatsi, that we will be talking directly with the chapter officials. No, I believe that we sincerely should be, and then it should be mandatory for the delegates to listen in when this discussion, even though that I'm representing 5 chapters, I'm representing the agency, but I also probably need to listen to the Eastern, the Western, and 45 or Northern agency situations, because all of that in the discussion, chapters. I don't know, even just 24 delegates making comments. They're not asked. So if we're going to be asking, if there's going to be questions by officials, I mean, we're talking about over almost 300 elected local officials on this. So, but nonetheless, I'll move forward and sincerely have our local chapter officials be involved. Is very much needed, because I'll continue, because I did make my position to my 5 chapters that anything and everything that they're proposing is what I'll push on behalf of them, on behalf of the community, local community. Within your authority, there's a lot of areas that our local chapter continues to be dealing with. Aside from the list that you have on your presentation, water line door, power line, bathroom additions, roulette dressing, solar, and others, water line projects, and so on. Transportation is another area, and I'm sure you'll be coordinating that with the with NDOT. Then the other one is broadband. Cell towers that Haki, working with Mr. Vicente. There's a better, broader coordination that we need to help our local chapter. I think that although that we got presentation from each of the programs since last Monday, I take that as a preliminary progress and process, but I believe that there would be much change that could be done in this proposals or recommendation by the program directors, because I know that a lot of them are local chapters' involvement in recommendation could be incorporated and can be incorporated in moving forward. Water line, directly from Mr. McDonald, that one of the water line projects in the Chinle agency is divided up into 7 phases. So if there's an indication that each of the phases will take up years, so if the family is in phase 7, I mean, I'm just thinking that they probably won't see no water development in their area until, I don't know, 5 to 10 years later. A project home base with ASIN, for sure, money is here, don't they? Especially when we receive this funding from APRA, Niniki, Diki, Kodo, Yalan, the Onanas, Nelotana, the Hato, Adosona, Iyata, not Ata Oyahanan, de Stodley. To a quacky Baja Nido, Halit, Alet, Atskinsako, Dik at water line that even the right of way, Johan, Dada, the process. So that's where we need to get the chapters involved, because Dada, Mr. McDonald from IHSN, Sato chapter EG or sheet Atskinsako, Nisko, and meaning that just I think IHS does do their own right of way process, their consent forms, that designing and so on. But where in that process can the chapter be able to help out in a lot of these right-of-way process. For example, I've sent memos to like the cell carrier. Where can you identify a location for a possible additional cell tower within the 5 chapters that I represent? Pinpoint to that. Pinpoint also the chapters can start processing, withdrawing it, and even start working with the community to get the right of way. So to know the cell tower companies if IS could, and working through your office and working with each of the chapter and saying that okay, maybe we got the club members there, we got the chapter officials there, and so on, even the grazing officials there that could help out in getting these necessary documents to be moved forward. Otherwise, so how can we diminish the 7-year phase, the 7 phases down to say maybe 2 phases? Because the reason why I'm very, very much involved in this 7-phase mini meal project is because at the 7th phase, it involves with a group of my community membership and mini farms on the western, northeastern part of the community. Phase holds, but several years later, the mini farms in the Bahal chapters. We need to get them involved in how they can help coordinate, get these right of way resolved. Into 8 has on it the home site lease requirement, and then all these art clearances and right of way, the right of way issue and the service line agreement issue. That's one area that the last funding request for one of my chapters, cell tower, established based upon the land department and NTUA were in disagreement on these process of chapters so chapters but I would be and want to be in the position rather than being the lead to say to do this and that, but I would rather be in the position to say that this is what the chapter wants, this is how the chapter wants to coordinate this, and this is what the chapter told me to push these projects. Chapters in Linigidit are the projects and let's move these projects to snow I'm sure you know all the situation and so on, but all I'm saying is that how do we streamline brother but I would rather get something going right off the bat, just like public safety is nothing to meet support now it based on needs and internally based on today that based on the based on which Honda to what area can the Navajo Nation start anticipating and knowing that there's going to be funding coming forth. ICC base of in Dash Aquatis in the ya linim in projects linigis petit nish ko hot art ese ya penil nish ko jo bahazno the quishi a billion bohui na ko kodona nation base of what nation hit ne ko the dig as the formal process of accepting and budgeting and approval of the council. That's going to take several months for us to do that. Ado an si ko the response ani tinigi to sato ani be not the ado approve it in the ado lache technology presence officer be bina hodni and how they approve them or not. In the meantime, kodo chapters or halahot ela or quacky hit ada quadrition lab benhat or quadrit or tat net snahanta kash quacky hal ilabana hat ido halit al benahat ala kudlain and linki yekobchena hote or dan hit na ade. Koko ebe ben chiko kodo kodo Yellowman. I know you're doing your best. I know sometimes we're limited on staffing. Need a in the sheet what will be the effective amount of your staffing that's needed to move forward on this particular plan. But the other area I want to recommend the memo that you sent to the chapters on April 6th is the housing Hawanjiki, and I want to push our the committee or the council that NHA and others are not doing enough to build homes for our general population of the community and even our veterans. Hawan Liniki it in Halen at all, Nisto bent on Nishi. Halet ala Ecuador, maybe could we just contract out of home builders? Sunday, Washing Hayujuk Adle, Phoenix, the door, Ado Albuquerque, Hagwashing, Jogaf, the Ani one last week or last month, Kun Gianda, Ad Nacho, Dahit, the any Diki one, Nanas Answer. The Tashin Yego has indeed the Tashin one Dayon Niskita, which chose the Tashin Toha 100 Yon got out across the Navajo Nation. And I sincerely believe that this upcoming allocation that the Navajo Nation should really consider establishing some forms of apartments or housing for our local community. And then by NHA, the only way that they build homes is just for clustered. Ado kodo petahuel jish ajut o you pes bit behas on benata has on benango godashi ani hawan dinigit or clusters konda ne lot other isiki behas a conchain don how can and that on this is belakana ke hunit inigi don hit na ke hat inigi we're more being integrated into living in a clustered home, but yet that's where we're really getting away of our culture and tradition. Halet Alan hit in the end, Liniki Hawani, and this Liniki put it in a run, get off of your homeland, don't get off of your lake of Haite that need the other best G, other things G, know that Naya Dasko had able and Eos in other Eos, Halet Alado, Quaggy Papa and Seekis, other she one dot after other one dot ask Nizango. Hot Alan Sin Sakis has rope up Ahwati Nisa Ad, Bindi Hawan Bandot, Ask Kodot Hoba dot Sado, Ado let the best cheaper dot she to Bohne Adante, but Ad La Benet and Lenko had Alaba is cat teacher. Joe had Adan said the Haki, Kisi in it, Edo lesson, so additional Bena A, Halet Adik at that base at the next day, Adon Nidikin hit and then get the Quaggy Hawan Bandit, asking the last source Hawan Bandot, ask the Quaggy. Maybe that's one area that address that to the chapter. How much home is available for all 110 chapters, and how much could that cost, and how much will that cost? Bathroom additions that the one or done does a lot of beta but yet down the road, the original home will be depleting, or not depleting, will be but yet there's a new bathroom addition. Don't ask it or that in the one Juniki, but non sa case of the height 8 or listen. So there's a whole lot that we can talk about, but this is where our local chapter should come in and needs to come in, especially our veterans. That's another area. Speaker, that's another request I want to make directly from the veterans organization at the local chapter. Another listening session by the council and listen directly from our veterans at the local chapter. There's veterans organization that they can't at all 110 chapters. Kodosh brother, nuts, and this son, the Tina, son, but yet, couldn't you local veterans organization, Banda Yitna, a call in the shift of Kodo, Kodo, how one Linkit I see that your kid are not just only that are in need, but what about our veterans that immediate about that they just got back into the civilian life, that transitioned back into the Navajo reservation. Then they start new, they serve their country, and now they want to come back, but yet they don't have a house here, but they choose to go back to the metropolitan to live there. How do we actually and say that welcome home? Need a but they know the conquered I got in there the Kodo. One in the get up on the table, Holiago, that's done. Need an end welcome home, but did no go goes, big on this on so then and see that I did other Saturday, yeah, stop the other area that we really would see from one of the June chapter, which see. He tried to think that they don't get down, that they don't did that here, that they don't need stop. And I couldn't even respond back to an individual that provided that statement to me. What is it that this particular individual is needing? Because especially Tadatin, Stinto Bahazan, Eben, his sons and Inils, and Dot Naya in Ayosinigi, quacking his aunt, but 18, his aunt, Steve Nigo, Ila, his Nilan, do that agency, his daughter, the Naying, Yasti Art, the chapter has Art, a Kohalet al Art, Trahot Zande. Nahanda Agi, Nisito Adon Hatan, the house Hanigi, Ato, Netic, the Bato, Quaget, at the Nabihot, Haki, Pespahos, Zaliki, a hot egg, gosh, the wet afternoons, and the set. Other fat the baby chance I answer no, no, the ye got nay, that's a kid. What does that mean? What are they trying to tell me? And so then such case, I think we need to put that back into our planning and our discussion and our thinking, the way our Navajo people are living, the way our Navajo people want to live, not the way what the government wants to, the way not the way our government wants to live, have our Navajo live, but the way our Navajo people wants to live. Shishagan, Shishakaya, Quacky, did our inan dinigi is straight with us, China, Biahosh, Nigo, Yaki, Diki bandit, ye, hit the snow at the snishman, need Lindikit Ashu, then hit the snow, put our papana in conscious as Zido, Coebe, and Nashikot, I see so. Chapters in Linikito, one Linikito, Tika, a Quacky, Hajobe, the Donifiki, how much more can we invest in our Navajo people in this funding that's going to be coming forth? All the public equities, Nisa, not this user to a yego, and a jolt end, stop asking by Yale. Brother Nisa and Deti, Basana or Gansi by Yale. Clashing his Nana, Creed, Naso, Asia, Yanana, Skittle, but Ilay Babak, Haquil, Napa, at Haquil, Nago, but not the so additional. So, Chairman, I apologize for taking up too much time, but again, the bottom line is that we really need to get our local chapter officials, because they interact directly with the people that who elects us. Those that we that are involved with our chapters. The forefront should be the people's decision making, and the forefront should be the local chapter decision making. So with that, I'll continue to voice these issues and concerns and making sure that we move forward, Chairman. So with Ashi, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambiye. With that, we go back to you, Dr. Yellowman.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the questions. Delegate Elmer Bigay, thank you for the questions on the financial compliance and addressing our staff at CPMD. That is something that we discuss daily here. As I shared before, and I've shared with our oversight RDC, from between 2017 and 2018, the number of projects increased by over 150%. And prior to 2017, CPMD had a manageable or equitable amount of projects. But most recently, we have less than 20 project managers, and we're at about a ratio of 1 to 25 projects per project manager. It's a big task on our project management, and we do continue to address project management need. But I will share that there are challenges out there. It is possible, and last year when we saw our coordination with NTUA and NECA with the allocated CARES Act funds, it is possible to move a massive amount of funds and complete a project, and to have a legislation that allowed us to move in such a short period of time. But what we have seen with some of the other legislations or other projects is, for example, if a chapter changes their projects multiple times, that can hold up the process. So there's the partnership between the CPMD project management and the chapters. Those need to be coordinated a little bit more carefully, so that they can move swiftly or move without barriers on those projects. So I continue to ask CPMD to be responsive to all the projects. We're still at about a 30% capacity here, and we're going over a year now operating this way. So there are some challenges that we continue to have as far as operations. So we'll reach out back to your chapter. I know the chapter you're speaking of, and I did see some of those dialogue and communication and the meeting scheduled this week. And for certified chapters receiving their funds, it is part of the CAP 35-18, the citizen funds that the certified chapters can request for their funds, and we encourage that. It is an interesting process, but I'm thankful that we work closely with DOJ to facilitate that process. We do acknowledge that there's certified LGA chapters, and we honor that. We want them to proceed with their projects. If possible, if there is conversation and we continue that to facilitate those conversations with ARP, we will do so. We do need guidance from DOJ, and we rely on their guidance to ensure that we have the opportunity for certified chapters to utilize these ARP funds. And if you recall last year, there was a time where the certified or the 110 chapters were deemed high risk and posed a great risk of the audits, and it was suggested that we would rely on a centralized procurement. But again, if we have different circumstances moving forward with ARP, then we would support those opportunities to discuss how certified LJ chapters can benefit from the ARP funds in that manner. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that and keep leadership updated on those conversations and that movement for certified LJ chapters to benefit in that way from ARP funds. Otto Shiche, Delegate Thomas Thomas Walker, thank you, and thank you for your comments and questions. And communication communication should not be an issue, and you're right, communication should not be an issue. But the Navajo Nation is large. It's a large land base, and we have 350,000 members. And the Division of Community Development, we try our best to reach every corner of the Navajo Nation. I can put some options together, and I can put what could look like a communication plan together. And I would respectfully rely heavily on the three branches coordinating and working together. It's difficult when communication is not aligned, and the outcome is that the chapters receive multiple forms and multiple messages. So I ask that we really work together on communicating on a uniform message to the chapters. We work holistically with all the branches in communicating these messages to the chapters. We have experienced in the past during CARES Act that if multiple messages are issued, that can cause some confusion at the chapter level, and we try our best to interpret those messages, or we try our best to alleviate any type of miscommunication. So it's good that that's brought up now, and it's good that we address how we can all work together to uniform messages and what would a healthy communication line look like. So Delegate Walker, I will work on that and present that to leadership fairly soon. Some of that has already started. Some of that has already begun by working with the agency council by this format here. So we'll continue to expand on that. So I appreciate that. Adonana, Delegate Kialan Bigay, thank you for your comments, and thank you for your questions. Your question on staffing, and then the question on housing. And I always appreciate your talk. So staffing is a concern. We do need adequate staffing just to meet the needs of the workload that we have at DCD, and we need manageable and feasible workloads. Right now, sometimes we're inundated and overwhelmed with the workload. And not to mention, just last year, when we had interruptions with building closures, and respectfully saying this, we had staff who were experienced COVID itself. That was very challenging, and I had to be mindful and compassionate to our staff that we're grieving and that we're experiencing COVID at a family level and at a community level. We're still operating under a declared emergency. So our staffing is still a daily concern. I rotate our staff right now and encourage CPMD to be operating at full capacity while staggering other departments. And those are things that we have to be mindful of even today. So in order for us to properly respond to the ARP funding and the ARP conversation, we are requesting for that capacity plan to be shared, and we are requesting for our capacity plan to be acknowledged and the need to be acknowledged. We have multiple areas that we want to present to leadership, and we will share that with the Speaker's office when we're fully prepared to do so. As for the memo on the housing, we do have our ARP housing plan that we like to share with leadership, and I believe that you'll see where DCD CHID, where we had to kind of carve our services around NHA, respectfully speaking, that NHA is the TDHE holder, and as such, CHID, we did have to respond to the nation's housing need in various ways outside of NHA's authority. So you'll hear a little bit more on that on our ARP housing plan and the coordination we have with Navajo Hopi Land Commission and Navajo Hopi Land Office and the Veterans Administration as well. So, Speaker, I believe those were some of the questions, and we're still available. And I failed to mention that I have co-presenters here. I have Mr. James Atakai, Ms. Salasta Jim Martin, and Mr. Pat Dalgai also here available. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman, and thank you very much for your team members to be readily standing by. With that, let me go over on to, I know I called on Madam Chair Amber Crotty earlier. Madam Chair, are you back on the line now?
Speaker, colleagues, yes, we also have a scheduled Budget and Finance Committee, so I apologize, committee, for that. I think, Speaker, I do have chapter officials on the line. I'm not sure if I'm in order, Speaker, or I need some guidance in terms of how I can yield some of my time on the floor to those chapter officials. I do have Co-President James Benally, who have wanted to provide some recommendations to the council in support of our local governance chapters. So, Speaker, can I get some guidance in terms of how we can yield time over to our chapter officials?
Madam Chair, there has been precedents in that before, but the only thing that we would have is just be unanimous consent. If someone disagrees, then I would have to just refer back to you to present on their behalf. With that, colleagues, is there any objection to Madam Chair Amber Crotty yielding some time to her chapter officials? There's none. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniels.
Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. If we do that, are we going to open up the can of worms for other chapter officials? Because a lot of them, they're on the line.
This is your time, colleagues, as of right now. And that's all I'm saying. If this does happen, other delegates are going to ask for the same. But this has happened before. This isn't something new. But if there is someone who objects, I will not recognize Amber Crotty's officials at this time. When it seemed like there was no objection.
Eugene still here?
Yes. Colleagues, the chapters are working together right now with as you can see on with Dr. Yellowman's timeline. She's working together with him. They're working together with the chapter officials. Dr. Yellowman's team's working together with the chapter official, chapter administration. And it seems as the direction, what we're going to be working together too, as well, is that if you look on, I don't have it, but a copy of the timeline. I wish that could be back up on the, can you bring that timeline back up to the forefront to the Zoom? Whoever was on that, if you could share your page again. If you could bring that timeline back up where you had, yes, or where you had the dates. I think it was towards the end. Right there.
Page
If
7.
you look at the timeline, colleagues, Dr. Yellowman sharing again, it looks like April 28th is the day that proposed deadline for us to work together. So what we're going to be doing prior to that in recommendation, working together with Dr. Yellowman's office, is that Speaker's office is going to reach out to Dr. Yellowman after this in formal writing with suggested dates for each one of the area agency calls. Those agency calls might be at the same time as other meetings, but at least we're fulfilling that directive or suggestion. And that suggestion could be coming to the forefront if we're even having agency calls during the week of council. But at least we're meeting that deadline in order to help assist or guide our chapters and moving that to the forefront. So we will be working together with the chapters. It seems like they have been notified about a portal, and they are looking to suggest those recommendations. And the chapters have all the input, if they possibly can, to as well, to deliver written documents to suggestions on the 26th and 27th, which we will be having those dates to have conversations about making suggestions from anything from right-of-ways to the internal process to changing the BIM manual on those 2 days. So colleagues, it is again at the discretion, but it is at the discretion of Madam Chair Amber Crotty's request right now that if this does go forward, just know that we still have veterans issues that we're discussing today, and this was just something that we just want to make sure that everyone's heard, and if that's the will of the committee, I respect the will of the committee. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And so I think I understand the concern from colleagues that will this open up future discussions, and understanding that resource and development are the oversight of the chapters and have been working on these issues. So if we could continue to engage with resource and development, if they have recommendations on how we can enhance chapter involvement. So I'll just I'm just going to speak. I'll just speak, Speaker, and then we can move forward. But what I think is important is there needs to be some type of collection or an active document on what are the challenges that the chapters face, and how are we going to solve that as leadership. And I understand that we can't solve everything, but it would be appropriate to know that there would be high value items that we can identify, that we work together. So community development does play a role in terms of technical advisors, but the goal of local governance and the goal in mind is for all chapters to be certified, for all chapters, and in looking at how chapter, the authority granted by the council has been changed and modified, that we start having a high level discussion discussion on what that looks like. I have chapters who are certified, and in my opinion, are very effective in the way they manage their projects and how they move forward, and are waiting for additional opportunities to help their communities. In the same mind, I do know that in my 7 chapters, then there's some chapters who need additional support, and that's where they may need additional support from ASC or DCD. But I think we should not dim the light of certain chapters who want to be very innovative and move forward because other chapters are having challenges. So the second area that I wanted to talk about, and I did not see in the presentation, is there opportunity for direct allocation to our LGA certified chapters who are in compliance with the audit? I just reviewed the latest Auditor General's report. I recognize there are chapters, about 7 chapters, who are not reporting their finances. And so I would see that as a challenge, but there are other chapters who have that ability. I'd like to have that conversation. What does that look like to provide some direct funding so that as a community of development, Division of Community Development has to approach this from a nationwide stance, where are the opportunities for some of the chapters who are able to move forward? And I think the last thing that I wanted to discuss is when we have and engage chapters in these discussions, I will defer that local conversations have value. And to recognize that, then we have to have some type of action. And so what can we do to make sure that we're providing those resources to the chapter? What I've seen here on the state of New Mexico side, in their county system, they have organized a council of governance that recognizes each autonomous subsection, county, cities, whatnot. They provide them the expertise that they need. They have a planner, they have an executive director, they have folks who interact with the legislative, and it's a very successful best practice. And so a northern agency, the chapters are looking at how can we decentralize from Window Rock? And ARPA has to play a part in that. We can no longer just rely on the decisions that are made, but how are we going to build up what we can do here for ourselves? So I'd like to also expand that conversation when we talk about capacity, when we're able to bring on possible consultants, project managers. We need to build up this team so that we're not stagnant. And so those were the conversations that we wanted to talk about, more of these high level, not very project specific, but a way to start addressing these systemic issues and to clarify the role and the authority of the chapter when it comes to development, when it comes to funding, and if there's going to be an opportunity then for the chapters, and it's not clear at this point, are they eligible to do the 6B rollout if they're on a whole different system? But if that's going to be a requirement, maybe that's in play if they want to have access to Navajo Nation funding, or other ways that we make sure Navajo Nation funding is secured. And we've learned from the past, if there was prior mismanagement, there was prior mismanagement in chapters, but every program has gone through an audit, and there's issues at every program. There's issues at the council, there's issues at the president's office, there's issues at judicial. And so I don't think then that takes away the play on how we can build up and support our chapter communities. Thank you, speaker. Thank you for this conversation. I'm looking forward to what we need to do to scale up in terms of bringing in capacity, but also having more local control as we scale up so that it's not centralized in Window Rock. And I've learned that from the COVID response. And we've seen that on how the COVID response was central in certain areas. And as Northern Agency, we really, we put our cowboy boots on and we helped and we volunteered and we got things done that necessarily did not stem from Window Rock, but eventually we were able to complement one another. And I think we could do that as we look at ARPA funding. Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues for this time.
Thank you very much. I'm Chair Amber Crotty for that, for those comments and for your words there. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and move on down to the floor here. I do have Honorable Wilson Stewart next in the queue, and then Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Wilson Stewart. Good morning. Almost midday, almost afternoon.
Good morning to the chair, other colleagues, out in the Dr. Yellowman. Thank you for your presentation and the work session today for the chapters and housing. What I wanted to share and express today was that in looking at the agency listing for CPMD listing, there are some areas, chapters that they're not pushing, or they have kind of put it off to the side. The areas that need to address. Okay, with that happening at the chapter level, how can we as RDC and as a council, how can we help our chapters to make sure that those things stay continued? Without today case as RDC members, we want to improve our chapters, all 110. We have other chapters. So for Defiance Agency, the CPMD listing I'm looking at, there are several water line projects, road projects, the water crossings, and there's a couple of them. There's follow-ups to the IHS that are that were there before the pandemic. There's no other notations in those areas. There was before then, but in looking at that and then looking at where we're at now, with the first group that we went through, Baker Tilly, with them, right now there's within the chapters that I've gone to see, there's no room in the chapter hall for the chapter officials to conduct their meetings or even have Club C gather in there or anything in the halls, because the supplies have pushed them out, and they community members have all gotten their supplies. Okay, we have chapters now that are just sitting on with these supplies around them, and they continue to go out. And this is what I see it at the chapters that I represent. They go out to the gas stations, they go out to the parking lots, they go out to the schools to deliver these items. And also now I'm getting emails saying that community members are having bingos using these PPE items, distributions are. So that's, again, in my conversations with Dr. Yellowman, I said, this Holland Night group that we had a presentation from sounds to be a lot better to go with than what we were presented with Baker Tilly. And so with that, I want to say that, I support these projects. I want to make sure that they get done too within these timeframes. And also, it's also stated before, this would be a way for us to bring back our community members to work in the areas of road, in the area of water, plumbing. A lot of them go off for electrical work, to become journeymen or to become apprentice workers out there. They can do the same thing out here with NECA, with N2A, and with other construction companies that we have on the reservation that can provide these types of services. We have a lot of them that are familiar in those areas that can assist. And that way we keep the monies here on the reservation within the next 2-3 years that these projects are done. But it also goes back down to the chapters of law to make sure that they stay on top of what they need to do because you have timelines in here, by come June, it's supposed to come back before RDC for approval, by June 1st, that's just around the corner. I thought, it's there. It's going to be looking at them in the face, and they only have 1 month to get the chapter meetings approval, chapter membership approval. And right now, chapters are having their meetings, or they can have meetings rather, in the parking lot, drive up chapter meetings alone. So, that's one thing that I'm trying to push the chapters to do too on this side, so that, they can meet their quorum and they can address other resolution issues that are being presented to them as well. So, again, thank you for this presentation. And I think, with all this stated, we just need to continue to assist our chapters and continue to work with the oversight and Dr. Yellowman's shop to make sure that these things are addressed. I see a lot of rural addressing too, and we're talking about that, especially now with this past election. The state of Arizona, was Republican all the time. For us Arizona chapters, we need to start looking at that in the future. How are we going to make sure that we stay a democratic state with that in mind? We've heard, of the redistricting of the counties as well, so that's probably plays out a fact from that too. So we need to support this rural addressing as much as we can and get it done the best way we know how as leaders within our communities. So I just wanted to share that much. And thank you for this presentation, Dr. Yellowman and your staff, for putting it together.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart, for that. Let me go on down now to Honorable Eugene So. Oh.
question. Sure. I have 4 years though, actually. 4 years, since was wondering what is going on. When I wanted to run for council, I knew all the concerns, the issues of the people. Everything that you talk about, roads, broadband, etc., housing, veteran housing, all these homes. Don't just call me loud and how to. I said, I don't know to call me in the lot of places. On the nice needs, I don't when we council delegates going to start doing something for how we were elected for, what we were elected for. We already knew the problems. That's why we became council delegates. That's how I see it. So, and Hassan's house and all about organizations. I think there are some people on the ground already. The immediate Yellowman section has met. They're already on the ground. They know what's going on in the chapters. Chapters I what they need out there. So all we need is the process. And whatever's overlooked in our chapter, we can amend that. My first amendment to all of these legislation is art clearance. It is based upon the San Diego. This case, so we can clear this area. We need to contract some archaeologists and that's we have the job that they need and so. But based on this case, so that's Dana on that request already a week or 2 weeks ago. So case council delegate we know what's going on out there. We know where all the spots are, and we know what we want. We know people that have or homeless, veterans that are homeless. There's no electricity here and there. How are we going to do that? We should run electricity across all the reservations so everybody can get it. That's where your money should be going. And the roads that everybody should have all this. I need applications so we already know what these people want. As a grading committee member, I used to go to everybody's house on different ways. So I know where the areas are, where natural resource needs this, water needs this, art clearance, on all these fish and wildlife, all these are forestry. But in the has that's how I see it. I'm trying to figure out what are we saying. I thought we already know about these problems. That's why we got elected, to help the people. They can get the president so what they have going forward to us. Let's go for it and put some what we need on it, a minute on it. Shit. Okay, not all us. You need us. I know there's the other church has got a lot of stipulation on there. There's only though you could still ain't that you check the other we know that, and the time limit was short. We know that. I know those are not excuses, but it's just coming from the Congress, the laws. Those are some of the things that needs also we need to look at. For the future generation. So these laws need to be are not where it can benefit the people. Put something on the ground for wherever the funds are coming from. So those are our job. So we already know what's going on out there. We know where the problems. We know where to put the money. All we need is to ask the division director to come up with something that we can amend or re-amend or whatever. We would be doing this by this coming next week. The speaker should say, I'm sorry to say these kind of stuff, but I'm concerned about it. Why I was elected for is to help the people. We already know the people. That's the things that's going on out there. I'm just seeing that sometimes I just wait for you guys to discuss this and that. So anyway, out there, like one of my legislation got vetoed by a line-item veto. I think the whole legislation should have been vetoed instead of just taking the money out. What good is the legislation without the money? So line item means you have to just take this and that on the numbers, not the whole numbers, and just using the item veto, using that as just doing away with our legislation. He should have just vetoed it. That's it. I guess because of what council can do by overriding it. Just kids. So let's help each other. Council delegate, let's put something on the ground. We should be discussing this next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So with that, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Anybody else in the queue? Before I go back to Dr. Yellowman. There are none. Let me go back to Dr. Yellowman. Dr. Yellowman for response.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Naabik'íyáti, thank you, Delegate Naabik'íyáti, Shadeja, thank you for your question. The certified LJ funding, we, as I mentioned before, reaching out to DOJ and some input from OOC, but what I like to work on with oversight and working with RDC is guidelines for the certified LJ chapters and recommendations for that process to be considered and a process to be maybe realized or put into motion for ARP. Again, once those ARP funding requirements are distributed or made available, it'll tell us how we can go about working with the LJ certified working with all the chapters. As I mentioned earlier, they were deemed high risk, and I think we have to look at what requirements will be in place for the ARP. But I'll begin drafting those guidelines with DOJ. We do have members from DOJ on the call and working with them. Adonana Delegate Stewart, thank you always for just working with DCD keeping us updated on the chapters and working closely with DCD and the chapters, and ensuring that we're working closely together with staff and with officials. Staffing and capacity continues to be something we're trying to address, and as I mentioned before, it was something prior to CARES Act last year, and last year we dedicated a significant amount of time to the legislations that were tasked to DCD. It was the bathroom additions, the power line, the chapter distribution, the heavy equipment. The heavy equipment was a spin-off as a high need or as a result of CS 7320, and we just completed 73-20 2 weeks ago. The temporary warehouse is being deconstructed right now and may be completed today. So while respectfully speaking, some of the divisions have returned to somewhat of a normal operation, we're still working and managing some of the CARES Act from last year and preparing for ARP. So we will continue to reach out and advocate for our capacity, and I requested to come before NABI again on our capacity plan, and I just feel that that's really going to be a big focus this year, is how are we going to complete this? And that's such a powerful question, is how can we present a plan and equally present the plan to execute it and implement it? And that weighs heavily on my thoughts. Thank you, Eugene So, for your comments. We have been working with the Lands Department. We made additional requests yesterday to Division of Natural Resources to review and meet with Lands Department. I understand Lands Department will be going before Naabik'íyáti next week, and we've been requesting with Lands Department to meet with them on some of the housing questions, specifically on home sites, some of the clearances, and some of these yield clearances that pertain to infrastructure and housing. They're a critical part of this conversation and a critical part of our ability to complete these projects. So we do rely heavily on the Division of Natural Resources, Lands Department, and Division of Natural Resources as a whole. So we'll continue to meet with them and present some of our conversations both to oversight and to Naabik'íyáti. There's also the one-stop shop. That could play a critical role in how we execute ARP plans. That is one of my tasks, working with Division of Natural Resources and RDC, is to address the realization of the one-stop shop. And the one-stop shop includes all of these entities to come together in a streamlined approach with a quick turnaround to respond to these clearances and some of these challenges that we have internally. And the purpose of the one-stop shop is to be time conscious. And that's what we want. We don't want to be held up on some of these clearances, or we don't want to be held up on some of our internal review process. We want to be able to expedite these projects. So we'll continue to move on that concept of the one-stop shop and coordinate these communications with other divisions and keep leadership updated. So Speaker, those are my responses. And I also have the ARP housing plan that we like to transition to if possible. That would be my request. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yeldman, for that response, and thank you very much for adding on to the discussion too as well, and adhering to the, I guess, the whole, meaning of this work session, and that's a collaboration effort that we're going to be working on together in making sure that this is a formidable process. So with that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. And as of this time, I do not have anybody in the queue. Are there any further comments or questions for Dr. Yeldman at this time?
Speaker, Delegate James here.
Honorable Bench James.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith, put me in queue, please.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Any other comments, questions, colleagues?
Vice Chair Smith has a question.
If there's no one, let me go back to Honorable Vince James. Honorable James, the floor is yours.
Another speaker, other members of the 24th National Nation Council, other Daisino Igi, Chaska Sinko, Kodo, Bahna Dishkido Lefiki, Jo A Tarnas Nelle, Aj has Anigi, Oko, O Hayuj, Eya, Kodo, Banahadot, Intoba Yadot, Ado Kodo based the workade, Oko, Kodo, Eya. Tarnas Nelegan Lenny Benat Ahtan Le Arba Ajite Nishik Hojopa Adinzen Ako Kodo Shema Dr. Yeldman Idala Hait Ahod Eya E Kodon Hinat Ah Lenigi President Nes Halit Aye a case Zila Ada ye a case based on chapters which Quadnaho a quagish atobe elchenha zista edota that I tabe elchenha ziako oko the quagi cares from the base of hanite eta or se hahol jeta ita legislation source oko chapters which are based on kodor needs the snow be iya satsi tle beshma sa ani gleni. Yeah, on his idea, there's of the link. I don't de but touch a hadisho legislation that non source chapters which are quite me go oko in the add in the ebe las link de quite the whole just add on a launch quite a based on hitch quite what the net nena hello da net hello ko ot nebesin da nena hello what on orange ni not ahtan lenigi partners net has underdoted mesh date neshiki chapter officials and staff on orange original kosi atzai adobe a day based on his not ni jekot abe ha o zi ko e kodat ehigi aquai be na hoyi nado be ya e kodon he chapters in linigi katnas nel be na hoyi nanigi aquai gish be hinzi ko ash be a ko katnas nel be so be kodne ko bish be zinish a ko bish be na hat a so hat a hatet a ko Ako shisi do e hot abahna tishkido lesako. No ye case zingo sobe ishtan is ordinary. Ado ade band et tiako bin ye ajanat ani leako. Ako ben hit na hodine ben hit hodi as. Ako edo do haoshi na huit ado le de ko yadat it has twin his dani. That based on his quadne to be neither to lick the stock. Oh, what are in his horde show? Watch eating the niggy bitchin days aho, conducting his horde show. Okokon hit partners Nelnas Neliki Hajo, but a danger Hajo or this had no oko, they hanit the oko, are that she hot a section. Ada zit audiato ella kanaz nele venat ahnan benito de nishida da yisito pa hotot lida eda zepenina hot bechen na huilnado bechen na hotisna ni hot jishako akot edala hat git ella na hot ipenina ella kanaz nele beso do bechen quiz nesta chokot ako ako hashit kanaz neliban deniki jono benan shite yat hote toseno hat benahaga betotezindi ye na zingo benan shite dil on na hajo pa denzo kanaz nele hat ade na deshi lenko na haik des inko ado hashit ani Yahnatil Trasto, Bahanatatil Trashinde. Jo, personal Kahegi, hot out Ishtane, and Anayil in Lenko. Oko she quite kissing so, Bahnatish Ketolis. Hala and Nati Koto, see her sen, has the base on Leniki, or her yun he chatted, Naz Ned. Onas nel o be'elkihuit ahon hitoljish. OMB do ato business unit number ileta. Controller ato ako lansis nita. OOC has ando do lansis nita. DOJ has ando do lansis nita. Ohot o kihuit aho baneko o peso onas nel ako. O hayu si hasan the peso lini hot asan Udalahit aho dik akodo arpa beso gi eyan de oko had egita di need the cash match di no bahanete oko dan ane beso besa ata hoto nifigi ekiten na nesho hot apo honet na jonobe da huitol pinson has oko di de kosin tanas ata ni kanfnio haje la dole Haj la itil kin la benia hatten ado le ndahato neto ado le enchitahatiot is akonde achendo ne kin ba hatten hat nigo ahot holji saleko okoko ohot hit na hat anleko ado di de kosin sanast ata do potetos na benia ata atse hat nigo Ohot yati or stop in the yakin at den hat nebo. Benina, thanks Aden has tweed on his army, Hajona has so tanta bidi, nene, on lady, Kenyata Ade, Kinda has lanje, Hako nabidi, no, or na hol jish. Oko, Oquagina has ako, he taught nas nelebikin, that yat ehigi, they deal says as kidnap bandit, as kidnap by yadis, chokot out. Na has unleko, Hajo justify Eliago, Hajo Naabik'íyáti or she, Jono kin, Dadotne. Okot chita indolis. Naha chinin hik Naha da is nelit, that hayu, yat asa kin lini keta hat asa yiso keta hat ego, be not east hon his the whale jish. Yen the kosin sanas his hands neo. Ahande a large Suzanne Amma ahande the cousin side ado attention adon den da nahan jishe a jaen leniki the cousin sanas nabiti lahna hodot me ado nahoti jishe khishin a chine a toke a ke nanatza the cousin sa but ade nahat ni go kot ni nahaz ako Idalahit aho kodon hinat ahlini President Nez lahit ayan sekis chapters nahaz housing discretionary funds so that hayun hidden the edge hajo ba'dan neko nahokin sa hindene sa shon the tason la beshika ohlit shon the kodo shakho kim bakai bikinal ki beshika ohli Chestan hit non hit hold jishako okodat ego hajo justify adalia go she base of the yanchi de do it ho a pakaha isen apo Khalid a ban so case la aden hit as ani Khalid not our president Nazam the case Adonana de Jeda Alta Naho bathroom addition technique or hot aba yeki on his hodges. Oko Eda Yego Baho Josh Ket. Here ha art hodge a dotly thought art hodge a labicart dotly that all the hot. Or her you hit a lenigi Jedaka bathroom additions if they yoke on his hodges. Satan has tweet in his army, but the Hajo Bao a yabit is the hollow at then. Jito Dashan, the door, finish and asking so quite a shot of stage if that nego in his aunt that is states a link. At how you do it a day need that hard to eat either. As it are what are been his gorgeous. As you her name, but not a vantage that no. Shinali Hanatse honorable Ado so ha speed edole some beat the high cripple at the date Toba Sahun Lord after that the bathroom edition hard that now hit is so the whole Lord or live to dig it out in see if KC it echo ha holat ya di hajo tona ragi chetos mixta oh how you base of the Navajo Nation has ando besos en el chapter de besos en el BRA has ande besos o hayus en el IHS has ande besos o hayu o nas ned oko aid asko hined zogot the question the maid so besos en el gonna has ako yet o kotet in hilat so higi as na hot as o isin da hoid na okashi njono hala anash ao a day need no thinking called Jishiko. Hahoshe ya koto nahat upper handil ye, ni partners nell has ad. Hahoshe ya bahatot lead all this. I da ya o hayun ni nothing zono da illa. I da in nothing zono na nation lini based partners nell has ad. Yen don haba hatot leader, don hanzenda. Oko ebeni na addition had gola ya di kodoban saha partners nel has ando eda sa kodo base of the kodo means eda bihiki isa added ya ado lebeche kodo ni hala ya added his net or yuche or do le sando okot eda ko o ha shid o koden saga ho zande no, star not that me, Shinale, Ado so. Ado nana the rule addressing, Honanat rule addressing, that unlay that they, Nihicha ha at the Oko, at then, the ordinata, Oko, Konza the whole just a hot honor has, ha, that lay na hot it has leo, ha, hoshing ordinate. Tanda is cheho traho bestrata de lieke e ko lie la e ha de bogan e ko lie la ha ke da hat ni go chitet over kai da handa i cheho trata de lieke ha de la o de ha de la role addressing that she yeset o hun say so has that she yeset o kot aho e na ho just very role addressing is very, very important for the Navajo Nation. What abe hanaste, hinaste, hanaste, Khalid edo hajo first priority oseta. Ela what aba hozendole. Ela what lanjet not agokola. Eya ekodo ba hozendole. Jokot has Kadet o hayun hik leni the kosin sanast it ata banast edo. Ashon sa ha has kai. I shan't Azel endot haskri. Inch and Lenigi, Yabachin dast or Plan Han Nahaskri. A coco, but at Deho, oxygen to give it at Deho, hard the Shino gun shin hey hola, so we can't deliver the oxygen bottle to you. Edo Dandle, Ikita di Tind, as Nahata as Tin Ada Shitato Hat, Edo Ta Anendle, Zale and the Bacadinas, Ada Ea Abahat Ada Agent, or Tlays Abahat Ada Agent, Tahuit, Tabet Nigo, Nihit the Neba, the Hajo Pao, Abazaka Ada Ea Artisan Taints in the Yila. Breathing treatments at that, but there's been a acquired get your day don't eat roll at dressing been yet put had that air or listen at then oh what on hit the nabbit and now we learn his whole just a call. What yego na is nani echo. I don't think that Hanan a shoulder projects at Nico behind the code oh how you hit the net a not into you a how she the quiet solar panels and hit could these me double dot need and hit the net. And they are done that Nahal just show hey I at Naho and it left the quato Shanti but are there basic chi are there any a nachet Nahadoto Hala a nachet and it double dot need there. I don't the bata we sees that. Or what are a cares funds in Lenigi hard she does in or what are not keeper nationet are not keeper into you a to na yoki ha she squajon quite it as argo alia something but are there basic chi is any she don't need the ha she lego net test on it then she star ho hard you get Jason and they had your but they say now or the I na had it I you the basic cheating it should that nego I don't think a hashi that nice chat of shit na how Jean a hit this cuddle amen hallelujah the snake so there's indeed in some hashi I that is the kajo but not in basic cheese and she had don't is that no hard a lot into you a but shit na kai hard a lot has tweet on a day's niche that isn't this or what are a whole G's not thought or not honest is. Or what are not kidding basic card or Lawsant or what that's a lane. Dig out in has twin his army, yen hit the yadas here. Naha action in hit a hashing or what are net are over the net are a what are a yadas here. She says they do what are yes yadas here. A cocolaha hola egg are ni. Ani sadiki eya ekodo bebe yes kito left ani sad okodo nesiki ado nede okbe okodo nesiki hahola eya baba okodo nisla chukot sto e bakaha isin apo ani ekodi warehouse e o kode saga hot lande o ano as ani in lako as no safe as can hit me later chapter yet over the Hajo Bao Sahona has uncle. Hahoshe added a warehouse fund darkness. Hahoshe added kin banda darkness. Argent yet all her unit the nature that os as ni so hahoshe added Nikin de lo oban Christ. That over in this case though that's about Yamin Zindashe. Nisha partners Nilaba Hajo Bao Sa hahoshe added shot or that the honesty negos are added hati daseko. A conda that ha il did a conda that by a conning that on so than his whole sticky out in his nahas ho a cohort echo the Naabik'íyáti has ano ben hitch and nahot it haholat a ben he came to car to put a shizindo a codo pa na desk kidole ado codo Ajashin da has been the Ashishan to Ashinat no Slenigi ni a koto or a huge and nahot it such in our that behata is still behanana still ya the let ash a check a hoyanana shishin no name the shin a koto the quiz the bahat the hota ashot men hate in his toko kot out a Sad Lini Behas Tito listen Chinale Speaker Akeha, all members of the council, Ado Nana Shama, Division of Community Development Director, Lini Dr. Yellowman, Ado Ajin Hinana Shitas any Ado Daisino So na he taught nas mele nas meligi astro isono aigi what aigi has speak or the thing his tahano or the
Oh, thank you, Honorable James, for those comments and questions, and also that clarity of understanding too as well. To colleagues and everybody that's listening in, thank you very much. We are on our first presentation from Dr. Yellowman. Before I go back to Dr. Yellowman, I do have Honorable Vice Chair Smith in the queue, so let me go ahead and give, and then I have Honorable Chairman Nez. But before we go to Chairman Nez, I'm going to Vice Chair Smith, and then I'll go back to you, Dr. Yellowman. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and Naabik'íyáti committee members of Navajo Nation. My question is to Dr. Yellowman. I appreciate the presentation out of the preparation on behalf of Hoan. Up and down there, my tour, what on Hoan I see the way. Actually, what we saw what on Hoan, it's a answer that case. Because in Sagi, na states at the Hoan now so Hoan now so Tabadina. Hoan the Yokit. So I see the Bogan, I see Bajo Paya. A larger dot, asking son did. Did a night the kid gay Dr. Yellowman down so John. I couldn't did late partners lily cushy added we saw Ishbita Hosne, when you stayed at Hosne, the Hoan that again they Hoan Tau. Led a vision that Sato, Hoan that Egido, led Nasos Picado, so Benyegi, when you stayed at Ne. A night the kid, Kadea, Yard lady, Washington, Bendo, Nishdo, but Chato, Elana needs and Kushi. Educated had any each district that they know not deemed that they if this was on the other has yanko even yesterday that the Elan and Dida or Quishing or one I see Dutch one that Agi they're living in really substandard conditions. Dr. Yellowman, I think the word should get out as soon as possible. Maybe it has, but I think it should be advertised as soon as we can as possible. I support this Dean Juniat, Bayatido, Hota Yahan, Ne, Hoan, Yokid, Quichin Hotan, Shia, Masan, Hoshia, Hoan Shadne, Hoshia, Beso, Mahalodo, Hotan, Hoko, Eda, Ewata, Igis, Hijia, that Hito, and Benachaya. Hinanishita digni. What up? So, when I did, I don't say, what up? Not only Habashnet, senior been snow. Go, one is I don't think in here, how long passing. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Moving on down, Chairman Nez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Ado response on the clinician and also at an I don't know which other staff that Nashigi Quagi. Ado Station of Agi, Shike, Ado Shitan of Senigi. Ado Dr. Yellowman Koro, nature present in Lagi Koro. We need Inido Naabik'íyáti a handle chapters done a and has igi hit out the niche put that deep beso so the mail so then again hitching holna the start hard as one liao in hitching holna these funds here it really should be lucrative for chapters. Lay chapters they had to chapter get at the need and the lay chapter banadan تخبيدا تن أتي تن أتي بيدا تن خشيت هت أنسن. I often wonder why a lot of our people are still without water and electricity. Aro NTOA and Hesnego, you have service provider and Shen Hesno. On Hino, if they were a service provider, I believe most of our people would have had running water and electricity. Oh, pesa bachan, well, ego, ha, shinyabas, the hojno. Yenestan. How do we make it right? Hit out hajo a deal, nisk a day. Net the net hoins and dot the nets and cushions and lawn nines and beta deniki. In here the holonigate on here, don't hat check or be not a better hashing, and I'll kid a hat a kiss. Deep better than a kishin or lana winds and holad or lesla winds and ocean sodas and yenas, that I wonder. Hajilan and put on no not a deal what over and I could at the ahot, Asian Tanzan. Unless in his last son, the Ahodan Hesna, a Nesco en Hehan Dan, Asher Nedan, Ahot Abahonitsen. Hakotia, Yusepe sort, Sohoki, Hajo, the nation hit a net, hope by Hodor less. Ajiko a larger priority, the Hodorson, Shara broadband, or Yahishi Kunne. A hot ended the net Hobbetia eat seko Dodson, is with ya eat seko ha. Home site lease, okay. A cody home site lease, again, where Hodongo, that the Hashin. Hobbetia had odds, Dodson, especially had odds. Yahan latte, Tratnas, Nelbaganda. I wrote the netty tobeda, then he ashing be added or grato di hot how one can't so go shin be kai shandot asiki asan has to go shahadot zotonal sourceki koro the bebnan and lenny donald sauce and the jahiki the bebnal sauce. Busy day or late niniki sheep and then asa. Hala exchange sahonate long yo. Dota hidin, dota shishikaya shishitet ida hidin. Yes, la wait, alla ena campus had it. You had the now canko handed the net hobby had all little winson. I don't that home site there has made up a kenne you have. Not so first at a Liago, you have rights of way, nana, at our service line agreements. On this case, Goshenant, I know Seneke. The peso, so okay, all this money that is going to come to the nation. We don't need to give out waivers. I believe that we can figure out a way that the Navajo Nation can be paid for rights. What a story then hitchin sezon hitchin to this go none hit that no que the waiver and had a saying hit that no but then special has she so what I stand over this oh and oh one says oh so it's ego yeah Kim's gonna go just no so for nice nice the art building how much did it cost and telling us they're a service provider you hit that oh the kid on it the hand how you stand I believe this money should pay rights of ways. The nation will receive some of that money. It's not in ways money or anybody will get water and electricity. We advocate on behalf of our people, our dear Navajo people on this great Navajo nation. Let's put it to the test. Let's get these rights of way and service line agreements, and let's get some money off of the federal government from this ARPA money. NTA, and this is how we want it, NTA. You don't tell us what to do. We're going to tell you. We're going to put it in writing here. Rights of ways, you're going to use this money to pay for it. You're going to pay the Navajo Nation. Service line agreements, same thing. You don't need waivers. They're a service provider. Let's go back to that. Let's see how many people can get water and electricity. On this case, go one-stop shop. As Resources and Development Committee, we need to fix it. We need to make sure that it's in place. One Asagi has Agi. Now, source I can tell the Nebuchadnezzar they let on late or a big gift on the rated, and that's what he had does not at all. I read a queer than that. I don't know, zone that. Yeah, but the house on that. Neka sent us a PowerPoint presentation at the end of the December. Just to see a grandpa smiling. The first time that they ever had water. And this gentleman is probably over 80 years old. He finally had water. I see Vince James. No, let's do this. Let's use the ARPA money for rights of ways. If we want to expedite it, it's a win-win situation. We get the money, our people get water, and the Navajo Nation gets some of this money for their rights of ways and service line agreements. Some of these money should go to the local chapter also for art clearance, surveys. Let's take care of them right now. You said now, I don't on it, and then he said, I had a base one has unnate, then he can't deal with that. He said, text this. I read about now, is not the day, Chagon Heganda. Not any ashorn, he can't again, he don't know. There's any had a deal, Nito and hidden there, La, Tobatar out, sit out, and this was he had a dot. Ended on fast, and yet, so as a send the special scene, sick case, get your lately broadband. Though she and Adam they sat on here date and I go they need some. Even now, obey sassy, they got every got already, no. The Huyandations for better. At then I sat some dad or not 100 Nisha. The never the house or not to be no. Windmill repair that I know. She repairs things and say replacement things and earthen dams that are neck raising officials. I seen later the spouse and water trucks that I know. Grazing officials are doing their job. you say, then. And they've been that I should say email last or RDC the schedule now. Let's say we're going to change our meeting times because we want to listen to RDC. Then he's last partners Nelbaganda as to teaching she called and he's in a house turning and that or least. I don't add a banana she gets that none. I think that the net is Hanet na ebe tot den Hanet nights and spät denke ja job. So da Nils they say think what yat hot is Nielsen and I not denke President Nez are that is that chance though the net is out otherwise they say it less I don't bend I can go veto and never said the Kosohala non machine yen here sink ben hit all zing ben hatsukle a when sendo a share is not agidoshin and I see at eho it bite is making hit and thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez. Thank you very much for those words and recommendations. Colleagues, at this time, I don't have anybody else in the queue, but if there's anybody else, just text it in. Let me go back to Dr. Yellowman, and then there's a response, and then we'll go ahead and push forward from there. Dr. Yellowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Adonana Hiash, Delegate Vince James, thank you for your comments and caring so much for the people, and taking your comments and reflecting on them as well. And I think we want to make sure that we are honest and upfront with the Navajo people and making sure that we deliver these services and that we complete these services, much needed services. What I'm responsible for addressing these dire needs, and many of them surfaced last year during the pandemic. But when I started, I inherited some things that took me a long time to figure out and took me a long time to change. And I feel that DCD is moving in a direction that can be more responsive to these changes and supported both by OPVP and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And that's really what it takes. It takes a coordinated effort to address these heavy issues, just very similar to what Chair Nesh just brought up. These root causes, deep-rooted causes, layered by years of complex laws or complex requirements. And it seems like we're now getting to these deep-rooted issues and could lift these requirements to actually get some change here on the Navajo Nation. So I know these were comments, but I with your support, would like to continue addressing these issues, these deep-rooted issues, and present the best possible plans moving forward, best possible realistic plans. And I know DCD, we are often, as I believe it was Shanella Delegate Otto, so he said, we're the middleman. Well, we might be the middleman, but we play a critical role in that middleman part. And we all want the same for the chapters and for the Navajo people. But I will continue to work on on how the Division of Community Development can respond to these needs. And we're not a small division, we're a large division. Capital outlay, housing, rural addressing, ASC, those are major components of the Navajo Nation, and a large responsibility that I have been tasked with. So I appreciate the comments, and I listen to them. I listen to them because you provide that history and you provide that guidance, and it is part of who I am to listen and to think about how we're going to respond back to those needs. So I'll continue on here. Ananana, Delegate Raymond Smith, regarding the housing, I do plan to share the housing ARP plan here with members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And I do want to be careful with how we solicit on the housing application. We, without jumping too far ahead on the presentation, we do have a very similar memo that we issued to the chapters on the project listing, and this memo is regarding not input, but the application process for the ARP website that we dedicated to just housing. But our proposal today is just a proposal. It's not funded. I have to be careful that if we start soliciting for housing, as it is right now, we are federally funded, and we're federally funded by ICDBG funds, HIP, BIA funds, and those funds do not respond, or those funds those funds have strict requirements. Where our request to the nation would be to request for funds that are less restrictive so that we can meet the better needs of the Navajo Nation's housing concerns. So if I issue those solicitations now, and for some reason leadership decides on a different route for housing, then I would have solicited a massive amount of applications without the funding. So I have to be careful, and I have to work closely with leadership and work closely with the Navajo people so that we time it in a way that produces the best results. And I can go further into detail on that in our housing plan. So I just want to share that with you. That was a concern, if you recall, last year under the CARES Act, under 209-20, that did not come to fruition. And then under 144, before it came 67-20, when 144 was going through the legislative process and discussion, there was discussion on housing, but those were proposals and it had not been fully funded at that point. So we had to kind of learn our lessons on how we anticipate the legislative process. So I just want to share that, but we are hopeful that our housing plan is considered, and we're hopeful that our housing plan is supported, and that we come to agreement as to how CHID can best address the housing need. So thank you, Speaker. I'll conclude there. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman, for the response. With that, colleagues, let me move on down. Honorable Naabik'íyáti. Am I still on? Can you hear me?
Oh.
Great. Naabik'íyáti.
Speaker, this is Manuel. Honorable Keelan McGee is calling back in. His call dropped.
Speaker Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland.
Can you put me in the queue box?
Let me go to you right now, and then I'll come back to Keelan McGee. Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, Naabik'íyáti, staff, as well as all of those listening. Dr. Yellowman, good afternoon. I want to say, first of all, it's a beautiful day in White Rock Chapter, New Mexico. I'm here with my officials and chapter administrative staff. We just received our backhoe. So the community, the chapter, the officials are very thankful and very appreciative of all the work that we did and all the work that ECD did as well. A huge thank you from White Rock Chapter to everyone that was a part of this. I did say there's a lot of thank yous that we got to remember, and it's going to make a huge difference for White Rock. So yeah, I want to open up with that. Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for your presentation. I did hear the majority of it. One thing that really caught my attention, of course, was an acknowledgement is to the families, the employees that have been working. I know your division has been at this since March, and you probably have staff that are maybe worn out, tired, mentally, physically drained. The families have a lot of sacrifice as well. We just want to say thank you to them, especially the families. That acknowledgement, I think, needs to be very appropriate because you guys have been working with our chapter since March. The ASC staff as well, everyone in Division Community Development. Just want to acknowledge that. Colleagues, other speaker, I appreciate this discussion, and for me, having 8 chapters and being with one of them today, I'm headed to my next chapter, Crown Point. But I really want to encourage this body and the president and the judicial branch to come together this time. And I think I've mentioned this before. I think we learned a lot from the CARES Act, and let's do it right this time, Shnata. Let's get it done this time. I think of the communities, especially the people that are counting on us, and let's do it right this time. I think we learned a valuable lesson with CARES. These discussions are good, yes. These discussions we've been having have been very, very thoughtful and proactive. But we won't know anything until we receive those Treasury guidelines, what our next moves are going to be. How are we going to proceed forward? We don't know what those Treasury guidelines are going to stipulate. The CARES Act was very stringent. I can always continue to hear the controller referring to the Treasury guidelines. I hope this Treasury guidelines are not as stringent as the previous CARES Act guidelines were. So with the new president, with the new Treasury Secretary, with them focusing on tribes and rural America, I hope these guidelines are a little bit more lenient than what we got with CARES Act. So I'm anticipating a lot of movement next until those Treasury guidelines are received. My chapters are proactive and they're preparing ARP, and there's also the White House Infrastructure Fund that I'm trying to get them mobilized for. I've already had 2 chapters submit. I'm going to submit one package to Senator Lujan's office by Friday, and hopefully we can get some projects out of the President Biden's infrastructure plan that will be submitted to the White House. So I'm working on that as well. But Shanta, speaker, colleagues, I just wanted to mention and say thank you again for all the discussion and hard work that we're doing. Those Treasury guidelines are still on my mind. They weigh on my mind heavily. Until then, I can't I can't guide or I can't give any really acknowledgement or any sort of advice to my chapters on the next move because we don't know what those Treasury guidelines will stipulate. So, any speakers want to mention that? Say thank you again, Dr. Yeoman. Thank you to your team. I know you guys been at it since March. Those warehouses, I think, are coming down. I saw some of the warehouses coming down. But thank you for working with all of our chapters. Thank you for, I know you guys get stretched thin, but there's only so much you can do. But, we've been all at this since March, since the declaration. And, yes, there's room for opportunity and growth. There's always that opportunity and growth factor, but we have to work with what we got right now. And, for me, and being out here in the local level, there's no better feeling than being out here at the local level. And today I am. And it is so nice to see a cloudy blue sky, the wind blowing, but looking towards the Chusco Mountains. But knowing that our people are safe, knowing that our people are out here being resilient and practicing, social distancing, practicing the ways of what we were told to do. So, Edia, speakers, colleagues, I just want to say that. Thank you, Dr. Yeoman, for the presentation, and let's collaborate. Let's work on this, and really want to encourage you and the staff to continue to even further reach out to the chapters as well. What more can we do for our chapters to support them, and in turn they turn around and help our people? We need to continue to focus on that as well. So, Edia, speaker, thank you. God bless my colleagues, each and every one of you. God bless the Navajo Nation. Thank you, speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for those words. Let me go back to now. I think Honorable Kelm Gay, are you back on the line?
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm driving into Windrock and my call got dropped. But Deed Kodo Anidia Shanaya Hadzi RDC Chairman Ado Shanalata Yahatahasi Kodo. I believe that NTUA should cease asking potential recipient of electricity rather than saying that this is how much money that you need to pay to get electricity, but rather say that this is when we'll connect your home for electricity. And I believe that NTUA should really work with the council in how they need to, how much money that they're asking is being incorporated in paying the cost of getting the electricity to every home that needs electricity right now. Maybe RDC at the next meeting, which is tomorrow. Maybe we get a report, if not the following week or the following week, because next week is our council session, and how they're working with the Navajo Nation. Electricity, the net I've been forwarding a lot of these into a cost estimate. They're not in the hundreds, they're in the thousands. There was one particular family at Touchy Blue Gap saying that hardship funding, but we're just saving it to give it to NTUA just so that we get electricity north. At one of Touchy Blue Gap chapter. Now, the net ashon yal bichotal ya or not our own Navajo enterprise base just so that they get electricity. I appreciate my colleague saying that NTUA should just step up and start connecting electricity to our Navajo people that are in need of getting the electricity. I think we really need to strategize. So, speaker and RDC members, I believe that we need a response back from NTA of how they're going to move forward in this particular fashion. And I know they'll start bringing up a lot of these issues with land department and right-of-ways and so on. Yes, that's the case. That's where we'll help them say, okay, we're going to provide the money to you. Just give us a cost estimate of how much this Navajo family, and then the district is another thing. The district, light up Navajo only in the radius of 1 mile. It shouldn't be 1 mile radius. It should be wherever this power line is. There's a connection at one power line projects, and those should be incorporated into this particular plan. Speaker, REC chair, we need to regroup with NTUAs, and then also with NECADA or IHS from yesterday's meeting that they need to reach out to. I think this is one thing that I've asked them last week. NTUA, IHS, and NECA is that, can you guys reach out and ask, maybe subcontract a lot of these projects so that we don't wait several years to get water out there, but let's shorten these process so that there should be not a line of projects lined up. So we'll get to it when we're done with this project. I think that there should be maybe at least at each delegates region, or if not at agency level, that there should be a wholehearted group of increase of these projects. These services, so that's one thing that I'm requesting each of the enterprises to provide us information. And then another thing, Speaker, I know this probably will be complicated, but on phone, and then a lot of there's a disadvantage of our Navajo people. A lot of times people have to park somewhere, maybe just even to listen in. I mean, how can we use KTNN as Navajo Nation enterprise as well? Are they able to provide some type of daily discussions of what we're by is being relayed through the radio station that our general population of the Navajo people are listening in. Because I believe that our Navajo people really needs to have an understanding of what and how we're discussing a lot of these funding. We're not just a messenger to the chapter and so on, but I think it's very much important that KTNN also needs to step up and provide a lot of these messages to be relayed to the Navajo people. Although, yes, Facebook and so on, that's just limited on the Navajo Nation because not every household have internet connection. I mean, but majority of it, I believe there is off reservation that are connected. But our grandmas and grandpas, masan don't hit chegi, radio beat. I mean, just like CNN, what say, I mean, ESPN, I mean, not ESPN, C-SPAN, all the session that's happening in the House of Representatives and U.S. Senate is being live streamed through the television. We only rely on internet, but that's limited on the Navajo Nation. But I think radio is more effective that can reach out to the general population of the Navajo people. I'm requesting on behalf of the Navajo Nation that somehow we need to set up a live broadcast through the radio so that our general Navajo population is well informed on these discussions, especially how we're discussing how we're going to be disseminating, allocating or budgeting the potential $1 billion that the Navajo Nation will be receiving. And then the KDK, that's going to go directly to the Navajo Nation. But I believe there's a lot of other funding that the federal government had appropriated. Like, for example, broadband, $1 billion potentially across the United States. Chapters the broadband service or cell service tower to eliminate a lot of these duplicated process of getting funding. Chapters natural resource USD aid you base was the grazing officials and windmills earthen dams other thing because argent based on Diniki paper class door according to Diniki not Loshiego Sabin ye in Atis according to the federal baker she don't see that ada arj paper on Nishida Lachit Akudo Department Agriculture in Ala Kudo approaching a lot of these outside source on behalf of these Navajo people. Date or Kochati based on that in state and in the other area that Navajo people are Navajo programs or Navaho chapters and even the people themselves will be able to have access to these other fundings that are available. And I'm glad Kodo Senator from New Mexico, Lujan, Arizona. Senators because I know New Mexico your Georgia Senator they want to chapters projects I took advantage of it. Can the Arizona delegate also submit project listing to the New Mexico senators so I wrote an email to the senator's office, but I haven't get a response back from them. I believe that the 50 plus chapters on the Arizona side wishes to probably submit some type of a funding request to the U.S. senators as well. I think there's a better coordinated effort that needs to be done by all the programs. The chapters and Dinigi projects in Washington, that's based on Dinigi, that the Wasiki that's because the 1 point whatever building Navajo Nation, which was almost half of it, if we're going to concentrate on water line, over 600 million is how much is needed to complete these water line projects that's currently in the listing, SDS listing. So automatically half of the $1 billion should we decide to go in that direction. Aside from getting prepared for the Navajo Nation chapters to submit projects listing, what's the other plan in asking and helping the chapters to submit other projects as well? Because I know each and every chapter will be asking that they want funding for completing a paved road, each chapter. So if you multiply that by 30 to 45 million, however mile this road constructions are, we're talking about almost $500 million again. Chapters on Diniki, if their focus is have a paved road within part of their community, Department of Transportation, and then having this as a separate proposal to the Congress. So could Speaker make some other recommendation in working directly and helping our chapters prepare, submitting a variety of projects, proposals called as administrators, that way it comes directly from a chapter. It's very much complicated if you're representing multiple chapters because they're in different situations. I mean, for me, I have to work with different district rating officials, different counties, and different supervisors, and so on. Different jurisdictions. State, each states in the they're considering allocating a certain amount of funding for the reservation, because the state of Arizona has 22 tribes. My understanding, the state of Arizona is receiving 16 to 17 billion. Based on the Navajo Nation chapters or counties and Linigi, so those are the variety. I'm sure it's still in the planning process, and those are some other areas I believe that we need to continue to help our local chapter preparing, submitting these various project proposals in all directions. So, Speaker, appreciate the time.
Speaker Senior, if you put me in the queue.
Thank you very much for those comments, Honorable Kellenberg. With that, colleagues, I do have looking at the queue right now. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton and then Chairman Hino. So let me go back to the floor, and Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours at this time.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and also colleagues, and also Ms. Yellowman for the presentation. It's good to see the presentation and the plans that are being provided here by DCD, and also the breakdown of where DCD is at with I guess some of the responsibilities that you have. And I know that staffing has been an issue, and that question has been asked a few times about, how you're planning to add more things to your plate when it seems like your plate is already full. You also used two terms throughout your presentation, strategic and then also communication. Part of having a strategy in place is making sure that that everybody who's involved with the planning is involved, and that they are a part of it, which kind of leads to the communication part of strategy. And so the communication, I know that you stated earlier that there was communication issues that were coming from Baker Tilly to the chapters. And it made me wonder, where DCD was in all of this. I would think that you would be communicating with your chapters, letting them know, what the rules are, and also letting the chapters know that these rules that were created were not rules created by the Navajo Nation. They were rules created by the Treasury, and that's what we're waiting on now, are the guidelines for ARPA. And so I've noticed that, you did several times now with your presentations have blamed the consultants for I guess, what chapters could not do. And I know that sometimes, we're all guilty of this. We want to hear what we want to hear. And I think at one point the controller came before us and said that I wish we could just grant everything that chapters are requesting, but really because we have those guidelines in place, we really have to be careful. And so, I just wonder, how or where DCD were you, Ms. Yellowman, where you were at when these communication errors were coming down. I think that, you've done this a couple of times. You've talked about how it was NECA's fault or how it was controller's fault or how it was Baker Tilly's fault. And so, it just makes me wonder where you're at in the equation. How much responsibility lies on you when it comes to communication to our chapters. I think that at least, I was a part of the meetings that were transpiring regarding the CARES money. And I also occasionally read up on the Treasury guidelines. And I asked at one point, how are these questions created? And the controller stated to council that there's a meeting that happens weekly, and some of these questions are the questions that come out, and then they post them on that FAQ. So, it seemed like the information was there, and I tried to keep up with it as much as I could, but it was a lot of information. So at one point, I know that as a delegate, I had to rely on what the controller was telling us because the controller was there at these meetings weekly. I wasn't there, and I didn't keep up with the FAQs. I did at the beginning, and I was very, very critical of the controller. But after I realized that I couldn't keep up with the FAQs and I couldn't keep up with the meetings that were happening because we were having our own meetings here in the nation, that I kind of had to go along with what the controller was telling us in hopes that she wasn't telling us to go ahead and move forward and putting the Navajo Nation in debt or, getting the nation in trouble with the way that some of these fundings were spent. I did try to keep up again with, with what was happening as far as what the requests were being made from chapters. And again, I think a lot of it, kind of just fell back on you as the division director. And I think it's easy to say, yeah, it's Baker Tilly's fault. They're the ones who said no. I think that, what you said earlier, we all need to work together as a team. It doesn't help when you have somebody who's just throwing you under the bus. So I'd like to ask you what your strategy is with getting these projects completed, not only with the ARPA funds that you are kind of asking for, but also with our New Mexico projects, with our Sehesan projects, with the bathroom additions, with the septic water projects that you have going on. I would really hate to take money from MHA, give it to DCD when there's not even a plan. It's kind of like we are trying to address an issue only to create another issue. And I have said it before and I'll say it again, I just don't have any confidence in DCD to carry out any of these projects. And I think that there are just so many issues that are coming out from DCD, and it makes me worry, how we are going to address these huge issues when we're not really getting communication, nor are we getting, the plans, what the strategy is in addressing all of these. I think there was some questions about, hiring local, contractors. How does DCD plan to address that? There's also rights of way issues. How does DCD plan to address that? There are also issues with updating at the chapters, because we know that the chapters are the first place that many of our people go to get answers. And you've stated on the record that you have no control over the chapters. So, how do you plan to get information if they're not listening to you, or if you're not communicating with them? I also want to comment on, I know that Chair Nez at one point, sent out an email regarding, questions about Title 26. And we were told that Title 26, at least what's been on the website, hasn't been updated. As with many of our chapter websites, many of our chapter websites are supposed to provide information to the community, but many of the chapters haven't updated their website in years. And it sounds like DCD hasn't updated their website as well too when it comes to Title 26 and what the rules and the laws are. I can go back and look for an email, but I do recall asking if I can get the most updated version of Title 26, and I still haven't received that yet. So I think in regards to communication, like the website is very important, because that's where a lot of people go to get information about what's going on within their chapters. But if the chapters are not posting information, then that communication barrier exists. So, it goes back to DCD. How are you guys planning to address that? The other thing that we heard a lot of during CARES, at least I did, was how there was not communication given to the people. And, I know that there was a complete government shutdown, and that, chapters had to shut down as well. But it seemed like there wasn't really a plan in place, because a lot of our people go to chapters to get information. A lot of our people, when something happens, that's the first place that they turn to is the chapters. But, in a lot of cases, there was no communication, not on the website, not coming from the chapter. If anything, there was one-way communication coming from the president through the KNDN radio forums that he was holding. But there was really no communication. And I know that a lot of people ask, why isn't council, communicating with us? And I made it very clear that we don't have the funding to go on to KNDN and KGAK. As a delegate, I did look into that option to provide my community an update. It was going to be around $1,000 to do that. And I don't have that kind of money. I know there's probably people who think that delegates make a lot of money, but we don't. And so, again, going back to the key word that you were using, communication, with what's going on with ARPA, with what's going on with chapters, how does DCD plan to address the communication barriers that exist between Window Rock and the people in the community? I've also questioned, and I have been questioning this even, I think when I was a brand new delegate, I asked this question about, delegates. Do we represent our chapter officials or do we represent our people? And so I think that's been a long-standing debate about, who we represent. And I like to think that I represent the people, because usually what happens is people will go to the chapter, they'll ask for assistance, they get denied, and then they turn to me as a delegate. And at the very first year, I had to educate a lot of people by telling them that we, as delegates, we don't have discretionary funds anymore, and that we haven't had it for quite some years. And, that these discretionary funds, people used to come to delegates to ask for help. A lot of our people still come to delegates and ask for help, groceries, gas. In fact, this morning I stopped off at the food distribution in Kirtland, and I found out that they have I know that this is not under DCD, this is actually under Department of Health, but when I stopped in, they have a pile of trash sitting in their warehouse because their trash services have ended. So I told them, I will pick up your trash on Friday. I'll come by, I will pick it up, I'll load it up, and I will pay for it. I think it's like $10 a load. But what the employees were doing was chipping in, and they were paying for trash. So all of these things we tend to hear kind of at the local level about services that should be provided that are not provided. And the one call that I get all the time in Shiprock on is septic tank services. And I hear that, you know, I hear it with every single person who calls me that the chapter doesn't provide that service. And, you know, it just makes me, you know, wonder, like, where is that communication breakdown coming? You know, like, where does it start? And I think a lot of it kind of falls back on DCD, and it falls back on you as a division director. So I think that, you know, when we're talking about communication to our people, you know, we really, I hate to recommend this, but I think it needs to happen. We need to hear from our people. We need to open up, you know, our chapters and have outside maybe chapter meetings. And I've talked to a speaker about how we could develop a legislation to do this. Many of our people during CARES, you know, I think I can honestly say that a majority of the decisions that were made by elected officials. They were not made by our people, because the chapters were shut down, because we couldn't have any large gatherings, and we all knew that, and we were doing it for the safety of our people. But, you know, with ARPA, I think that there's measures that we can take that will allow us to be able to hear directly from the people. And that's what the people want. They want to hear from their elected officials. They want to have that discussion. You know, they want to be heard, and not, you know, just being told, well, this is the decision that we've made. So, Ms. Yellowman, I would like to ask you, you know, to help me to figure out, you know, how we can address this issue. I have asked that, and I feel like when I get a response back from you or from Ms. Sunlatsa Jim Martin, it's always very snarky. And so I feel like, you know, you guys have been saying we're trying to address it. Well, I'm a delegate. I'm here. Take advantage and ask me for help. I will be happy to meet with you, teleconference or in person, to help you address some of these issues, these long-standing issues that you've been talking about. You know, let's sit down and let's figure it out. You have the right to go to any delegate to ask for help. And I made that clear in one email. We have had RDC members sponsor legislation from Department of Public Safety. LOC doesn't have any problems with that, because in the end, we know that it's helping the people. So I think it kind of falls back on your department, your division again. You can sit there and you can talk about all of the problems, but, you know, and you have a delegate who's saying, how can I help you? And you're not taking advantage of it. To me, it just kind of seems like, you know, it just, you know, we're not addressing the issue. And so I think that it goes back to communication. We need to communicate better so that we can properly plan for these fundings to be distributed to the people. And then the last thing that I want to say is I'm hoping that Pinedale chapter is listening, because Pinedale chapter, you know, I was very critical of chapters on Facebook. Pinedale chapter reached out to me and they said, come on out and see how we do things. Don't lump us into a group with everybody else, because every chapter is different. So I took them up on their offer, and I went out there on April 7th, and I met with Titus, Laverne, Clara, Sarah, and Wilbert. And they conducted their meeting. I actually went out there to see how they're doing their COVID food distribution, but they had a chapter meeting on that same date, and they invited me to come in and just watch them. And it was really inviting. You know, the chapter was very inviting, but I learned that the chapter was open throughout the pandemic. Their doors were open, and they took the proper measures to make sure that people who were coming in asking for services or assistance were being helped. They heard the concerns directly from the people, and they were communicating on how to address these issues. And I have to commend Pinedale chapter for, what they did during that time, during the pandemic. And I also have to commend them for, the way that they communicate and work together. And they are so transparent with what they do, with what they spend, that the chapter coordinator provides a report to them at every chapter meeting that breaks down the cost, and then also how much money is going to different services. And if people receive those services, they have their names in there, but this report is only for chapter officials, and then they also release a report that's kind of very general to the public. But they are very, very transparent. So I think that there are some really good chapters out there that are really helping people. And I think that there are some elected officials who are out there who really want to help the community. And then, there's not. And I can say that as a council delegate, we're kind of in the same thing where if one delegate messes up, all 23 other delegates are in the hot seat and we're to blame. So I just want to say that I think that there are some really good chapters out there that are really, really working, for the people, that are being very transparent, that are, willing to invite, other people into their chapters to see how they are doing things. And for those chapters, I just want to say thank you for being that type of chapter, and also for helping your community and being transparent. And then also, during the pandemic, helping, as much as you can by staying open. And I hope with this ARPA funds, I am planning to hold another community meeting so that I can hear directly from my community, how they would like to see some of these ARPA funds being spent. And I can say that, that there are a lot of ways, and people are being very creative. I've gone to some meetings where they're held outside and everybody stays in their car. And I've seen meetings where everybody is, measured 6 feet apart and they sit outside, but they're still encouraged to wear their masks, and there's no gatherings. So I've actually seen these, and I think that, we keep, as leadership, we keep saying that, we learned from CARES, we learned from what happened this past summer. I think that, we all have seen gatherings, and I think that there are proper ways of conducting meetings that will allow us to be able to hear directly from the people that we represent within our communities. And I promise you that if you ask the elders if that's what they want to do, I promise you that if not all of them, a majority of them will say yes, that they do want to hear what is happening. They do want to have that dialect once again with their leaders, and they're waiting for that. So thank you, Speaker. I don't expect a reply. I will email you these questions that I've asked. And I'd like the reply in writing. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for those comments and questions. At this time, before I go back to Dr. Yellowman, I do have Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, I have you in the queue. Honorable Yellow Hair, let me go to you first. Can you hear me, Honorable Yellow Hair?
Huh? No.
Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. The 24 councilmen. Dr. Yellowman, but you got the Navajo Nation. Jimmy L here. I'm very pleased to all 24 council this morning. Your concern is my concern too. Those concerns, it's a real matters. It's very important to me Bayashkishnat on the share. Shirokut on him. Everything has been said about that. So see, Bakon here, not Iki. Arokoto ya, Shikis Mr. Anwar Rignet, the Hatzigi. I let out, let's don't waste time from here on. Shiroban says, Kiskoya. These like ecological survey that we should put up money, put it on a separate account and legislations, waterland that they put on. So these can be clearance can be clear immediately. Without it, yeah, so it over time, Mr. Nadia had see it over time cut the shot and so it can be speed up these requisitions and purchase orders, and so we can get this thing going. A call over on Saskatchewan. Bahatzi, not on it, no Bahata, so see, she don't care those also by Yasti. It all about this. I support it. I don't appreciate that very element. Or yes, Carmen was it all. Bahatzi, Toy as best in Hoti. All of the head to the Chimbagani, charge let it on the nay. So such a glance at the nay. Message Latina, I hate all I see. Kadon dahi kifani kadon ni change masani hinale that ende nahas kai is adon hajon tas bin da nini ho hai got ebni na ope va hens no das ka ji skati not just my chapters, your chapters also. So what I found that mini meal bayati I'll be working with Mr. Dave McDaniel on this matter to take care of this business once and for all. Ira de zapa yel kida di nini here honso slado the asis katita shouldn't ados Dr. Yellman. Thank you for all your work and expertise and each one of your consonants and Ebe had a speaker and taking a lot of time. No, in Hassan, Ado Bahins and what are the Bahas look forward. I'll get off right now, go back and make now. Everything's been said, so God bless each one of us. Take care of this project and use this April money. God bless. And also, we still need a clean out the book on the caretaker money too. We're going to put down to zero in the bank balance account. We'll put it to zero. We may need another money for our people the difference so we can pay them. God bless. I want to talk about it. Yeah, speaker, thank you for the time.
Who's there?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. With that, colleagues, let me go back to Dr. Yellowman at this time. Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members of the 24th Council, for your comments. Delegate Mark Freeland, thank you for your comments, and I am thankful that the White Rock chapter received their heavy equipment. One of my tasks, well, actually, before that, the week of the November 20th, many of the requests from the chapters through the 73-20 and the assessments, many of the requests were for heavy equipment, a majority of them. And it was through a phone call on that Friday afternoon, November 20th, that we asked for an extension and just to address some of these. That conversation led to the heavy equipment legislation. And all of the chapters participated, and all of the delegates responded, and I'm appreciative of the outcome of it. One of the tasks to DCD from the President's office early on was how do we address things like poverty? How do we address hardship out at the community level? And with the investment of heavy equipment, and these types of equipment that were delivered to the chapters, like the motor grader, the blade graders, the backhoe, that motor grader is going to fix the road in one of your communities. and that's going to get somebody to work. And that's how we help our people. That backhoe is going to help clear out land so that somebody from Albuquerque, Salt Lake City, or Phoenix can move home. And so the chapters have that ability now to do that for their community. They have that ability to respond. Last year, we were tasked early on with burials. That's such a heavy component. Nowhere in the 20 years of grad school or any type of training ever prepares someone to put together a burial assistance plan for their tribe. But we relied heavily on the chapters and CHID with the burial assistance, and we needed heavy equipment. And those are some of the needs that the people have. And so I'm very thankful for the heavy equipment team here at DCD and the chapters that worked on all of their heavy equipment listing, and the speaker's office as well for coordinating with us on the heavy equipment. So thank you for your comments, and to our staff as well. Jimmy Yellowhair, Shanant, yeah, thank you for inviting me to your community yesterday. And I'm very saddened to see the Whippoorwill chapter house. But I do know that your community and your chapter officials were already convening, and they were overcoming. And I saw a lot of resilience yesterday from your community and coming together and wanting more for your community of Whippoorwill. And I appreciate being out there yesterday, and always appreciate your efforts as well to address some of these heavy concerns and heavy dialogue that we see in your area, and continue to communicate and collaborate with you, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So, yeah. Adonana Kialan Bigay, thank you. I know you're coming into town right now, and we have a meeting in 10 minutes. So I appreciate the concerns with NTUA. We'll continue to meet with NTUA and discuss those right-of-way concerns and the right-of-way issues. I also have a good feeling that NTUA, they're very responsive, and they've been working closely. So we need to coordinate these heavy discussions, and this is the best time to do that. We need to alleviate some of those barriers and address the waiver or non-waiver, but make sure that those right-of-way processes. I was just looking at a diagram of the right-of-way process. Just under 30 steps to complete a right-of-way process. And some of those processes and steps can be streamlined. They can be, and I know we use that word a lot too, streamlined, but I think we have the ability really now to come together and revisit and take apart that process and put it back together with better tools. So that right-of-way process that I was looking at, I counted nearly 29 steps of the right-of-way process, and as a result, our community people, they pay for that lengthy process. They pay for that time-consuming process. So I am very much open to working with RDC and facilitating further the conversation with NTUA and many of our other service providers. Delegate Newton, thank you for your comments and your comments, and I will respond. I'll respond as respectfully as I was raised, and I was raised by a very good family. You bring many concerns up, and I appreciate those concerns, and those concerns are shared throughout the nation as well. Responding to the chapters, responding to our capacity with staff. Those are valid concerns and valid issues that are brought up throughout the Navajo Nation. But I will say that I take responsibility, and I take responsibility for the Division of Community Development and what I was tasked with. I'm not sure what you're referring to as blaming NECA. I work closely with NECA, and I can demonstrate that. I work very closely with Baker Tilly in the Office of the Controller throughout 73-20 and throughout the CARES Act. I did refer to a situation and a context of training, and there was a time when Baker Tilly and DCD and ASC were providing orientations to the chapters, and our learning experience was that too much information can overload the chapters in a short period of time. Please do not take that out of context. Please re-listen to my presentation earlier. And I'm very careful with my words. So I want to make sure that that's clear. And I appreciate your invitation for me to reach out and work with you, but I have done that and you have hung up on me. In fact, you've hung up on me 3 times. So I would recommend that we rebuild a trustworthy relationship so that these concerns can be addressed.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm more than happy to continue working and meeting with your chapter.
Point of order, Speaker.
Dr. Yellowman. Madam Chair Charles Newton, did you have a question of privilege or a point of order?
I guess it would be both. I'd like to know when that happened, because I know that I did at one time tell Dr. Yellowman, after she threatened me with ethics, that I would end the conversation and that I preferred to communicate with her in email. And that was the last time that I did call her. So I don't know what she was talking about. So if she could provide me the date of when I hung up on her, since she's making a clear accusation on the record. Thank you.
Sure, I can do that. And there was no threat of ethics, Speaker. Madam Chair came to the building on a Sunday to distribute hardship applications to the Shiprock community. And I explained to her that those applications had already left the building, and that if she wanted to intercede, that she could catch our SPPS staff at one of the junctions. She then later called the controller. The controller did not answer, and that was on a Sunday, and I can go back to my notes on the exact date, but it was the day before the hardship applications went out. She then later called me back, and I said to her, even despite some of her hard language to us, we still are here to serve her. And then she hung up on me. Very similar to other times, and I can provide those dates as well.
Dr. Yellowman, thank you for getting that clarity in there. Thank you, Madam Chair, trying to clarify that. Dr. Yellowman, I know sometimes working together on different initiatives, us on all kinds of issues, we always have those times that we try to work out our differences. And I think we can talk about that. And I have no problem sitting down with you and Madam Chair Charles Newton and working together on these issues. But I think the matter at hand is here right now is if we could just get back to us moving forward and trying to make sure that we can go ahead and get some of these things off the ground, working together as we have been in the last couple months. I'd really like to still see the effort moving forward. So if we could just make sure to get to the I guess questions at hand. And I know Madam Chair Charles Newton said if there's anything that she would like to have in response, you can email that. And I have no problem sitting down again with Chief Paulson Chaco, myself, and Madam Chair Charles Newton, if that's an option, to go ahead and discuss other matters outside the scope of the presentation that's here today. So thank you again, Dr. Yellowman. If we could get back to the us moving forward. Yeah.
Sure, I appreciate that, and I'm more than willing to sit down and resolve these. I just appreciate the clear wording. I'm careful with my words, and I appreciate that, and I am available to meet and look forward to resolving many of these issues. And I look forward to a better foot moving forward on these ARP funds with Delegate Newton. So I hope that can happen, and I would be committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. For the response to my colleagues, with that, going back, if you're just joining us, we are on a work session today. It's a Naabik'íyáti committee work session. We're on our first discussion items regarding the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. We do have the Dr. Yellowman representing as the division director of Division of Community Development, presenting before the Naabik'íyáti committee. With colleagues, we still have a Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, and I think Education wants to go ahead and do a follow-up today too as well. But without further ado, if there's any other comments or questions regarding Dr. Yellowman's presentation, and I think what we've decided here is that there still needs to be a little more input from the chapters and a little more input on the veterans, our agency level. And I think that we're going to work together to meet that timeline that Dr. Yellowman has put in place by April 28th. And we'll go ahead and work together with a lot of the, with the speaker staff, and we'll work together with Dr. Yellowman's staff to coordinate those agency calls. And I thank Dr. Yellowman for allowing that coordination. Thank you, Paulson, for helping assist in that too as well. I'm referring to Paulson Chaco, the Chief of Staff for the executive branch. So without the opportunities that we have, again, I know that the initiatives and purposes of what we're trying to do is make sure that we're all trying to sail in the right direction in order for us to go ahead and get the best opportunistic package that we could possibly get for our Navajo people together. So with that, colleagues, are there any more further questions or comments right now for Dr. Yellowman and her team members that are standing aside her in order for us to go ahead and move forward on Division of Community Development? And as indicated in her presentation, Dr. Yellowman has went over the scope of what she's looking at to guide the chapters and respectfully, and also utilizing that outlook of coming back with a more comprehensive plan as well. And it looks like the timeline of that is moving towards the middle of June, that we could probably execute some initiative at that point. Other than that, colleagues, if there's any other questions right now, I can go to the floor. Oh yeah, sorry, Chairman Henry. I just now forgot that you're in the queue. So let me go to Chairman Henio, and then I'll go to Honorable Paul Begay. Chairman Henio.
For allowing me to speak. I was going to ask that on the line 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Dr. Yellowman and your staff there. Just one thing that comes to mind. We're talking about ARPA funding coming down, and we're putting all of our plans together. And mostly what we're talking about is projects. Projects, but my concern here is that we do have citizen money that was allocated by the 23rd Council. And then there were also permanent trust fund allocation, income allocation for economic development projects. But my main one is citizen. That was destined to be for the chapters. And to this day, it's been not a single one has been completed the way I see it. There might have been some completion, I might be wrong, but in my area, it's been. For example, the Raymond chapter renovation, $1.2 million allocated. And nothing's moved on it. CPMD, which is under your direction, I haven't seen nothing. Yeah, we've met a few times. We come together, we shake hands, we talk about it, say, okay, well, biga, and juna. Then we part ways, and then I don't know nothing until we remember, oh yeah, let's meet again. So we meet, shake hands again, and then I would say, oh, biga, nahani. I don't know nothing. And to this day, it's been since, I believe Delegate Norm McGay is the one that had earmarked that money. I took over. We've been trying to push it. Not even a single schematic drawing has come up. We've been promised that, oh yeah, we'll get some drawings out there for you. Then let's get it out there. No. And so I'm worried with CPMD right now. And under your leadership there, as far as projects moving forward, I really don't know if we will be able to complete the wish list of projects that we have for the chapters. If it's at a standstill with the current money that still has been allocated, using some money. And so I'd like to see your perspective on that part. As far as how are you planning on either building up the capacity of CPMD, or maybe outsourcing it to outside project managers, contractors. They're able to do it. I'd like to see the Rama chapter renovation be given to NICA. I think NICA will move on it, and they will make this a reality within the short amount of time that CPMD has taken. So that is what I'd like to see as part of your plan. And I think NECA's right there waiting for us, and I think they are capable, and there's a way we can do contracts with them. Even the housing, like that, so local housing, NHA, I've been able to build it. District 14 on Tohachi, they're ready. We're capable. Give us that chance to subcontract with us and give us that ability to build homes, and I believe they will. I truly believe that District 14 will be able to build more houses than NHA. And I believe NECA will be able to do that with NHA too, given the chance. And same way with our projects that are being held up over at CPMD. And I believe that the workers, the people that you have working there, are capable. Don't get me wrong. I believe in them. I've seen their work, but it's just that they're just too far backlogged, and they need some help. And so it did have these things for now. And then also for the heavy equipment. Heavy equipment is being delivered to each chapter and everybody. And then over at the chapters, they're all praising our president and vice president, and I'm just sitting there thinking, no. I said, this credit belongs to Speaker Damon. If it weren't for him and his initiative to use citizen money and moving this forward to put it to a legislation and taking the list from community development, which was already there available with all the work that the ASCs had completed. And then we decided to move on it, 24th Navajo Nation Council. We all met on it. We tabled it. We did work sessions. Finally, we crafted a bill that was pretty much all around, and all it went across, and all I had to do was sign it. We did the hard work on this side, though. We're just modest, too modest to the speaker. we need to be out there too. Also, yeah,
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Hinu, for those comments. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and move it on down. Honorable Paul Begay. Good afternoon, Honorable Paul Begay.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yep.
I hope that all those clouds bring some more moisture. I said, Chair Damon, my colleagues on the 24th Navajo Nation Council, it looks like there's over 100 people that have called in to listen. It shows a lot of interest. I don't say just Dr. Yellowman. Said, Nahatagi, nada sidi sa, called Ashia Niego Nanka, Kot Ego, Nanishka Niliego, on the Betrara Oho, Angi Eholo, Cares Act, Adelia, Ishin Binachayat Eho that evening. Naway Ateo, Ishina Shadow, is the Toben, which Nahot Ida from his father. A call Toto is the Chi, Ado broadband, hot neighbor, Bahati. Toy that from my Yishna. Call DA Sabitan, how did IGA 28 than it's an atom of the Snigo. Hatalia. Ado she by Yelkidole. She biscuits only cleanly in the tato, Nil sauce or less. Hajo Yego, Nakaban for that case or less. I should I see Totten. Toto, I see to about only going to lend it on Hatten. Could I hunt down Mrs. Hall, Jessica? The dependent then get to the Yego in the kitchen on Shigigo 8 28 Ingo 8 to that big rattle. Joe on Sakis. Of course, the 8 you get at the last lie. Now the honey cliff at them. Yanda or can't to the Yego. AD Gila. Hajoba Basta that is Nicholson, Van Suskis, the Arpa, Nature, Hodneti, Hashinel, Nature, Hodnet or less. Or could the partners never house only 8 of the year ago. A case of the partners never house, Ango Lapcha, Holiago. Hala 80 gate of the year ago, but far husband. It has only Nahot 80 year ago, but far husband. Ado in the enterprise of that into you Ada, NH Ada. Yet there's not the rubber on there's not hard now lake it is Ingo. Doors and papirata. I see none sagi ebony na yet on late hot now rubber house on the this was like the Kolia Benedict Api and Tatonish. Or whatever like yet of the Yego. Now Nishigi shut at on niche. In some bands, case. Although the corner, we have a lot of time this time, Hatna. But whatever the Naya Yataski, those Shiat is the ADK 2024 will come in no time. So that I don't have the Nado, the other about the needs in the South. I don't have the Nayosh Casco attack. Could I don't know what they not hicking out those just. No way that cares at funding to be that does land ashon does be that those that require a year or 2 years to complete these projects. ADG on CK so she that on these got the tona rag door especially chi broadband that eggy ko 88 the ban saski so the partners that what was this happening 8 of the year ago, but 2000 so ban saski quite they had this thing. I don't say Nahanan Nishigi وسبعة إنسا هان صعيد النيتلة بيش ما صعني تلنجي آدو نهيك دهوتي نيجي درتو دتني تلنجي ثلاثة دا سكيجي دا أرثو هجوش تلني نشويات إيتولي هجوش يلشو هجوش نسيكيس حال داني صعيد النيتلة نابا خونيتلة أول يدو باجيو نهي أولي بيشي جتها تو بيشفانش تليندا وقت إيغو إنه تشدو إنه مصان إنه تشي إنه حتى حاسين ده إيه لا بتفانش تحني دا كويت إنه حلو دا شكا إيه وقت إيغو خيتسي وقت إيغو دا الشيالسكي لأكو أرو دي ننغو شيئات إيتو له ديد أو ناوكا دي بونا شكالي نسلو بيشفانش أنو سيني أنا شك إيرو تشك تنعم سيني أنا صو قد إيرو إياه نخانسس كيش شك إيه نسلو نخانسس كيش أيوة هينش نيدود كويتش إياه صد النبل أشلاء نابي خن ليني إني دي شيني دو سني نات زي كويتش إيه بصد السن صد بزن بيجي إياه نخاها نفسي قد إيشين أولي أيوة إخوش إلا وليه كوشي هات إبان خانسس كيسكو كنت سقو إيد ونا كانت إيا سعود شليف هجوي كسليف مشتوليف بيسو دو حيي نيجا كل نيكو يات إيكو أشيفنا خويت أشيال كيو أشنسي كيسو صحت إيشي بتني تلنجي لا ناني سنة هشتداتي لنيكو أشك إيدو شتنا كنت سقو هاسي دو ليف يودان هينشنا أرو دي ينشي سهلو دو ليف Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul, for that, those comments and those concerns. Let me move on down to Honorable Eugene So.
Chase.
Oh.
Question.
Oh.
Sure. One other dish, maybe Dana is two questions. Let's teach it in little shot. Is though not is spas and I can't and nago. What if I drop a legislation for my chapter's needs? Water, electricity, broadband, roads, bridges, and anything that they need for this ARPA. I'd be hot to drop my own legislation for requesting for what I need and how much I need. I don't know, maybe we can go 50-50 and register voters. I need to have a handle on this money. We don't have to worry. Just let the chapter take care of all the money. Kate needs on the show, and that has what she does. As council delegate to be right behind them, and the controller and the legal advisors. How the money should be used. I got out of there, starting John. They got out for Oh, what are you? Pretty sure, like we say in the chapter, let's see if we're going to work together with them. Let's get the officials and the managers and everything, and ask the element to help us out to all work together. Let's conquer this whatever problems we have in each of our chapters. There are needs out there. We know it. As a council delegate, by the husband, that's why we're here. We're elected because of that. Dr. Element, we were now and then talking in regards to some maybe 10 houses across the Navajo Nation, all 110 chapters, maybe close to $320 million. Would that be possible with this money if it comes that if we have that much, if we will get that much aid up to each, so without no string attached? Like I told you, though, you're short of this. Navajo Housing Authority or others, they don't want to obey the hospital. I don't care how neat. What those need. without no home site. I don't know 80. Never home site get that. So I don't know when the initial home site has no, because that's where they grew up. That's where they consider that their land, no matter how you slice it. It is what has so it is my best to thank you. So Alan do Ashland Krishni do not I not Kagi ko Ashi Bene Kagi Ashi Hot need beyond Nani Kasananatli right now. There are some rises here and there. So we still need to take care of ourselves. Wash and sanitize and wear the mask and stay if you your support from your loved ones, even though it's hard to do. It's enough of you that they need casa. I'm agreed that I have these things that I need, and so we still have hope. We have resilience. We can fight it through. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So that we go to Honorable Elmer Begay, and then I'll come back to you, Dr. Yellowman. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Speaker. I wrote with our on the line, I wrote Division of Economic Development. So I had that for your response, but I still need to do a follow-up question on it. So for seems like we're talking about the fundings, and then also from the CARES funding that was previously been used by the nation. So right now, what we learned and to go on, I think using the Navajo business owners and Navajo businesses, because we have our own native Navajo-owned business contractors out there. So with this, any fundings that come in as an external funds, we know that we always say that it's already written within our Navajo Business Opportunity Act, and then within our Navajo preference laws. It's already written in there, it's already in place. But the thing is that it's already written, but we don't go by that. How can we make it more? This question will go to the Legislative Council. How can we make it more restrict that our Navajo people, Navajo business owners will be the priority 1 and priority 2 to these fundings? And I think they've been there. I don't know what will be the best way to go about it. I know each fundings that we get, that usually go by NTA, NXA, and NECA, and BIA, and also IHS. I know that I asked this question, but the answer always comes down to is that Navajo business owners, Navajo contractors don't have upfront money to start a project. That's not truth. To me, that's not truth. Who is the one that does assessment to these Navajo contractors? I think they can do the job, and I don't know how much money they can be. I know by law, that they can be given about 70% upfront money, and we don't go by what is written in the law. Maybe one of these days we can be hit with a lawsuit, and who's going to be there? So I'm really think that our Navajo people can do the job for us. We're government, shouldn't be this. We should be just reviewing and monitoring, and also to ensure that these compliance are being followed by? And how can we start writing and start processing a plan for that like that? So we can talk about it, say, yeah, we think about it. We think about the Navajo contractors, but there's no written law that we can start working on it. So I think to legislative council, when can we make that restrict law where the Navajo business owners can start working on it? So that would be my question directly to legislative council. Speaker, that's my question.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, let me go ahead and go back to Dr. Yellowman. Dr. Yellowman, those questions from my colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and I'll turn the floor back over to you and your team members.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'll go back to Chair Henyo. Thank you, Chair Henyo, for your comments and concerns of CPMD. I would request that we could meet and discuss specifically those projects that you brought up. But the staffing and the ongoing capacity prior to the CARES Act, I do express the need to increase our capacity and our staff. And you're right, we have great staff here. We're just overwhelmed with a large majority of projects. And additional staff makes a difference. Quality staff makes a difference, and properly coordinating with chapters and with the likes of NECA make a difference. So, Chair Henny, if we can meet, I would appreciate that. Adoshanal Paul Begay, yeah, thank you for your comments as well. The chapters and the chapter staff, we continue to work hard, and many of the chapters and chapter staff have been working hard, and we extend our appreciation. And we want to move forward in a good, positive way. And so, Delegate Paul Begay, appreciate your comments. Adonana Eugene So, thank you for your question on legislation on the chapters and the LJ certified chapters. I did mention earlier before that I would, both on Madam Chair Crotty's question on the same concern, how can funding on ARP be directed to certified LJ chapters? I offer two recommendations. One is providing those guidelines so that we can establish a process for that, and then maintaining those communications with RDC, which may result in perhaps a work session. But the certified LJ chapters, as a local governance, would be ideal for the ARP funds, or to manage their projects or their funds. We would be in support of that. We would just need to establish the process or receive clear guidance from DOJ and in accordance to the ARP funds. So continue to work with DOJ and seek guidance on that, and keep RDC and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council updated. And then Elmer Begay, Shiche, thank you for your comments. And I know your questions, or one of your comments was directed to the Chief Legislative Counsel. but we'll continue to monitor the conversation and provide additional input with the legal counsel as well, and continue to move forward. And I guess, Speaker, just in closing, I'm not sure if there's other questions on hand, but just in closing, it's just in our best interest to work with everybody. I encourage our staff to do that and hold myself accountable to do that. I appreciate leadership, and I appreciate leadership's feedback and mentorship. I've received mentorship from many delegates, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the opportunity in this position. And I truly do love my job. There's a lot of difficult days and hard comments, but that is part of us all being passionate about what we're trying to do. And I know that many of the comments, whether they're harsh or whether they're come from a hard tone, I know they come from a good place, though, and I know they come from care out of the people. I do too care. I care about the people we serve, and I'm open to continued partnership and collaboration. And I appreciate that our staff at DCD serve the people too, and we serve the people to the best of our ability, and we're going to stay focused on that. And so just in closing, we do have a big job ahead of us, and we rely on leadership, and we rely on our president, our vice president, and I rely closely on my colleagues too, other divisions, to complete these tasks. And I wouldn't expect anything from my staff that I can't do myself. So I extend my appreciation to the staff who have been on the call all day and worked long hours. So Speaker Damon, I'm available for additional meetings and focused on what we have ahead of us. And I appreciate your guidance as well on making sure that we stay focused on this. And I don't intend or ever want to call anyone outside of their name, and that's just not how I was raised. So, Naabik'íyáti, take care, and I wish well for all of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman, for that. I do have one more individual that's actually in the queue right now, and that's Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So, I don't know if you were still wanting to comment. The time now is 2:30. We still have two more presentations, colleagues. So, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker, for allowing this time. And questions were probably asked 2 times, and Dr. Yellowman probably answered them twice, and so forth. And first of all, I appreciate time, Mr. Speaker, members of the council. Dr. Yellowman, good afternoon. The warrior country today.
Order.
Good to be home. But what I'm getting to is Dr. Yellowman, isn't at the local level. And that alludes to my question that I posed to the speaker earlier relating to the Department of Justice's legal opinion about our Navajo chapters. And according to their legal opinions, they don't fit in anywhere in our three-branch government legally. Ako even bahna kito tatnas nili dahis agob and dahis ito. We're beginning to sound like a broken record. Naabik'íyáti. These strings attached. My chapter is trying to draw down the citizen accounts, fundings, and the bureaucracy in Winter Rock's making them jump through hoops again. And I'm really hoping that this ARPA fund, we're not going to be doing that to our chapters and direct funding. Let's give the chapters that time to maybe the certified chapters. Give them the lead, the reign, and have them work on the projects that they need to work on. That's entailed of the ARPA. We know that chapters that aren't certified need help with the financial system. But the certified chapters, somewhere we could try to at least give them that way it gives less stress to the tribal bureaucracy. And I believe that's something that we should try to encourage, get these funds out to the local level. Because we as delegates, we can advocate, and as much as we can, we hear terms, oh, I represent 5 chapters, oh, I represent 3 chapters, oh, I represent 8 chapters, 6 chapters, whatever. But Navajo Coalition Council is based off of the population. And then delegate regions has lean. They don't matter about the chapter. But getting to this, we need to get resources directly out to the chapters. And how can we better get these resources out to them without them jumping through hoops? And you and I know what Tuba City is going through. The Tuba City basically, the administration, President's office said, oh, wait, DOJ said, wait, but the Navajo Nation Council approved those those fundings from citizens, and the President approved it, signed the legislation into law that certified chapters will receive those dollars. We created, the administration has created another layer of bureaucracy to jump through in order to get their monies for that project. And if we could find a mechanism, a way to try to eliminate that, so that the fundings go directly to the chapters and they can expend these dollars, whether it's to infrastructure, whether it's related to housing, and whether it's related to any other mechanism for their communities. And I appreciate your due diligence and positions available. And really, I really appreciate that at this time. And but we need to get the resources out to the chapters, whether it's to out to housing or community development or to infrastructure. The local level can work on that, dealing, the chapter working directly with NTUA instead of NTUA working directly with the tribal government. The chapter not so I think if we do that, that will work in line of decentralizing Window Rock. I always need to talk about as the world turns in Window Rock, we pedal this wheel that goes round and round in Window Rock. And so I hear delegates when their constituents say, when there's these delegates, when they're told by their constituents, you're not around, the money is not at the local place. The money is in Window Rock. And that's the reason why you have whether it's to windmills, whether it's to roads, whether it's to water lines or to housing. The money is in Window Rock. It's not at the local level. The tribal treasury is not in Shanto. It's not at Shanto chapter, or it's not at Tuba City. The Navajo Nation General Fund is in Window Rock. That's where the money is, and that's where not on the Ishi Babbage and now it's can't sad ad. He's driving in warrior country and Le Bebaho, Le Cameron, Nitchin Yado had to take care of some things in Shadow Mountain and Lower Gap area. And I don't know navigation. So Tonyas Division. G-Shed units about our Navajo citizens live in G-Shed units, but yet NHA receives about $70 million a year in tribal housing dollars. And not the tribal programs. How can we try to loosen up some of our policies and procedures so that these dollars could get out to those families that need it? Today, to the city, it is 77 degrees best student. Go add shink chinyajin hasta. Go what ego baby nashe. Najo ba din. Go zago what I just hit on this. And then leave it and how it added never nashe. Benana skande. Adeha shin. From the life and the eyesight from the Hogan level. I see. I did never change and dies in that. I need even that. How could we, as legislatures, try to improve that livelihood? How could we legislate policies so that the executive branch can help us improve those livelihoods at the local level? And Chinale, you run one of the biggest programs, and I see Baina dahil natin sa yen na joke ito kahit on sin. Former council delegate Tom Chi in sana kahit asa hotland na not ani in na hidden ta ani sana kahit that they need ko te May grahi halit ego la ipe in na ipe nashe nahat an lineat ipe nashe in the I'm parked on La Main Street over here in Tuba City. Najo body ka tingo tipaho ha isha shinzen ha isha babbage na hot agents ko di peso ki bohon hiki hati simpe ni yado ko do ohol ni na sallahi ayego hadit ego ta nabit ego pitil ni peso hala atit na yahjo yek in lato li sa hot sande di ego peso na to ni sabadi ni ko ko hot ego le tha di na khay to hadit ego ta hadit ego ta tahiti shinsa to hadit ada tahiti jinsa ko is one time funding opportunity nala ko hadis to again sheha ko nan shi dadin ado ko yakobis misnaso Naabik'íyáti to la nina ani ya tahushini keta ani inan leni pa hajishke to ani ya hajishke do le khala ho whether we're at a committee level meeting, Nabi meeting, or council meeting, every vote that we make as a decision maker, a lawmaker of the Navajo Nation, it impacts lives. And yeah, I don't see that no more. Oshtana chohon isa agon lede shinahat abatasa andek adedo shinda. O kisin da diznish o hatni. Ado saha sacho sahatilta. But again, you know, a lot of these things out here, we have to make these better decisions, good decision making on behalf of the Navajo people. And getting this so nandekito hadis so ashin ahadit egota katicha ashicho isa ati lady iso del kinder sha pilot like iso del kinder ako maybe that chohon and will get that flame will get bigger so that, you know, to symbolize that we're working together. But right now that flame is small. It's easy. I really like the tone of Honorable Paul Begay. Yes, I see that. It's always been there. But if one department and if one branch doesn't do that, what's the use of saying that? But as legislatures, could they go dena ala ba bansi kisto bayat itanit ni bes ani nasbide ni kiso adag na bes ani nasno dale ko anash. But again, I appreciate your presentation to the council, and I look forward working with you with the chapters, and just request that we give a lot of the reins back to the chapter level so that they can make that decision at the local level for their community members. State up there. Banana slide schneed toasting Tondaji. And let the hashi $22 million had no agricultural range money drought insurance had no hashi kodo hashi hosol hashi aje check hail so haji part of agriculture. Where are those funds? Then they show instead even in oh what anash. Those are just examples from national pearl. I don't know and nado ta haliado or here kodo the Hanin Zado and Hananish. Here in so back to you, Speaker.
Speaker, point of privilege.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Armado. So, point of privilege.
Elmer Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I think I asked a question to Legislative Council regarding the Navajo Business Opportunity Act and Navajo Preference Law. I asked a question that I know that there's a law that's written there. It's already in place for the Navajo business owners and business people, but we don't go by. When it comes to funding, external funds given to the nation, we don't go by that law. How can we make it strict? How can we strict language so we can go by that? So we can only either. It's already written, but we can only either. So that's my question to them, Speaker. Can they answer it?
I can turn that over to Office Legislative Council. If there's anybody on from the Department of Justice that might want to tackle that question as well.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. As Delegate Begay has stated, the Navajo Nation does have preference laws in place, the Business Opportunity Act, etc., that do provide priority contracting to priority 1, priority 2 vendors. Certainly those laws could probably be strengthened. I know that, or I've heard that the Department of Justice has been meeting with the Business Regulatory Department to smooth out the process, and they're looking at other things. So something may come out of that. I think it would be extremely helpful if Delegate Begay is stating that he knows of many instances where Navajo vendors weren't selected. It would be great if he could provide that information as to what contract or what RFP they were responding to, so that it could be looked into more specifically. Navajo businesses do have an opportunity if they believe that they should have been selected. There is a process in place for them to protest that they were not selected. Also, I think I would strongly encourage the Navajo businesses to avail themselves of all the Division of Economic Development programs so that their bid packages, etc., are in with all information put in correctly. So if Delegate Begay wants to revise the laws, it would be really highly recommended that we get DOJ involved in this process. So at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to DOJ if they are on the line. Thank you, Speaker.
Zach, Department of Justice, are you on the line? Colleagues have just been warned. It's heavily windy here in Window Rock, Arizona. If any of the services go down, we'll notify you immediately. So thank you. Anybody from the Department of Justice? I don't think there's anybody then from the Department of Justice.
Speaker, this is Dana again. If nobody is on from the Department of Justice, I will work with Delegate Begay to reach out to them, and we could start taking a look at some potential changes to the law. I've also, there is a delegate who, I don't name delegates who make requests, but there is another delegate who has asked for my office to put together substantial amendments to the law. To the preference laws, what I recommended to him is that he work with those Navajo businesses, those who are recommending or are encouraging him to change the laws, that he work with them to provide what type of amendments they would think would be helpful. So I recommend the same to Delegate Begay. Also, I think that the Navajo Chamber of Commerce could be a useful resource in that regard also. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, who do I have on the line?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, excuse me. This is Mel Rodas from DOJ.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rodas. Good to hear your voice. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, sir. I apologize for not unmuting sooner. In terms of the Navajo preference, I think that there might have been some misunderstanding or confusion about Navajo preference in the context of emergency procurement during the CARES Act expenditures. And one thing that DOJ can do moving forward is to try to develop a template emergency procurement memo, which will indicate that as part of emergency procurement, that the procuring party has complied with the MBOA in terms of checking the source list for priority vendors. And I think that might be at least one step in the right direction to finding a solution. But there's not an exception. There's not an explicit exception to Navajo preference for emergency procurement. That's the way I see it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give it again.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Rodas. That Honorable Begay.
Thank you for that, Speaker. And then Dana and Mel, thank you for your response. So, is there a way that that can be rewritten, the law, where it can pertaining to emergency procurement to utilize the Navajo business owners and Navajo business contractors? Does it have to go through a legislation to start off with? Or does Dana just mention that I need to get a fax together from one of their vendors, see which vendors were that had the being treated like or didn't get selected? Do I still need to do that, or how do we go about it now?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I hear you.
Oh, thank you. With that, let me go back to Mr. Rodas or Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, speakers. This is Dana. I'm going to go first and then turn it over to Mel, if you don't mind. Delegate Begay, I believe the information I asked you to gather would be useful so that we can see what it is that isn't working to allow the Navajo businesses to get the contracts or to be awarded the RFPs. As Mr. Rodas said, emergency procurements still require Navajo business priority. So I think that if you could gather the information that I requested, it would be helpful to identify where the holes are. What is happening? What part of the law or the regulations do we need to spruce up? With that, Speaker, I will turn it to Mr. Rodas if he has anything to offer.
Mr. Rodas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Ms. Bobroff, and then Honorable Begay also. I would just respectfully request that as the information is being gathered and shared, if it could be shared at least initially in a private manner or confidential manner, just in order to protect the nation. And, you know, we can certainly share that with the Attorney General and staff that issue. And then in terms of responding to Honorable Begay's question about, you know, would it be necessary to amend the Procurement Act or amend the NBOA? I don't have a strong opinion about that one way or another, but I would say Navajo preference is in the Procurement Act. And so in terms of, you know, emergency procurement in the Procurement Act, it does specify that the procuring party must comply with the MBOA to the extent practicable. So OOC and DOJ have to sign a concurrence on an emergency procurement memo. And that, you know, they do a fact-specific analysis as to what competition and selection procedures are reasonable and lawful under the circumstances. That's what the Procurement Act requires. And so under the vast majority of circumstances, I think it's reasonable to expect at a minimum that the procuring party would check the source list. Now, that's not to say that in every instance, the procuring party is going to select a vendor on the source list, because there might be instances where there's a vendor on the source list, but that vendor is not able to perform the services that are being sought in the manner in which they're sought, under the time frame in which they're sought, in which they're needed. So I just wanted to say that. And then since OOC is one of the, like I said, one of the entities that has to sign off on the emergency procurement memos, I don't know if Controller is on the line. If Mr. Speaker, if you'd want to hear from OOC on that in terms of emergency procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I know that we've invited not only yourselves and Department of Justice, the Office of the Controller, Business Regulatory Office, and Office of Legislative Counsel on the 26th to discuss this item. And this will be further discussed on the 26th. But let me go back to the question that was raised from Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, are you good with the response for now?
Thank you for that, Speaker. And maybe we can wait on the 26th, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I can wait on it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
All right. Well, thank you. I guess, is there any further comments, questions for Dr. Yellowman right now? I know that there was one more question. Colleagues, the time now is 3:00. There's none. I'll go ahead, Dr. Yellowman. There was a question, or I don't know if you want a response to Honorable Otto So. And then after that, I'm going to continue on down to move on to veterans.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Otto So my recommendation in response to many of the concerns that were brought up on the LGA certified chapters and returning that governance and funding back to the local chapters. My recommendation would be to have a similar work session with the certified LGA chapters and to discuss what process needs to take place for that to happen. I'm fully aware of the MOA you brought up in your comments and understand some of the barriers that we've encountered with that. And similarly, we continue to encounter similar situations with other projects as well. And this is probably the best time to adjust that. And it does put things on our plate that need to be addressed, but those open to opportunities for the chapters to be stakeholders and take ownership of the ARP funds. So we support that, and we would advocate for some time for discussion. Maybe that would happen under the work session with DOJ or a separate work session, but I would recommend that. We also do have some comments on the NOBOA, the business regulatory, and I mentioned earlier, Delegate Elmer Begay, I mentioned earlier we are working with DED on reviewing those processes, and I believe DED will be presenting shortly as well this week. We have encountered some of those challenges with our contracting and some of the language under the NOBOA that need to be addressed as well. So we look forward to that conversation. So Speaker, those are my my comments, and we'll remain on the line for additional conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. That, colleagues, we are on now. Moving on, as indicated, we completed Division of Community Development. Looks like we have a timeline in place, and looks like we'll be working together with Dr. Yellowman to plan out these agency calls. And then also there was a little follow-up questions that Dr. Yellowman indicated that she'd be working on together, and if she don't get a response specifically, that she would respond back to you individually. So thank you again for Dr. Yeoman for that. She does have a housing presentation, and sent that out too as well. Sent this the document that was presented today too as well. So again, thank you very much for being here with us this morning and then on to this afternoon. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on. At this time, we have the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. It's looking to Mr. Zorline and his team members to try to, or not try, but really to explain the opportunities that they're looking at in the ARPA plan, and hoping to know that the discussion of this not only focuses not around housing, but other other areas, as we know there's opportunity for anything to do with helping assist our individuals who've just returned or our longstanding veterans who have served this great country many years ago and are still looking for resources and outlets to help assist them and their needs along the way. So without further ado, Mrs. Orline, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, good afternoon, and good afternoon to the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So today's presentation is primarily focusing on veterans housing, but when we get to the final slide, we can talk a little bit about some additional avenues that we would like to be able to apply ARPA funds should they be available. I do have a presentation here that I am trying to start sharing, and this presentation should be up on the screen now, Mr. Speaker. Is it displaying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. The Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, this presentation seeks to provide information on how the NNVA will or will not be able to utilize ARPA funds for veterans housing initiatives. We will begin by providing a history of how the Veterans Housing Program came about, the audit performed by the Office of the Auditor General, the current policies, the organizational structure of the Veterans Housing Program, Title II restrictions, and concluding with the current status of the housing needs before we move on to how ARP funds could be of benefit to veterans and their housing needs. The program is currently shut down and must be restarted before it is able to expend any funds, regardless of the funding source. The NNVA and the NNVAC, the Veterans Advisory Council, we've been working together for more than 15 months to address the necessary legislative amendments needed to be able to restart the program. Starting with legislation CMA 25-71, this legislation established what was known then as the Office of Navajo Veterans Affairs. It is commonly misrepresented that this legislation created the chapter veterans and agency level veterans organizations. It does not pay proper respect to the times by saying that it did nothing more than establish the veterans program. But since that time, our veterans have been struggling to earn proper recognition from their own government that this legislation sought to provide. Fast forwarding 40 years, it became necessary to introduce legislation in the form of a Title II amendment that would formally provide funding for a veterans housing program. Originally established by legislation CJY 4698, the Veterans Trust Fund was created. Under legislation CN 5506, Title II was amended so that the trust fund growth could be supported through a 4% set aside from the annual revenues of the Navajo Nation for the purpose of meeting legitimate needs of Navajo veterans. 7 years later, legislation CS 4813 amended the code again by modifying that 4% set aside and allocating 2% still to the Veterans Trust Fund and the other 2% to provide annual funding for the Veterans Housing Program. Legislation CJA 316, more commonly known as the Veterans Act, established an executive level administration known today as the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, and to ensure the veteran population would have a voice in the creation of veteran policies by establishing the Veterans Advisory Council. CJY 5518 codified the Veterans Housing Program within Title II by affirming that the housing program be established within the Veterans Administration, that it shall be administered by the Veterans Administration, and that the duties of the program shall be to administer the policies and procedures. In 2017, the Veterans Housing Program was audited by the Office of the Auditor General. That audit was accepted by the Budget and Finance Committee through legislation BFAU 2417. The goal of that audit was to determine whether the Veterans Administration was operating the Veterans Housing Program in a manner that would ensure the goals of the program were achieved. Those goals were to reduce the high amount of substandard and dilapidated housing, reduce the high amount of overcrowded housing conditions, establish pride in home ownership among the recipient and their family, and create jobs for veterans through home construction and renovation, and thereby reducing the unemployment rate, particularly among veterans who will be utilized in every aspect of employment through housing assistance program. The audit found that the Veterans Administration was unable to provide supporting documentation on how a lump sum payment to Home Depot was accounted for, as well as other accounting irregularities. It found that employee files were not correctly established or maintained, and that non-veterans were hired to perform the work of the program. Of the homes that were constructed, it was discovered that some were awarded to individuals who were not homeless, and even to individuals who were not veterans. It was determined that overall, veterans were not satisfied with the homes that were provided, most of which did not have power or running water when turned over to the veteran. Many of the homes remain in an unfinished condition even to this day. Some veterans have taken it upon themselves to finish the home on their own. Finally, materials ordered and delivered were sometimes not the correct materials and led to cost overruns. The audit required the submission of a corrective action plan. When assessed by qualified individuals, the corrective action plan would not sufficiently address the audit findings, and it would result in repeat findings. The entire Veterans Housing Program required a complete overhaul in order to be able to accomplish the goals of the program. Legislation CS 5617 outlined the requirements for the Veterans Administration to be able to resume construction for the housing program. And it was following the requirements contained therein that the Veterans Administration sought what would later be approved under Legislation 27-21, although in an amended form. This legislation specified that the Veterans Administration would be required to have the following approved: a housing action plan, an amended plan of operation, and amended policies and procedures. The housing action plan and the amended policies were to include specific language allowing the housing program to contract with manufactured home builders and other vendors to fulfill program obligations. The trouble here was these instructions conflicted with the restrictions defined within legislation CS 4813 and its accompanying Exhibit A. Legislation CS 5617 further required that the housing action plan contained practices designed to remediate the Veterans Administration audit findings in order to implement the corrective action plan. It was also to contain the purpose and objectives specific to housing for veterans, eligibility criteria, documents required to satisfy those eligibility criteria, the standard to which the homes would be built, such as applicable building codes and ADA standards, contracting procedures, and finally, accounting expenditure and cash control procedures. Legislation HEH SCF 318, as drafted and approved, did not address all of the audit findings, nor did it meet the criteria as outlined by CS 5617, and it was not drafted with the input of the veteran population. It was determined by the Veterans Administration and the Veterans Advisory Council that a new policy should be drafted, and that policy was completed in late 2019. Legislation 2721, as amended by RDC and approved by HES, makes changes to the policies as drafted by the NNVAC with the input of the veteran population. Those policies were drafted specifically to make the program ready to resume operations immediately and to eliminate extra steps for the veteran applicants, ensuring that they could qualify by meeting the most basic eligibility criteria without needing to get permission to be able to apply. This legislation also included new policy guidelines for the home improvement program, which had been authorized under CS 4813, but was never implemented. The new organizational structure as amended under 2721 is shown on this slide. There has been an additional position added titled the Housing Program Administrator. Currently, all positions within the program are vacant with the exception of the Senior Housing Specialist. This position is currently located in Window Rock. As originally planned, there will be program staff at each of the 5 agency offices to assist applicants with applications and housing assistance counseling. Both supervisory positions are currently vacant. The Housing Program Administrator, added under legislation 2721, requires a modification to the Veterans Administration's plan of operation before it can be advertised. As amended, 2721 requires all action of the program be done under the supervision of this position. So until it is filled, the program will remain at a standstill. Under Title II, Section 1171, the Veterans Administration is limited in the number of homes that can be built within a fiscal year. That limit is currently set at 15 homes per agency per year. With this restriction, it would take almost 19 years to clear the current waiting list without accepting any new applications. This section also requires the even distribution of funds across the 5 agencies. Funding distribution in this manner actually prevents even construction across the agencies as currently required due to the different costs of construction within those agencies. The original legislation contained an exhibit under CS 4813. It is the opinion of the Veterans Administration and confirmed by the Department of Justice that because the legislation and accompanying exhibit are specifically worded, the exhibit's restrictions are as much a part of the code as Section 1171 itself. It is because of these restrictions that the Veterans Administration could not complete the construction of homes started in 2014. The legislation limited the costs authorized to be spent on each home, and cost overruns were part of the audit findings. Specific materials and quantities were also identified, and deviation from those materials constitutes a finding. Lastly, the specific personnel to be used for the construction of the homes was identified. There was no overall program supervision between the executive director and the work crews in the field. The exhibit appears contradictory in the specific positions that may be hired, but it does clearly state that each agency shall have 5 carpenters, 4 laborers, and 1 project manager. These positions were required to be filled by veterans, which in itself presented a problem and an audit finding. If policies only authorize veterans to constitute the workforce and no veterans apply for the position, then there is no workforce and no homes are produced. The verbiage of this legislation also prevents the procurement of pre-manufactured homes by housing manufacturers, including the Southwest Indian Foundation in Gallup, New Mexico. In 2018, the previous administration entered into a 10-home contract that violated the provisions under CS 4813 and CS 5617. Amendments are needed to Title II in order for contracts like this and contracts for the construction of housing to be legal. I would like to add that materials list prevented connections to infrastructure that prevented the homes from being turnkey homes. We want funds designated for housing to go to Navajo-owned contractors who are using Navajo labor on the Navajo Nation in order to be able to inject these funds into our local economies. While using pre-manufactured contractors located in Phoenix, Albuquerque, or wherever is feasible, it sends these dollars off Navajo. Now that the guidelines on infrastructure spending have been removed from the current policies, we will be requiring additional direction on where to place the spending limits. The question the program can no longer answer is, does it become more important to build 5 homes or to connect power and water to 1? This next slide breaks down the current numbers as they've been identified by the Veterans Administration based on the applications that we currently have. We break down a total that is now up to 1,433 applications into 3 categories. Those who have been identified as homeless with no home to be able to call their own, those who are in need of major or minor renovations, and those who have been the victims of burnouts. Our total homeless population right now stands at 1,112. Our renovation requirements at 293, and our total burnouts are at 28. Once the program is able to start reassessing the applications, we expect these numbers to change. We do not anticipate them to be all comprehensive for the renovations and burnouts. But for the data that we have available to us today, this is what the numbers are indicating. Next several slides are broken down by those same needs within the agency and subdivided within the chapters. I will go through these next couple of slides without comment, but slow enough for an initial glance to be paid to each slide. Eastern Agency is broken down on 2 slides. Fort Defiance Agency is also broken down on 2 slides. If the code amendments, as requested by the Veterans Administration and endorsed by the Veterans Advisory Council, are approved, and the policy amendments under 2721 are reversed, the Veterans Administration can immediately enter into contracts to start performing home improvements and burnout replacement. The home improvement program is based on a first come, first served basis, and the burnouts will be treated much the same way. The new home construction requires some additional time to be able to begin screening the existing applications to ensure compliance with approved guidelines. Under multiple contracts, the Veterans Administration could potentially complete between 300 and 600 homes in a year. With ARPA funds having a deadline of 2024, if allocated sufficient funds, the administration could potentially clear the burnout list as well as the current home improvement list and make a significant impact in reducing the number of homeless veteran applications. It is currently our assessment, after speaking with DOJ, that the ARPA funds coming to the nation may be used for housing without needing to follow HUD guidelines, provided that those ARPA funds that are used are not those that are given through HUD. Last week, the Navajo Housing Authority was asked a question, and I forget who asked that question, but the question was to the gist of, if a housing program was provided an additional $100,000 of ARPA funds, what could you do with those funds? The Veterans Administration's answer to that question is we would be able to build somewhere between 400 and 500 brand new 2-bedroom homes across the entire Navajo Nation. The cost of construction, as I briefly mentioned earlier, varies from agency to agency. It will be very beneficial to all housing construction efforts on the Navajo Nation if our proposals, not only from the Veterans Administration, but from the Division of Community Development, from the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, to have the housing manufacturing facilities constructed. That gives us a means to construct homes on the Navajo Nation, either under contract or through our own organic force accounts, through our own Navajo Nation employees. Being able to build homes in this manner reduces our construction costs, and it's difficult to visualize without an in-depth understanding of most construction processes. So I'm going to pause right there and transition over to what can ARP funds specifically do for the Veterans Administration. As I mentioned, with the Title II amendments, with the amended policies, we can do new home construction. We can purchase new homes from housing manufacturers. We can do burnout replacement, and we can do home improvement. There have been other conversations as we talk about other ways of being able to help the veteran population, that the ARPA guidelines state that certain amounts of funds can be used to accommodate shortfalls of impacted economies based on funding levels of the year prior to the onset of COVID. And when we look at that, those are fiscal year 19's numbers. And in fiscal year 19, using those numbers compared to where we sit for fiscal year 20, fiscal year 21, and our projections for fiscal year 22, we have the potential to be able to provide more financial assistance to the Veterans Financial Assistance Program to increase the amount of available funds to be able to help more of our veterans that need that financial assistance. From the 2019 numbers to 2021, that was $700,000 for one fiscal year. And in the next couple of weeks or very short months, when the fiscal year 22 projections are released, we expect that number of a shortfall to be in the neighborhood of 1.2 million. So we would be looking at providing an additional $2 million worth of potential financial assistance to the financial assistance program. It would be that same value of roughly $2 million also to be directly allocated to accommodate shortfalls for the 2% allocation for the housing program. Without having the specific numbers for 22, we cannot provide actual numbers, but again, those are forecast. So right there, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to pause in the interest of time. I know there's going to be a lot of questions about how the Veterans Administration can help veterans and specifically for housing. And I would like to provide the delegates ample time to be able to ask all their questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, or actually for the presentation. Let me go ahead and move on down to the floor now. As we're talking about, I guess in this case, about the Veterans Housing Program. Let me move to the queue. Right now I have Honorable Otto So in the lineup only. So Honorable Otto So, I'll go to you. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Going 3 times. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Are there any comments, questions?
Speaker Davis, Vice Chair Smith.
This is Warline at this time.
Speaker Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Naabik'íyáti Committee and those that are listening, and the report that was provided by Mr. Zerline. Yes, across the board, veterans do need home. And veterans would like to see homes provided for them. It was an exciting moment when they did open that up, and where the 2% was earmarked for homes out in the Navajo Nation. But these amendments and these plans that Mr. Zerline explained are good to hear, and we need support on it, because this is going to help veterans in the long run. And if we keep that Title II the way it is, it's just like what Mr. Zerline said, will limit 5 homes per agency per year. And that's the legislation that I'm sponsoring, and it'll be going through Naabik'íyáti, and also I think has tomorrow. And eventually council will be the final authority. This will provide what Mrs. Zerline said about getting more homes out in the areas that is needed. The other aspect of that is veterans are constantly known that they don't have adequate homes, or they don't have homes at all. And, for instance, in the areas that I see in the paper in my area, they're trying to help veterans get at least maybe a 1 or 2 bedroom, or maybe a 3-bedroom home. And there's another amendment that should have been placed in one of the legislations. So when we build these homes, that was recommended by Department of Justice within Mr. Rodas. It was to ensure that these homes, when they're built and they're provided for the veterans, they're not taxable. And that would cover, that would ensure that veterans don't have to pay taxes on these homes that they'll be getting. So I appreciate Mr. Zerline putting this together, and I support the fact that we need to help the veterans, and this would also be one avenue on behalf of the veterans. And we talked about the other one with Dr. Yellowman for houses throughout the Navajo Nation, and these are houses that will be built specifically for veterans and provide homes for veterans. As a matter of fact, I am sitting right next to a homeless veteran who's wanting to also apply and get his name in the, I guess you could say, hopper, so that he can be considered. He's served and honorably discharged, and he's looking forward to this program. And he's been asking questions, and you know, there's a great possibility that these things will manifest itself through the council's assistance and getting these things going, and the policies, and making sure that these policies are in line. But as we speak right now, all policies that we make are not perfect, and they can be amended down the road. The other thing too, Speaker, is we don't even have a building code. We should have a building code. We tried to do that in the 23rd Council, and that was shot down. And the council was saying, well, why are we going to tell Grandma how to build her house? Non-traditional homes? We're not talking about that. If Grandma or Grandpa wants to build a traditional home, we're not going to impose on them. These are those structures that are being built for residential regarding like what Mr. Zerline, what Dr. Yellowman said. So they'll be built to standard, and they'll built to quality, and they'll be built like that. So those are the things that I've been working with Dr. Yellowman, not only for the civilian side, but also the veterans and those that are needing homes. And like to make that known, and I do support this, and I'm glad that there's monies coming down, and we do need to assist our veterans, as well as folks that do need homes. Thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. That, colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, are there any other questions at this time? I don't have anybody in the queue. So, what's yours?
Thank you very much, Mr. Zerline, for making the presentation pertaining to the veterans. And right before you, we had Director Pearl Yellowman, Dr. Pearl Yellowman, make a pitch for housing also. And then I believe NHA made a presentation to the council for housing in general. And we're getting to duplicate services for our Navajo citizens, all in general. And I know that veterans has a housing portion of their in their operation. And I see your operation that's going on in Sabanito, and you know, and you are talking about building homes, and you did come to us to say, hey, look at my manufacturing place and so forth, and I see progress in building homes out there, whether it's through Southwest Indian Foundation. We have a housing TDHE that comes to the nation. And this year we're getting $72 million. And last year, NHA built no homes again. No Navajo homes were built again. Not one Navajo citizen, their homes were built. And they said, oh, COVID, that's the reason why we're not building homes. But it sounds like you built a couple. Maybe if we start looking at restructuring the housing aspect of the TDHE is something that we need to start looking at, so that we could infuse monies into veterans, into the and just to help common Navajos out there. I'm beginning to see that NHA is picking and choosing who to serve, and I have a lot of concerns on that. Like I said earlier, I'm in Western Navajo today, and back home, I've been in a couple of places, and people are struggling. In homes, they want multiple families in one home. Is that I see, and I really appreciate your services trying to build home for veterans. But I guess if you can build like a couple of homes from last year, you built more homes than NHA. And maybe we should give you the TDHE to build homes for Navajo people without the bureaucracy. But I really appreciate that. But nonetheless, the duplication of services limited only to veterans, I guess. And then you have the presentation that was provided by Dr. Yellowman for housing. And I guess a strategic plan for housing from one entity should be suffice, and whether it should be handled through veterans or handled through community development is something that I look at, because we're going to be duplicating services if it's given to community development, or if it's given to you, community development will have one other set of rules to go by. So I think that's one of my immediate concerns that is now. And then the CARES Fund is all for Navajo's census numbers. So in a way, I sort of don't want to segregate, say, oh no, we can't serve you because you're not a veteran, or say a disabled Navajo citizen that's trying to get a home applies through the veterans or something like that. No, you're not a veteran, we can't serve you. I guess what I'm getting to is that the CARES Act is meant for all the Navajo people in general, whether they're a regular common citizen, they're a handicapped citizen, or they're a veteran, or things like that. But I think as these housing entities that are established to build homes throughout the Navajo Nation government, I think we need to get you guys to unify, to say, hey, let's get all this under one roof so that we can try to work on the housing aspect. And those are just some of my concerns, because there's a lot of people that want homes, whether they're veterans or non-veterans, but they're all in the same boat. And I guess a comprehensive plan to see if you could maybe work together with community development so that they can try to address the housing need. And that goes even with the social issue, the social things such as health for veterans. I believe Dr. Jim made a presentation pertaining to health. And, I know that the Veterans Trust Fund funds, hardship payments and things like that. But, how much of health do you pay for our veterans' health care. You know, I know that veterans get their health services for free at the VA hospitals, but I mean, out here, you know, maybe are those dollars utilized to pay for the fuel, you know, they injure. And I think those are some of the aspects that we need to look at and see where our dollars these dollars are being utilized, so that, you know, it's meant to be utilized for that purpose. Because it's easy to say, hey, let's go. I'm going to go over here and let's go veterans, get a veterans office, get a hardship check for gas or something like that. No, how do you know that those dollars are being utilized for that purpose? Just checks and balances. But those are just some of my concerns that I have, and find a way to really put these dollars to work for our Navajo veterans for the services that they really need. And a lot of them, they're dealing with mental issues from, you know, from going to the service, PTSD, and other ailments. But I guess you know, we need to make sure that we're not duplicating services. And you know, what is different than the other programs that presented to the council is what's different than, you know, than those proposals. You know, we spoke about building homes, and we can build as many homes and so forth. But you know, if we do duplicate the services, have another program doing that, you know, why can't we just merge you guys together for housing aspects and have you guys work under one, so that, you know, all the housing initiatives under one roof, so that, you know, we can get services out there to our veterans that apply, or anybody that applies. That's just my thought. And then you spoke about the audit issue pertaining to the Veterans Trust Fund. And since you're not in the clear on the veterans audit, brings concern. I know you're probably addressing those issues, but you know, when do you think you'll be out of the audit timeline? When will you be completed or complied with the findings? Because you know, the Veterans Department, you know, you just talked about the findings that were pressed against the Veterans Administration pertaining to the spending and improper record keeping and so forth, and that's what you inherited. But what's the time frame for you, for the program, to get out of the audit? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable So, for those questions. Clarity, understanding about audits. Colleagues, any other further questions at this time? Let me go back to you, Mr. Zorline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with addressing the one issue that Vice Chair Smith brought up regarding the building codes. So between the Veterans Administration, Division of Community Development, and a few other programs, we're working on revising the legislation that the 23rd Council had considered to adopt the building codes. And you are correct, sir. We did make sure that the legislation will be very specific as to the applicability of those codes, that traditional structures using any type of traditional construction methods, those types of items will not be covered under the code, but regular development, development done through CPMD, housing through Veterans Administration, housing and any other construction from NHA, those building codes will apply. We had hoped that we would be ready for spring session with that legislation, but we've slightly missed our mark. to Delegate Otto So, I agree that there should not be any duplication of services. And this is something that the Division of Community Development, Veterans Administration, and NHA are working to address. That NHA wants to move away from having any veteran-specific programs and provide us with funding so that the Veterans Administration takes care of veteran needs, so that the veteran does the one-stop shop at one of our 5 agency offices for whatever their need is. If it's burnout assistance, if it's new home assistance, if it's home improvements, renovations, repairs, the Veterans Administration will take care of our own. That's the goal. There was a comment about the Southwest Indian Foundation and their ability to manufacture homes that made me want to add, they have an annual capacity limit. If you have not been to their facility in Gallup, they are very limited on the number of homes that they can produce at the same time, and then by extension within a year. So while they are able to help, they do not provide, what's the word I want to use? Sustainable solutions. They might be like the finger in the dike, but they are not the brand new dam. And then just a point of clarification, the Veterans Administration last year did not officially build or even unofficially build any homes for veterans. We did build a mock-up, and if you would like to include that mock-up as part of a home, then your statement still holds true, sir, that we built more homes than NHA. You had a comment about how does the Veterans Administration pay for health services, health needs of our veterans? Directly, we don't. The assistance that we do provide is through our financial assistance program. And you did briefly mention it, that we do provide limited assistance for fuel expenses for veterans to be able to travel to their medical appointments. Right now, the Veterans Advisory Council is taking this policy back to their agencies with a goal in mind for our next quarterly meeting in July to have a new policy that's gotten the buy-in of the veterans' input that we can start to implement at the beginning of fiscal year 22. The Advisory Council was advised from me that we need to include, exactly like you said, sir, those checks and balances. The current policy has no safety precautions to ensure that the money that's being given is being used for its intended purpose. And from an administrator standpoint, I have great concerns about that. And so we are going to try to make sure that we can balance the equation without requiring the veteran to have to jump through any more hoops. We don't want the system to be so balanced that it discourages veterans who need assistance from applying, but rather keeps it easy for them to apply, but ensures that the money goes for where it's supposed to go in accordance with what the policy says. And as long as the trust fund balance for each fiscal year can support the amendments or the proposed amendments or the goal of the program, however we'd like to say that, then I am in support of any of those amendments up to and including raising the amounts of the dollars for the financial assistance line items. But the program needs to be able to sustain that with those checks and balances. And your last question, sir, was what is our timeline to get out of the audit? The audit specified that the administration had, I think it was 12 months from the time of the audit to be able to get out. That time has come and gone. We are beyond late for having a follow-up audit performed by the Auditor General, but since the program has not restarted, they understand that at this point, it would not serve anyone to reconduct the audit because nothing will have changed. So it's our hope that with this Title II amendment, that hopefully is heard by council at spring session, that with that amendment going through and then being approved, that the housing program will be able to start then. And then based on a conversation that I'll have to have with, I believe it's still Ms. Brown, perhaps in 6 months after we restart, they can re-audit the program and make sure that we're going in the correct direction and addressing all of the concerns that her office had. So thank you for the questions, sir, and Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Speaker, back to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time from Mrs. Orline regarding the Veterans Administration and the housing presentation? I don't have anybody in the queue.
Speaker, this is Elder Brigade.
Elmer Brigade, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Out on the Sir line. Good afternoon. Constituents, Dalcon veterans and Icon veterans, Indian Wells veterans on the line. And it's been that materials, I'm pretty sure it wasn't even under your management, but this is what happened. Materials were delivered, but the house was never constructed, and materials just went to waste. And that's the issue. That we still have the issue, and no matter what kind of a building code you might use, as long as you know how to build homes, you can use your uniform housing code, and it can be built. How many years that these the Navajo people never had any experience of being a German carpenter? They built homes. They're still standing up. And right now, the issue to me, the real issue is, I'm trying to listen to your plans of the streamlining. I don't see the way it is. The problem we have is the money's there. No matter what kind of laws you can change. We have to build homes. We have to streamline. The process that we're talking about doesn't work. And to me, is that there's contractors out there that can build homes. Navajo contractors, when are you going to start utilizing them? They have a business preference. I don't know why we have to give it to the DCD. They don't know how to make homes. And to me, I know those people. I know I've been talking to them so many years, and they start at 8 o'clock and from the office of Window. By the time the field is by almost 12 o'clock, and before at 5 o'clock they have to leave again. I've never seen somebody that can work right at 8 o'clock and 5 o'clock. These are the contractors. Looking to build yet. So that's what I'm looking forward is to change your plan to start hiring, how we're going to give more money to Navajo contractors. I think I could see that there's a progress. There's a process too to make it like that. So people, So I would say that I would believe it if it was a process, start working, streamlining it. They know how to do their own books. They take care of their own books. They pay insurance, and then they have their own income tax. They know how to go about it. They take care of their own books, and all you guys need to do is see if it's materials, and they know how to get it.
Honorable Elmer Begay, we lost you. Honorable Elmer Begay. So we lost him. With that, let me go on to Callan Begay. Honorable Callan Begay.
Yeah, this is
Oh.
Kodo, although I missed part of the presentation, Kodo, but I was over at the president's office on another matter relating to local service. But I did talk about it on this particular issue as well. The forefront, you know that I represent the Chinle Agency as well, a veterans organization from the 5 chapters. And there's always differences by the veterans, local veterans. As a veteran myself, I've been indicating that I've been incorporating what I've learned as being a military person, but not the training that, hey, how do I incorporate that as a elected official? I guess that's the way I stand. And I believe I haven't said anything about my veterans experience to my colleagues or made any reference. But that's what I've done. Progress. Baby just on the dishes, cut the dolly in there, a cohalate alla a codot other nidiki salat sob kaichi. A coco pendan shinalia yes with James. Not that I need to on the I am guilty of that. That beat on he cut dish was additional a the then limigi bit hatan the sta. Ashing honanat edolis next year though. But what ain't height our a codo a large hot asliki, a large and had that is taniki, other hit our nanish that just siniki, a hit our nasnet yat hit our a codo, is a last son liniki, but had it dato panelnish. A coco a lot of time lay was done the biggest one that I continue to advocate for. And the last 2 congressional officials that I talked to was Congressman O'Halloran and U.S. Senator Ray Lujan. Last week or 2 weeks ago, and Speaker, I believe that you were on the line. And that was the first statement that I've made to him, that he needs to step up addressing Navajo veterans issue. Ado Congressman O'Halloran, last week or 2 weeks ago, I met with him here in Window Rock. And that's one of the area that I told him that direct service for veteran. Akoko Aj Quint Indo Lesson our administrators. Okwaki because only on they need Masapane. Akon leader state that be cut the yard was the federal level that be cut the yard was there the other veterans but that need either because majority of the benefit lies with the federal government as well, but we're not really reaching out at that level. They quite get over one those I hit a quite banishing here the hundred need after a cocoa a go shin in lesha shin and clinic a cocoa the lack of outreach to the state and federal of this direct service to Shiniki. Ado Hashine land the Kodo legislation that I see so to support the daily. Ado Nabi legislation Kodo veterans support requesting for direct service. ADG that the Nash was at the federal and state level. A call cut a nan Hasha Benah the North the Shnew cut be the Nadisa, the current administration and the current senators and Liniki. It alle Kodon ha with the nose to Ade a conhe Kodo. Not based with the door, other support, the door, other resource, other, and yet they need Kate or they thank you. Do ye going to veterans Bahiti Nata? Other Kodo several times at DC level, Veterans Minority Advisory Committee that the Queen Shibita Nansa did on his veterans baby chain, not at the snow. And there's 10,000 plus Ecuador. It's a lot on here, hold on Navajo Nation. And I believe that's a good population for that we sincerely establish some type of a direct service by the federal government in our region. Ako Asian Kwaki Gishisazindo, Yego A, Aj Goshen and Law Sato, by Yashtishan and Nitlinigi Kwaki. Ako Didigi Sata Diego A Obina Hinilka Ado Sato Ecuador Di Quaggy veterans Ninigi Hate Eoshin Quaggy Nasta Naditi Katota Naditolta. And I believe that the progress in building home for veterans should never even stop. Just some other purpose or some other action that had been done. Ko kadet o ajit ebik estang ko bikje estang ko toshi benada the niche that's all this on some ban sas case a kon hen hinanish ilia don hinanish in and the eben yakoto nhanda in don each agency though even for we're from each agency but we also representing certain chapters so that the men liniki veterans and liniki bayate to she bayast as an overall the whole Navajo Nation veterans put a sato bayana nashtia a call quite the ain hinanish in needs nigi baby natch it ew kodonas holjish a call a quacky giye go kodo cities ado halet ala doles onans and the sesate even at the agency level the kunanat veterans agency veterans offices. They're not well equipped to agent veterans choice into leki giego panhun ato ego equator and to baha that ada ato satoshi and he eat esto the job based upon nature to akut in the yard and deniki equator veterans trust funds and deniki shi aja it ashi ek in the kripin ye aja hot I based on deniki pan nate hasto ako Asian hit Asian koto yek in the kredo hot koto niya ya sahnat leko ko ekoto based on deniki baby chwal akoti hawaniki kunan ensen. And I truly believe that a request of funding for certain veterans individuals should come with a resolution. Ako ekoto any funding that we take back to the chapter, you know that they require to pass a resolution. It's just it's not a matter of the nebes is sana olsen doch it the nayen di dodja hot eben yeti chapter resolution ki last the nebes ishana adi dit based on not the just dit based on not the dodge eben ye ada benna the chart chaga hot zona betol ne jot a resolution linigin dante di kata hot one linigi for veterans last the resolution de the a core 1,000 all the veterans in the community knows who will be getting assistance for certain housing for certain veterans. You see, in the one that works directly with the bypass the local veterans organization and the agency veterans office. Indicate directly to the veterans office in Windora. But what the hat open na with will go Saton Hinan Shatelia, those Satoban Satah. I tried this morning. That's my position. The chapter officials should be at the table in discussing this ARA funding, not the APRA funding. That's what we're pushing for. In the same way for our veterans. And this morning, we should have another strategic listening or input session on behalf of our veterans, from each of the agency, directly from each of the veterans organization from 110 chapters. The ideals in the Yego and has the Kishin Koton history to ask Annie a cat after a hot initiate that they changed but what aid and he could and then didn't give Kati or Liki Jobe as Ken Nandi Kashiat Etolis so additional Zige a corp and Nature Edit Aero Quagge so last on Dingi Sato Banana Seat or Listo Adot Netherhit Alate and Nicoda. Let that basic at the next day, you see, 10,000 out of the new Belanda is in the point system. The baby, how Ecuador, a lot of our young veterans, they're going to be left out in qualifying or being determined. Benago edit ani jobech tandene bendo joban yanas tioshit ani to shit at jo koton and his last son dengi one by ilne ko ani akode an hina hini shit out esto ko ehot ai o yetan hina ishi o this is a zero a and his last son dengi each and every one of them ban tk so yeah and not just a few not just the yego that have the benefit or have the privilege. Because Asian with ego go Mr. Chair, so I'm sure someone is intentionally doing that, but I'll go ahead and conclude my comment, Speaker.
Thank you. That colleagues, any other comments, questions? Not, let me go back to Mr. Zorline. Zorline, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Starting with Delegate Elmer Begay. Sir, you were breaking up just a little bit, and if you're still on the call, I would appreciate if you correct me on anything I'm misrepresenting about what your statements were. We're aware of the veteran from Dilcon that had materials delivered from some iteration of the housing program. You were correct that that did predate me. Once the housing program does restart, part of our contract that we expect to enter into is going to be requiring the contractor, the Navajo-owned contractor, to go through all of the first and second year homes that were built in 2014, 2015, to be able to make sure that they were completed and that those homes are safe to occupy. It is the goal of the administration to utilize Navajo-owned contractors. That is one of the main reasons why we want to be able to contract out, to be able to convert these trust fund dollars into dollars in the local economies. So it is a very important part of being able to stimulate the economy by injecting whether it be ARPA funds or trust funds or HUD funds, directly into the Navajo economy in the form of income to the contractors and payroll to the employees. If our people are making more money working on Navajo, they're more inclined to spend that money on Navajo, even if our prices are a little bit higher. That way now they can afford things here on the nation. The importance of adopting the building code becomes a matter of liability issues. If my brother is building his own home, then he has nobody to blame but himself if that home collapses on him. If the government is building homes for its people, there needs to be a standard there for the people to be able to have a recourse if the government builds a faulty product. So again, it comes down to protection, not only for our people, but for the government itself. For Delegate Kealan Begay, the federal VA has a book of definitions, book of terms for everything that they do. And inside that book, they have nothing that is called direct services. This is a conversation that we started having about 2 years ago, sir. They need us collectively to define what we mean by direct services. So while we can sit here and understand what we think we want, if we produce legislation or memorandums or emails that say we want direct services, the federal VA will continue to be non-responsive until we quantify what those direct services are. And if that is, we want PTSD counseling, any counselings, any medical services, we need to specifically identify those as such. I would love nothing more than to be able to turn my attention to the states and the feds to be able to bring more services here to the Navajo Nation. But in the last 2 years, we've made almost no progress towards getting our own house in order. And part of that is legislative requirements of what the program can or cannot do and what must be fixed for us to be able to do certain activities. So it is a very time-consuming process. But with housing coming out of the way, the financial assistance policy hopefully going through its last revision and then being out of the way, those are the two major hurdles that we've been facing internally. You and I were both in DC about 2 Decembers ago, sir, about the Advisory Council on Minority Veterans. I will share with you their response offline unless you would like that to be made public. I don't think that would be appropriate at this time, sir, so I will reserve that response. There was legislation that required the housing program to stop until criteria were met for the program to be able to resume. So it wasn't the choice of the program to stop, it was legislatively directed to cease activities until certain criteria were met. In the summer of 19, when I officially stopped the program from accepting new applications, we were still not building at that time. And it didn't make sense for the program to continue to add applications to the pile and go nowhere with those applications. But now with with legislation 52-21 going through the pipeline, if and when that passes, depending on how it passes, the program will be able to make a new assessment on where it stands and whether or not it will be able to restart construction. Having had conversations with veterans across all 5 agencies, the veterans see a difference between advocacy and individuals imposing their will. The concern that they see is when individuals, whether that be from the legislative branch or the executive branch, to include the Veterans Administration, say that they are advocating, and it sounds more like we are imposing our will. And on both sides of the equation, from the government side and the veteran population side, everyone needs to understand, based on the volume of our veteran population, no single one person is ever going to get 100% the way they want anything. We have too many veterans with too many different opinions to make everybody happy at the same time. In this entire process, as an in-law, I'm the only one that doesn't gain anything there's no benefit in this for me for a program going one way or the other. My only objective at the end of the day is to make it run and to ensure that it runs in accordance with the laws as written by the legislative body. So everybody's been saying it. We need to work together. We need to make the policies effective to provide the needed services where and when they're needed. Over the last couple of years, I've been trying to better equip the offices, but I keep running into some roadblocks. Some of those roadblocks are legislative in nature. The responsibilities of our veteran services officers are supposed to be helping veterans with their benefits and claims, helping them gain access to those state and federal benefits. Right now, those VSOs are weighted down with the responsibilities of trying to run the agency offices and trying to process all of our financial assistance requests, which is why when the administration's plan of operation had been resubmitted last fall, we had wanted to add supervisor positions at each of the 5 agencies, and those positions were denied. So we have to find alternative solutions towards being able to free up staff to do the jobs that they're actually supposed to be doing. If we can create something to ensure that every veteran gets to apply equally for assistance for housing, I am all ears. We specifically left out of the policies requirements for the chapter veterans organization to indicate whether or not a veteran could apply for housing, because the veteran population has told me that the chapter veterans organization are not treating their veterans within their chapter equally. This is what I was mentioning at a committee meeting the other day. It's not my veteran services officers that are discriminating. It is chapter veterans organizations. And I'm definitely not the person to be able to speak towards internal Navajo Nation clan politics, but we all know that it happens across the nation, that with one family in a chapter has influence over another family, they exert that influence. And in some cases for our veterans, that is to their detriment. So we are trying to make sure that our policies and our assistance are blind to the fact of where that veteran comes from and who that veteran is. Our program sees veterans in need of help, period. And our job is to make sure that they get that help. And if the CVOs can help do that, I am all about allowing them to help do that. But there needs to be balanced equations, like we said. There needs to be a check and balance system in place that ensures that the CVO is not indiscriminately denying any veteran for any type of assistance. All veteran assistance is eligible for all veterans, provided they qualify. It's different than assistance provided by the chapter. It is my understanding that chapters have at their discretion to decide who does and who does not get that assistance, and they have their own criteria for that. Our criteria for helping veterans needs only to take into account the fact that they're a veteran. The Veterans Office in Window Rock does not process anything for veterans. Our agency offices do that. No veteran should be coming directly to Window Rock, to the central administration's office, to have a financial assistance request processed or a housing application processed. The intent of the housing program is to keep the applications at the agency level, but because there is no housing program staff at the agency levels yet, it makes no sense to have those applications out there and require the one staff on position right now for the housing program who's in Window Rock to have to travel out to Tuba City every time he wants to do something with some Tuba City applications. So we have them centrally located here in Window Rock only for the time being. Then young veterans aren't being left out of the housing process because we have a scoring process for assessing the applications. Based on the input from the Veterans Advisory Council, we believe that this process is a fair process. It allows for those who are most disabled, those who are most elderly, or those that have the largest families to be able to be put towards the front of the line. We want to be able to get to the position where we can build inventory so that when a veteran exits the service and wants to come back to the Navajo Nation, there is a place for them. I had mentioned, I think it was last week, that with our current waiting list, we would need in excess of $274 million to clear our waiting list. And maybe through ARP, we are able to get that much money and clear the waiting list so we can start taking new applications and maintain a low average on the waiting list. Maybe we're able to get to that point where we can start building as soon as the veteran comes back or have that inventory. I would love nothing more than to get to that position. That was the last of the comments that I had in response to your comments, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Roline. Let me go to Honorable Stewart.
Okay, good afternoon, Sala. And the colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti committee. Mr. Zorline, for your report this afternoon with the veterans presentation. So thus far, and the dreams and whatnot that are being proposed to us as a Naabik'íyáti committee. And right now, I know that these are being proposed, but in listening to your statement earlier, you said it was for immediate attention and so that emergencies wouldn't be happening. But I go back to the budget that we approved for you all, for the department, division of veterans. Halfway through the year, we finally got a budget. And, there's recommendations recommendations made for the PhD to be given to veterans. That, I wouldn't even look at that right now, because right now we're trying to work with those individuals as well and trying to get all of our divisions and departments situated and get things in order with them. And I know that with the veterans, it's been a back and forth all this time. However, I do know that with the audits and the policies that you presented to us at the various times, these are still concerns out there. So, now I want to know, within those areas, and I've reached out to you a couple of times. And I've also shared your email with a couple of veterans from the local chapters here. One in particular, a female, we've been trying to get a home for. And so right now, I want to know, where is the status on that? Why wasn't that given a priority on that one as well too? And gone in that direction. And what can we do to assist these ones that were already sitting out there on the desk asking for assistance and getting them what they need to do? Right now, looking at the list that was presented, there's 580 from the agency. Out of that, 47 from that listing that are homeless are from Fort Defiance. 4 need renovations, 0 for burnouts. And then we have Crystal at 25, and then 1 for a renovation as well. But I know when I attend these meetings, there is a lot more than what you have here. When I attend these veterans meetings, I sit in on them. There's a lot of veterans coming in for assistance, and they're still being denied or still being put on the waiting list to get assistance. So, right now, that makes me wonder, it has made me wonder, why are the veterans in these 4 chapters that I represent given such a hard time? I mean, I serve with veterans on RDC, Mr. Key Allen, and then I also sit next to one, Mr. Smith, and the council, and I have a great deal of respect for the veterans and their dedication and their volunteers that they did. Some of them volunteered their time to do that. Some of them were drafted. Some of them, didn't have anything else to do, but that was what they were forced to do through home. So, I know that
these individuals like that, they need these types of benefits. And it's really sad that we as a nation, and even through the United States, we don't put them first, our veterans. We expect them to, we recognize it only at certain times. It's really sad that we do that. You know, when they just signed their name on the dotted line, and they gave their some of them gave their lives for us. So, you know, I think that we need to really look at these areas. So with that, yeah, so I want to express to the chair, Damon, thank you, Speaker. That's all I want to share at this time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. I have a message. I don't know if it was already done or not. Che, Honorable Kealan Begay, did you have another follow-up question?
Speaker.
Yes.
Well, Judge, the disruption is very obvious that people don't want me to speak. Maybe have your staff.
We're looking into that, Honorable Kealan Begay. Sorry.
Okay. Well, it's understandable in a way. Probably people, but again, Kudos just as leader. So last so bakati was Akoko did the whole thing. I don't believe that should even start building a home. Akoko but na koko 8 on Nidiki Kudo Hajo a kidney Kiko 8 yard and Diniki Jo Aheda Kudo contract out Elia with the she Arjun Haida Dornish. So that way the big Hani Katapen Kudo especially from the Central Ages, 16 chapters, and the Veterans Organization from that particular agency. Because they can't speak, as you know.
McCallum Begay, we lost you, and might be going over a hill or something.
Speaker,
okay. Yeah.
Speaker, I got a comment.
Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Thank you. I think fourth. We got fourth.
Honorable Otto So, you're breaking up really bad. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I guess what Honorable Kay is speaking to, how can we get housing in the form of housing dollars out to veterans or out to the program or to our Navajo people is something that we have to sit down at the table at. And we know that our own tribal bureaucracy will hold up something. You know, I'm going through that process with my chapter, trying to release dollars to my chapters, and which monies were appropriated and approved and signed by the president. But now they want the chapter to jump through a whole other set of hoops again. So looking at that mechanism, and maybe we should just go in and start purchasing some, look at purchasing mobile homes for housing alternatives, because we know it's going to cost a lot to construct homes. And, you know, why don't we just go and seek out mobile homes off the reservation and buy them for our citizens? That's about the quickest way to get housing to our Navajo citizens. On the HIC program, but our own, we have a whole bureaucracy that we cannot miss. And my gosh, even just to do minor things, you have to jump through hoops. But I think maybe if we just move forward to find that mobile home manufacturing company that we could just say, hey, can you build out 100 homes? Out of the first 100 home that comes in, maybe do a ratio of 40-60, 40 to veterans and 60% to the general public, until we meet the need. Veteran trust fund dollars. We know there's monies in there, but we can't access it. They can't access it. You know, or let's create a whole different program and take their housing program money out and give it to an entity that will build homes for veterans. That way, all these segregations at the chapter level or whomever is not saying, you know, segregating against each other there is eliminated. You just tell them, hey, you know, this veteran applied, this person applied, and they meet all the requirement and order their home. The same thing's gonna happen. They're gonna say, oh, we'll have 2, 3 years to build these homes. We have a lot of time. They're not gonna hit the road running. And then the other thing too, you know, we need to get something that's made already for the greater Navajo public and for our veterans. You get them a modular home, and it's a house that they can move into right away. You just give it to them with the title. And but peso ba da sit nilo kheshe ba da sit nilo o de konshole peso yeah. Oh, we're using it. You need this document. You need this document. No, that's one of my solution, and I think that's what we need to look at for housing also. You know, there's modular mobile homes that are built to HUD standards. Why don't we request for mobile homes built to HUD standards? So it's built to a certain standard. That way we don't have to say, oh, we don't have a building code. That's why we can't move on it. You know, that standard is built to the HUD building, and we could furnish modular buildings for Navajo citizens. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any further comments, questions? There's none. Let me go to Mr. Zwoline if you want to answer those questions and then do a closeout. Then we can continue on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Starting with Delegate Wilson Stewart on the comments about the TDHE, we don't want it. Please don't give it to the Veterans Administration. We are not I'll just say we're not the best place for that TDHE to go if it is removed from NHA. There's any number of better options. Please do not consider sticking it with us. I will ask a question to you, sir, in the form of a rhetorical question. Why is this one individual female veteran of which you spoke being asked for priority? In general, I ask, what about the other 1,432 veterans on our list? Who's advocating for them to be a priority? The program has so much in front of it that we need to start somewhere. And we are trying to do this in a manner that is as possibly fair as we can be. Is it going to be perfect? I sure hope so. There's going to be some errors. It's going to be growing pains. And that's why we had tried to adopt the policies as we did, to be able to allow the program freedom of movement to fix issues as we go, to make sure that things can continue to run without having to reintroduce legislation every time there's a problem. And about the numbers not being comprehensive based on what you've seen from your chapters, you're 100% correct, sir. But based on the applications that we have, this is what the data is showing us right now. So once we do start the program, and when we do start taking new applications, we will expect these numbers to go up. It might be reasonable to say in the first year alone, we could get a total of 500 new applications, not just for new housing, but also for renovations and for those who are victims of burnout. We just don't have enough data right now to be able to tell you what is the exact situation across the Navajo Nation for our veterans. We can only give you a snapshot based on the information that we have at this time. For Delegate Keelan and Delegate So, I didn't hear any more questions directed to me. So, Mr. Speaker, members of the council, thank you for the time. Thank you for the questions. And my office is always open if anybody needs to sit down one-on-one to discuss any veterans issues, not just housing. And we look forward to those conversations and being able to keep this ball moving so that we don't have to start over from square one. Thank you and have a good evening. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that there was questions alluded to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, and thank you for presenting that before the Naabik'íyáti committee this afternoon. That, colleagues, there was no more questions, so we can continue on down. I know that there was an addition to the agenda this morning. That addition was to have a Navajo Nation education, further do some explanations. Let me go to Mr. Paulson Chaco, I think, and then we can go from there. But thank you very much, Mrs. Orline, for being here with us this afternoon. And we look forward to future discussions, as again, these are only the preliminary conversations that we're having for all our veterans across the nation. And any recommendations that you have going through the process, those items can be discussed and further explored too as well. So yeah, that. Mr. Chaco? Was there anybody on the line from education? I know there was an addition. Chief Ms. Yazzie, are you there?
Yes, Speaker.
I
Yes,
know
Speaker, I'm here.
we had a request from Chief Paulson Chaka to add on to include another further presentation about education. Has anybody contacted you since then?
Yes, Superintendent Ghani confirmed with our office that she would be on today's agenda. So I was certain that they would be on the line.
Good evening, Ms. Yazzie and Speaker Damon. I am on the call.
Okay. Well, at this time, the floor is yours. Did you have a presentation again? I know that the one that you went over last week, I don't know if there was an update onto that presentation or no,
sir.
it looks like this. Oh, it looks like we'll be talking about scholarships, maybe.
Yes, sir. Do you see my presentation on the
Yes. Do you
Okay.
happen to have a copy of that was sent over to Miss Sherilyn Yazzie?
Oh, not on the
Okay. Miss Yazzie, did you send that out already?
Speaker will send it out now.
Okay, thank you. All right, colleagues, looks like we have a presentation from Ms. Scotty again and the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. Without further ado, Ms. Scotty, the floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, thank you so very much for allowing us the opportunity to provide this presentation this evening. Kodo Pat Ghani Acting Superintendent Department of Diné Education Tsanajini Nishlido Ashin Bashichin Kachini Dashichedo Thodijini Dashanala Chajide Yanasha. Kodo Yadi Anigi Hilchidahadid DA Department of the Net Education Kode Federal Government ya American Rescue Plan Act Yitnigo based on Kichidet Ahigi Sato Nahadito so Hanigo Konzata Bahi Nitingo Holjish Naabik'íyáti members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Shinat Bahno Senigi Hehe a Kokododi programs yan Hidato Nehakato ya beso adoked Yinacho Nihilin Dahadne Nihido Kodon Has Zohigi Hehe Nihidation Li Anigi a ko Benachi Yadi Kodo Nas Dole Di Kodo Iyasiba Hasti Higi ya Navajo Nation Department of Education Dodi yan hitlet na kodo ultatsin el bisneilnish. A kodi kwa ege slide benisht do lehigi ya kadi kwa ege ya ultatsin ligi ado the Department of Interior BIE Nenigi ado United States Department of Education BIE School State Departments ado private schools nas neligi khait ego ya yisi ihilneilnish. AD quite a slide EG quite a unit called currently we have our academic system school system on Navajo Nation comprised of several school types. I know that poses a lot of questions and the intricacies of how we have those relationships established and in most recent times here we have been having to mitigate COVID-19 due to the pandemic. We have had to coordinate collaboration for provisions of technical assistance to all of the school types that you see here on this slide. BIE operated schools, BIE grant schools, public schools within all the 3 respective states of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah. Private schools dan linigi parochial schools dan and that seneligi konzache holji shut abesnail nishto ikil ka ane jako Ako benekago na yadi yisi khait ego yan hilhaho de don nifty infrastructure bedi ninigi jud di beso han so shin beni yet that American Rescue Act yichnenigi nas khodashi go khait ad an he kwa ege old khatsin ligi belnail nishtolet apet zilgo ado yadi information yichnenigi data bedeni kede an he kwa ege Department of the Net Education bank khahodit edolet nas nishin lenigi at ende khot bena da anneshiki et أخذ إكودو بيني نشتغل ليكي خدنيت خان سقوشين يال دوني أكو آجيكي بنهات Targeted State Education Agency Status DA نخبهز آني Title 10 بيستو أكو بناتي يدي Department of the Net Education خدو خجو ألتخا بسنيد نشتغل دو ألتخانيل دولار آجي إياد governance يخنينيجي دوين خجو باخو زندا ديني خبهز آني بي استوهيجي it's a bit ambiguous in terms of who governs who and what exactly some of those processes look like on a day-to-day basis. خددي كوا أجد كوسن سانا هستيد but no but أجين كتخانس نيجي خانس وشين يجو أيان خالشنو قلت خايجي لا دو نخمس أكو هجو إخنا أنشتوله ليجي دي قلت خناس نلقو هجو نخبه زندوله أكو دي كوا أجد title 10 بناتش بهز آنيجي خجو نخبه به زين دوله دي بسوج دات أنيجي كدو دي various programs باخش ندوله بسو يو كريجي خانل سوغوشين دي tribal sovereignty دي نيتا كوا أجد النبي نهستو دو نيتسين إشتلجني دلنيجي أنا خين كت به زن هوني الزن خالشني يجي أنا دوهي دول أثيجي أكو آجيجي بالإلشنا نلقو أكو كدو infrastructure بدينا. Sometimes infrastructure, we envision that it is a tangible thing. In this instance, the request that we have before you is an infrastructure that relates to the provisions of having capacity building. Naznishin linigi ya knowledge, skills, and tools yan dod nishigi the old khasnel do chino uhidol ahigi ajpa bohoned zado lahigi ahti nin hikodo infrastructure bidi ninigi. So I wanted to just provide that preface for you members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Shinad Ahmotlinigi Adi Kodo Hodeshij ya State Education Agency we have various appropriate functions and programs in place currently. Tribal sovereignty. This infrastructure is our tribal sovereignty. Processes and functions we can be tribally sovereign. Standards, the net language, culture, and standards. No setigi, the neck etchaban saha kiesko, that is what marks our tribal sovereignty, and that's what sets us apart from the requirements within ESSA. The Title 1 da, بتسنشتلجن لنيجي خجو بثنا أنش بأول إيه يا أخو نزن دوي ناتش أخد ستن زنو أهي دول أثيجي. That's what sets us apart, and that's what is going to equate to our tribal sovereignty, our ability to speak to these issues along the lines of establishment of the tribal education department here, going down into the standards academic-wise, and how we weave the expectations of our students to become culturally and linguistically competent in their native Navajo language. Ajigi ukhta eya benishtini dolet bin nachin lo e kodo ikhwil na dolet. Akodi ilchine anosel linigi eyati the cornstalk. That is what we utilize in terms of our paradigm and our understanding. Adi kitliye ado eya topa ba nakha ado eta adenise. Akhut en halon kha alchini yaje eya banahuit ado les kodot anihe. Department of the Net Education Ninigi to be recognized as a state education agency. Organizing oneself to implement an action plan of self-reliance, to pursue a vision, meaning that is what will help us obtain and live within the parameters of that vision. Sihasin, to proceed with self-evaluation process to make the necessary changes and adjustments within oneself and for one's plan going forward. Odla, having a belief in oneself. Ado ayo love for others and love for oneself as well. These are some of the Dene concepts and cornerstones that we are envisioning under the Dene Schools Accountability Plan with Nenigi. Department of Interior, Department of the Net Education, in the Every Student Succeed Act, there are accountability factors. Department of the Net Education. Di billa ashlatni dlenigi na behon hit ninigi. Ajigi itkis inso. Satopet ilhi das zoko hot adi ilhina zoto bilagana bazad not zodo was ta. Ajigi a han sogoshin, but ilhana nilo, but ilhasan nilo. Einaha alchini yaja bohnet zan get up behuidos off. Culture identity accounts for the greatest amount of variance in the student achievement variable. Two variables specifically, cultural attitude and cultural knowledge, defines cultural identity of our students. This, I believe, is our philosophy of learning here at Department of the Net Education, and which will propel us forward to actualizing our tribal sovereignty. For us to function as a state education agency, as identified and supported in Navajo Nation's Title 10, administration services, we have to have a paradigm shift there. The academia, the academics should also change as well and make a shift. How we do that through processes, how that's legislated and identified and defined, the technology that is needed for us to make that paradigm shift, in addition to the legal aspects of that. Those are the significant functions of us pivoting to becoming an SEA, for us to be tribally sovereign, where it relates to Navajo Nation having a voice and determination of educating our own youth. Office of the School Improvement has a request before you for a total budget of 600,000. And this is broken down by a budget year 1, 2, and 3, $200,000 for each of these years, with a methodical approach and plan for working with school solutions teams. Using the Dene School Intervention Framework. It's not only just the academics that we want our students to be aware of and to demonstrate learning, science, math, social studies, reading, writing, math. Aside from that, on the basis that we are Native American, that we are Navajo people, we have an intervention framework that is sincere and recognizes the fundamentals of our Navajo, our Navajo-ness, if you will. An intervention plan. Solutions team. We would like to see a solutions team comprised of consultants who can provide data. What are the issues, and getting to the core of those issues within the respective schools. And these solutions teams, of course, would be comprised of educators, folks who are familiar with standards, folks who are familiar with how that intersects with assessments, and then also the overall framework of school improvement. Year 2, visitations to schools, and some pilot projects to be included. Year 3 to have a full realization of school improvement plans at all grade levels, and then providing professional development. Our infrastructure is our capacity building in our teachers. Through the professional development plan, Edit Balagana Bazad, Ajane do Leto ye Uhudos, Asigi, Dobasland Adadoles. We need to invest in our teachers and school leaders so that they can harness this difference that we have and utilize it to our advantage as we move forth with supporting our learners. Furthermore, I spoke to this to some degree the first day of your work session. AD kwage broadband bahoy na tingo. AD sato han sogreshi ayan hilchinid Navajo Education Information System. Ani hi kwage di beshin sa kesin linigi benil nishdo lehigi ben kilchaho de donil. AD ultratnas niligo pa ultrabesentil nishdo standards bedi ninigi hajo bel ilhito nil. Even if it's virtually, we would have the ability to reach out to our schools and then also collect information, various data points, student name, student assessment scores, attendance data, school calendars, how many days a year schools operate, makes an important factor in terms of the quality education that our students are accessing. The variables within the Navajo Education Information System. The student information system, they use that system to take attendance, reporting their test scores. Here at Department of the Net Education, to become a state education agency and be that infrastructure for our schools to promote change, we need to have access to those data points readily. Federal reporting requirements, there are a minimal set of data points that state education agencies need to have. All state education agencies make reports to the federal government on an annual basis. It would be 3,627,000 is what we are asking for year one. This is our first year of the NEIS implementation process. Furthermore, the year two, we will continue to expand on that. AD security policies, a pilot schools, when you pilot a new system and a new relationship, in this instance, it would be a number of school types here on Navajo Nation. You have to test what's working and make adjustments as things develop. So this year two would be dedicated to executing that student information system build, and then buying and decision-making for the deployment of a complete system for DODI. So it would be a year of adjustments to be made so that we have the ability to have our DODI system speak to those respective school systems so that we have access to data. And so that would be year two at 5,177,000. Year three, the ask here is 6,387,000. And in this instance, year three, we should be able to have in place a cloud build and deployment. For year one and year two, whatever was established, we would hope and plan that in year three, those skills and how we can maintain the system will be handed off to the internal positions here at Department of the Net Education. This would be the capstone of that year three of implementation of Navajo Education Information System. There would be that exchange. We would take on the responsibility internally here at Department of the Net Education, inclusive of a hybrid cloud, where we would have a reduced residency cost. Residency cost is consultants. We will take off with owning this system and working with the system as we go forward. Furthermore, aside from the need for instructional technology and the infrastructure there, I spoke about the need for professional development of our staff members across Navajo Nation, school leaders that done Linigi, AD Kodo Office of Standards, Curriculum and Assessment Development, OSCAD, Eyabadine. Adet program Beso Yokedigi ya 120,000 over a 3-year time frame, 40,000 for each of those 3 years. The intent here is to establish a partnership for professional development with NTU and the Net College. Di kwaagin an hidden hit the nebazad be yale tiigi ado Navajo culture the neba od ink binaho ahigi ol tatnas neligo ba ol ta budget naligi aja beba ka adija kodo AD standards badine Navajo language and culture standards yisi yendo nashigi kodo bebe ka adija yuhidos as yadi kodo azkad ya beson nihi ke di ulthaat bitoye di adeneb ajiyalti to be able to provide a context other than just words for labeling purposes. We need to be able to get our students to the proficiency level of speaking within context and to have a thoughtful response orally and in written form. This is infrastructure. We need to be able to build on our teachers, invest in them and their skill sets so that we can produce students who are culturally competent and confident so that they can do well and represent us in the greater world out there when they leave us here for college and their next steps in life. We also have included a request from Navajo Head Start under Department of the Net Education. Kodo yad de kwishi yad nihisens go kunzata holjisti acting superintendent ishit deliado shanat naflinigi abedag ehigit de kul de kwi de shi ya bahotzi anihit ago dean lay chapter done in niligo across our communities. The Head Start classrooms done linigi o tatat eska do don dat eda. Kale eid don na kabanat ida. Do no yan hit is the creed shin yashinas baha see shinat linigi. A ko kodo yat di beso adoke di chapters done in niligo ya feasibility study in year 1. Ajiki yati beso yini kadiki ya classroom. Renovation where there are no centers or classrooms established, we would like to be able to be supportive of a complex, a Head Start classroom to be built. Edi kodobeso wakedoles. Early childhood that nimki. There are certain specifications to be considered for early childhood classrooms. 3-year-olds and lido ado enroll Navajo Head Start. Early Head Start accepts enrollment of our 3-year-olds and then 4- and 5-year-olds before they go into kindergarten. These are our young learners, our future leaders who make their way into the established school systems that we have here on Navajo. Some choose to enroll their children in kindergarten in the BIE operated schools, tribal control grant schools, or public schools. Private parochial schools kodo khan sagoshi yat anihit ya bahanatze. A coqua ya beso nehini kedo that hajoba nifty kinazilla. Abonet zangit yan halchiniaja uhidos as. A kodi kun sodohodes ohos ahigi standards bedit ninigi. We also have Navajo language and culture being taught at this early level as well. AD and halchiniaja bipin. Bizadye yalti doya ahon zindo lehi nachi da ahon zindo hatninigi kodo hodes from Navajo Head Start programs. So we hope that you also support the funding request here so that we have the ability to establish suitable learning centers for our students. The outdoor play that they Ilchiniyaja ta yanigi isto our family style go ta yango. Ochot our standards beat us so Navajo Head Start standards, performance standards that they klinigi. So needless to say, those types of centers would definitely require a kitchen so that we have staff who have the ability to prepare meals for our students to engage in these family style meals. Lots of get along skills become established through these routines that our early childhood educators implement at this level. And so I ask of you for the implementation of year 1, 2, and 3 as set here so that we have the ability to support for a build of infrastructure for our students at the young age of 3 at Head Start level. Adon Nas Nana Yadi Johnson O'Malley ya Kodod Ulkatanin Niligo ya Besnevnish. BIE that beso bet ehat that ado AD ulkap nas nilne a sub grantees but no beso kaha that on naha bike AD ilchiniyaja on the basis of their census enrollment with Navajo Nation ya student count in dal do a beso bebe kanda obo ahun shehende about approximately $80 per student. That's a certificate. From the program of Johnson O'Malley here from Doty. AD software upgrades for a total amount of $55,000 to effectuate a proper infrastructure. Computer bidi ninigi. Beshin tekesigi benel nishan togoshin. Kodo hanza goshin kodes ago yan infrastructure and lindole. It is very quick to be able to convene a meeting with schools without leaving the confines of our offices here. We need to be able to upgrade all of our software so that we have that ability to communicate with our schools across Navajo Nation. So we are working with at least 27 grantees, and it will continue to grow. We have been supportive of new schools as they become established to be able to access these funds so that we have our students take away from these monetary supports. Upgrading phone systems. We have old phone systems. In many instances, the new phone systems can be used as intercom. In this day and age, we have a need to be able to support our employees for safety. AD, you using a code from one of these phones with access, you can use it as an intercom. It's for employee safety, and then also to support our quick communication with our schools as well. One of the asks here on the infrastructure request, it has to do with outside tables. Eating and tables with shade. AD 6 tables and don't miss. At quite a ya one adult the clangy I opposite husky. The quite the cosanta not me higi not mission linigi shink up at this. AD quite ya just hit off what you task or AD could droplets if ninigi. Ein da adjust or other net that is not nego a behazin di quite the cosensan lenigi, but a hat aid or lehigi ad quite at all the ad baca done we get that not a spal go a yan don't net. So that we can be supportive of our staff members to have an opportunity to step outside, have their lunch, have their break, and come back on inside. I'm not sure if you can relate to this, but Those of us who have converted to exclusively working through virtual means, the meeting sigit ket soto the mental health wellness badi ninigi shigi papa akodi ya sato yistokon from Johnson O'Malley program. I also want to share with you the request that is before you from Navajo Nation Office of Scholarship. $223,680,000. Ayego yal naha alchini yajidi wataho ulthabadi ninigi which it binilna ko eya naha alchini yajidin da iltha danje nahal jishko high school da iltha nas na dole ha da le eya di ko ege so iltha nidne abadandi das badi mitan ha alchini yaje a kodo scholarship beso bebe ka nelo wa igi Currently, we are expensing approximately about $3,000 and $2,000 per student for Navajo Nation scholarship at the Ninigi. Akodi kwa'ege beso tsohni hichichidat anigi ha'ye dina ha'alchini yajino selen linigi abbe nihidana ido kato kodo nabeho. Navajo Nation, Satoy Yatado, Jato e Yadin Hikando, Jaton Hidando, Kahigi, Bakaahat. I believe we need to be able to consider the average cost of attendance at a 2-year institution and a vocational program is about $10,000. Ado Anle Dina Hego University and College 4-year institute. $20,000 per academic year the besonal kid. Di kodonal sosen lenigi tzayego ille ado ya personal expenses. Decreasing fees naha alchini yajda altago abihidzo adi computer lab chida inigi ajahan soshin beso iyizo ado di tuition bit ninigi 3 credit hours go. There is a typical scale per credit hour. Go charge it in ha'alchinyaj da altago. Kosa yan ha'altaan linigi ba alchin da halo. A kodi a bebeka adija academic year 21-2022. Let's invest in our students. Di kwa agihot an hilin saho din delo konzadin kilholjish. Nihilha de don't nihigi di kwa age ohidos as undergraduate programs and graduate programs badi ninigi naha alchini yaja babini nado beso bandi nil ADA zel inaba ult khaigi ado di environmental science that dan linigi is we have found a tremendous need for our students to be proficient in these various disciplines. Wahatsugo ga eya baho seneti kodo Dr. Jill Jimbit ninigi na ba hobit ken lingo eya kunza thinkit holjish e hot on hitch na aban linigi aje yasizido decreasing is that in lingo eya at her direction. She has led the charge to be able to have the nation respond to COVID-19. We need to be able to invest in our students in a similar manner so that they have the ability to help the nation when they have completed their studies. And so there again, I want to emphasize that they are our infrastructure. Let's invest in our students alongside the teachers that we are advocating for here. I also want to speak about the request that is before you from Office of the NA Youth. After school program. So due to the pandemic, We have been interfacing with our students after school through virtual means. Program manager Ms. Denise Thomas and her employees across Navajo. The Youth Boys and Girls Club at the Kidnaznel. So it's not just homework completion that our employees here through ODY are supporting our students. We want to ask of you 300,369. Akone na eya beso kwa ege eton neligi behazin go ilya. 85 mental health coordinator positions, which year 1, 2, and 3. Kwa again kilha that ne di no session lini but not in the shiki. Mitigation for mental health wellness. Khan so go shi e ya kodo alto ni hit ba khanat zeshinat no linigi. Ajin kha alchiniyaji betindilnish. Abe khajo e ya da ohun zindolel. Ado din hil ohun neligi e do hit ada yik e khadado gatan linigi. Aja bich ahat indolel the mental health coordinator positions beti linigi over a course of 3 years ohut an kha alchiniyaji betindilnish. Ohut e ya kodoye et hado zi office of the youth linigi. So that is the amount that we have as part of this budget proposal for your consideration, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And that leads me to my final slide of the presentation. AD Kwadot Ad Ene Beso, Navajo Department of the Net Education, Beso and Hihi Digi Program Zigi, Ad Ene Ehinahas Togo Eya Kwadoti Beso. Office of the Net School Improvement, Navajo Education Information System Infrastructure, ADO OSCAD, AJA Standard Store Curriculum Assessment, A Teacher Professional Development, Ichnanigi, Navajo Head Start Facilities, Ajin Ha'alchiniyajikin Basanelo, Nahigi, ADO Johnson O'Malley, A Kwaege Ben Anashin, Linigi, Bahoni Yajiko, the Krishin Yistoho Ila, Ado a scholarship, Ultra and Linigi di, what the whole Ultra Bebekat or Waligi, Ado a Yat Office of the Youth Mental Health Services, Yitlinigi, a Konel not la peso, a 1,585,144,369. At Hinade Soko, a Honed not beso at the need care do left. Kodo Hajo a Department of the Net Education. On the Hie Hajon Hilhaho did Edo left Kodo Indeed Nashiki infrastructure Bedi Ninigi. It is an investment in our teaching staffs across Navajo Nation, supporting our school leadership so that they have familiarity and confidence in delivering appropriate instruction to our students using Navajo language and culture standards. And then also the Navajo Education Information System that we have before you here tonight. Presentation bidi ninigi ya nikilchin adolel shinat linigi adona ahead olel kodon hadet no anigi. For any specific questions, I do have on the call program managers, Dr. Calvin White, Dr. Alvara Bitsui, Denise Thomas, Alice Dotson, Miss Vera Johnson, Brent Nelson from Doty IT. They are on the call with me this evening to assist in answering any questions that you might have for us as a Doty program.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let's go back to the floor. Thank you very much for that informative presentation. Let me go ahead and this is the lineup that I do have right now. I have Honorable Otto So, then Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Nate Brown. So, Honorable Otto So, your first. Floor's over to you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Elmer Begay. Put me on the list here.
Hey, Honorable Otto So, you there? Again, that's the lineup now. Honorable Otto So, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Brown, and now Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time, and I appreciate the report from our acting education superintendent or something of that nature. And Hashinet not call based on the Naabik'íyáti kito first of all, with Dodi's responsibility of overseeing the Indian Navajo education on Navajo. And I was hearing at maybe some success stories from Dodi relating to, this is how we did our policy and this is how we helped this and that, and we had a success story here, and Faisal, with what little money we get, this is how we do this, and on top of that, we're asking for more money so that we could try to service our children and improve the education needs on Navajo. But when you look at the Department of Education, that's why I always say that, and my thought is that I really feel, I get scared when Dodi wants to take over the schools. And Basil, what kid to give a judge? And but what I'm getting to is that I really support the need where you need to infuse more money, such as into the program of JOM. I thought JOM, Johnson O'Malley, was a program where we receive monies, and those program dollars were under staff was paid under JOM dollars, but I may be wrong. And I'm thinking that JOM is being supplemented by Navajo Nation based off of your report and these other programs. But Tita, Bida Alik Ego La Ye Naso Ego to Doka, China. Eight I see because he's Eastern Nikodona and Tin. Dobja Yati Neck at the Ne, the Yego de. The Hawadona, that the parent is helping you. Some homes don't have that value. I see so I see the language but has English but not be Nazla neck here. It really makes me think. Chin Nagano Cashet Hiata Hill. I should be here. Uncle Tita Peso. Okay, I'm very glad that you're finally speaking about our college students. Under CARES Act, I did not see any proposal, or I didn't see anything come in going to the net education. So wondering where the proposal went. We have college students out there that are trying to pay for tuition. I spoke to one college student in Tuba City who goes to NAU, I just had to get a loan to pay for my education. I thought the Navajo Nation was going to help me out with additional educational resource through the CARES Act. I utilized all of my tribal scholarship and my Pell Grant to my education. I make good grades, but it's just the field that he's going to school in requires many time in learning. I'm opt out. I don't see the nation really helping us, college student. And I said, I agree with you. I agree with you. And I see ahadit adat ashonde nihinat abitad otlifo adat chiniaje. Whether they're going to school in NAU or ASU, U of A, to get them some resources so that they can continue their education and meet the needs. So I believe it's hard for them to go to school online, a lot of them, due to the COVID issue. Some internet, so with that, and I can attest to what that college student is saying. And because I have my own son that's in school, and I just told him, I said, "Joe, you're just gonna have to find a way to pay for your education. We'll find a way." Actually, that Disney. Actually, that no, I see. This so the nation is really not investing into our college students, and then even with the scholarships that are coming in, scholarship dollars from the federal level. One of the first things should be that we should be matching that scholarship that comes in from the federal level. Whatever money comes in, maybe it's enough for 7,000 students that gets funded. There should already be a request to match that amount so that we can try to help and alleviate some of our students that are that can't get additional Navajo tribal scholarships. And I believe 4 to 6 times, 4 to 6 semesters. But there's college students out there that are going for their masters, that are in their final year trying to finish school, and finance is an issue. I really hope that they try to help those college students out there that are literally every day, making that choice whether to go to Safeway or to Family Dollar Store or something, or to McDonald's to get a meal for that evening. The other is that you spoke about Title 10. You may have presented it to HES, but not to the Navajo Nation Council. The amendment to Title 10 and proposel. And our education, I haven't heard anything from them to say, hey, we need these policy change to improve the education system on Navajo. I know that the schools that are grant schools on the Navajo Nation, you have certain controls over them, but a lot of them, they're crumbling. I'm gonna allude to my community, Tuba City. You have a grant school, Gray Hills. BIA, a team is dapat BIA it belongs to the grant school. So meaning that I wish that you could give an opportunity to the schools if they were to fund a project that needed infrastructure improvement. What would they fund throughout Navajo? For instance, you have a grant school, like I said, Tuba City. I'm sure if you talk to Gray Hills Academy High School, they're going to say, let's fix that road right in front of Gray Hills High School. At the Hassa, there's potholes. And that loop runs around Tuba City High School. The infrastructure because NDOT will not touch some of those roads. And I'm sure there's other roads like that within with my colleagues' area to where there's just potholes and bus every day they what's the is there a mechanism for Dodi that requests that the schools that they're under control of, like the grant school, can they request submit a proposal to Dodi for that improvement, since we have a 3-year time frame, so that request could be included with this, because I guarantee you TTIP dollars, our federal transportation dollars, is not going to fund it. Our NDOT is probably not even going to use fuel excise tax on there, because they're going to say, oh, that's the school's responsibility. But we need to get these crumbling infrastructure at our education institutions across the Navajo Nation upgraded, and we need to get them some resources there so that they can fix these fix those roads. So, what's up, I don't do Head Start. Washington, under the 23rd Council, we made sure that Head Start got their dollars back. We made sure that Department of Justice fought that litigation. And at the same time, we appropriated about $6 million to continue, and we allowed Head Start to keep those monies. You have to protect Head Start, no matter what. Their program different. So Head Start is somewhere we really have to focus to try to instill our Navajo language into our children. But yeah, thank you.
We can hear you. So.
Okay.
Am I back on? Sorry. Armado, so are you done? I got kicked off.
I'm good. I'm done.
Okay. Well, let me go on down. Vice Chair Walker.
Yes. Speaker,
good afternoon.
can you
The
hear
floor
me?
is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Gido Committee members, our legislative staff, ado got the do Christian in the house either that is here ado presenters either here so Dodi ado Dyson agido Kahasin here ko unzaho delicate hilchen the hode nanish in the has they need either nahat la nani nigi ebaka kitiko ko konde or job again in the quite at the bandit Dodi the presenter Gani yeah. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the information presented to the committee here this afternoon. I certainly appreciate it. On behalf of my constituents and the chapters that I represent, we are grateful and we are appreciative for services provided to our communities. Nakanadin shigi let yen kanadin sto yen yika nalwa triba she lot eat ko lana nit nigi po hoki to hodla and that has the other ledge je nigi to hodla ado ko the kin do one be dalka be da in the shiki ni za dasti je dot ani tegi to e jan hatenda ta she nit no man smahad nigi oda dia a lot of has needed this call. I want to take your attention out to Western Navajo Agency of the communities that I represent: Cameron, Coal Mine, Luke, Tulani Lake, and Bird Springs. Of the 5 communities, there's only one operational early childhood program there. Of the thousands of residents in that corner pocket of the Navajo Nation, of the hundreds of small children, early childhood aged children, we only have one operational program and facility there. I see what Nahoti Naabik'íyáti and the Kone Bahatitsi, Kone Bahadolji Johnson, Nako, Sunan Adokwe, Zilausen, Nagi, should the Ashin Hinsler, Nana being Patoni, Ebashin, Totsonish, that Edo Sadish Gizni, Dashinaleko, via Western Agency, adding a Yanle Shada Ato, it's Joka and Nakat, Ni Ibana Shaka. Ado did any adequate scanner at then there's not done photos of Australia. These are incident no called next in the Cameron Head Start building a classroom, the roof ceiling a be hits auto nanika lako. O you next eco did it auto or what a did or niche it abandoned either the quadornis or deeds that don't have neither. Just that picture that I've seen of the Cameron Head Start classroom, it's pretty self-explanatory. We don't need to try to assess what the damage is. We don't need to try to say any kind of engineering studying or feasibility studies. It is what it is. It's no longer a usable building. It's no longer safe. That being the fact, I think the timing is right here when Dodi is advocating, when Dodi is presenting a request for funding to help with rescuing America. Our aim is to rescue Navajo Nation, our communities. adi kat ko that this pass underneath lenigi ke sot na ni se de ya do retire de ya do ne so diga hade ya do watching that atota hata person na to ata ak ate ne lenigi bik ko ege I had asked about this so ko shaho sinan adawa dodi to ko Jackson lasha ka media ka hot indigi king so ben on chocholana ni no ego in the past such instances such things occurring with tribal buildings, program buildings, facilities when they go get damaged or things like that, or if they burn, or if there's wind damage and so forth, or if they collapse because of the structural, integrity being compromised, you would see that, and you would see it over the months, and then pretty soon over the years, and then I do have a chapter house that's like that. In several years now, that it's condemned, no longer safe to be in. To Dodi, I would offer my help, my assistance, offer my support in addressing some of these educational facilities, especially Head Start. Let's not talk about this 2-3 years down the road. We need to give it attention, and I would like to start communicating, corresponding with Head Start. Health Education Human Services Committee. Ati sutahan ni it akot ana habaman sas case akot the late I see na musiki tadil ni chudani kon kisin da hasna ikita akot ensan ko yada kiko ako ida hot edo lis ida so ko inda ti ko sa da ni akot eko ashin hot abe dazido hot ato in sas case tole cho bahin singi be adult citizen that hot ato ebe nasti tole akot eko chairman of Naabik'íyáti committee, thank you for the time, and colleagues, thank you for having this work session, and appreciate all the presenters and the listening audience also. The other communities, they don't have early childhood education programs out there going right now. Only 1 out of 5 is operational, and that's in Loop. There's 2 now from that camera. The building is no longer safe. Then it's just 1 out of 5. And that's not a good thing to have. I'd rather have 5 out of 5. But I think been dating started. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. With that, let me go on down. Honorable Brown, you're on the line. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Auto 24th Navajo Nation Council. Auto Mascani. Ikihe kwen kiche hinsi. Lango eya. Kiche hane indla. Njono go ba hinsi do. Ashana Bahazanago PowerPoint presentation. Jono da baka, it's to the point. Ado beso okay digi that's you. But I could imagine that is only a little bit of what's really needed. Alteba hadis ya the nebaza digi an here or ligi the nani tlinigi a koho ARGigi beshpans anni tline kwage not nalo the nebaza subcommittee holye ARG ankenan de ko di kwagi di the kosna nini ben nacha ado skine kahok adat anahe nkoi skin nane kato no jodi peso 20 million hulya hulneto ARPA funds indigenous language baka ako Johnny he aita ajin kenan na shita ko je best mas ani tlini sto could became seats ako akon na becount skan aho di ale Kayenta Unified School District aja contract and landa ale ko the nebazad ben antkini IOD desa public schools the aja superintendent do board on lini do sa ayo the ne bezad yen da antkini do kain da zinda ayo not the hot up the in the hallen ayon kitsa but the haton the ajashi aja public school state jas at the base of bus in the hit the nani lini kwaja the Naabik'íyáti ka kenit ado the old tagil to aja hot up could up cut the anish ko tin kitsa not hol inigi doshal anida nihishi to not a position paper la da deal ni at public schools which had those links to your grant schools did a nihea beshpans anni tlini did the nalt ajab and kinigi adon he all insi those cultural classes. Some of these teachers or these individuals and staff members have taken upon themselves. An example would be in Kayenta Unified School District, Dr. Victoria Yazi writes grants tirelessly. The nebazat lay ayo nkata yich gate aja amado shetan leni ilchin no selada yan they parents and they zitli itakot khane de ish with the grant is not nilto bahane ado has twisani da hasani aja kut higher de ape aja dahante slado ape hot yen dalnish doldo and Johnny in kidel inda doldo bits on the oda hajos ahagi ohot aja yen dalnishta it's on jono belt eshe ada banashta ho ikut ada bes elche hat an dahilne ako aja kut ashi bel kain dicha. We need a position statement to encourage the school boards on the Navajo Nation grant schools, including public schools, to support any and all language programs, projects, cultural resiliency, traditional modalities that are out there need to be supported. I know that I have the support of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, my colleagues, because they did approve the Nebazad subcommittee. Ako ARG hut hadina shin na ne katole AARG nalsos adadil our position statement to encourage to renew these contracts for the Nebazad teachers. Ado hashine lan kin besalani ni question and I hada ziki a head start. I say how the oho ninda tlanke kodo nikik edo aja ama jen leni do nik ashiya dalt kida nihishi kodo became dicha dicha. The best way to learn that I found is that we know through research is through immersion through the Nebazad immersion camps. Adots esto beast be dots so budget in kedo miss Patricia Goni the Allah we need more immersion throughout the Navajo Nation Dolato Bahajon da Doles. I thought that Mr. James McKenzie within a college before he left to get his master's degree. He did have immersion camps throughout the Navajo Nation. His first one was here just north of Danahutso community at Islanes Ahi at Miss Black's sheep camp. The chin 10 days a day that long do ashink eda non nakay ako a peso da baba height ada baja alia shin john immersion camp sigi. We do have the youth centers like you mentioned. Let's utilize even I mean now we're going into a new normal, but the benaj jeota dada ehodan da antkin ako a could height ada budget Eliago dan Jonadon ako I know Head Starts are in dire need buildings for that. I do have a proposal that I want to send to you for the Kayenta. We did get approved for a Head Start building within but it was going to be within the public school system. Ebenina ayo we didn't really get the support at that time. So idea the agent can understand any ni non does to a kudo Nikki Kate adults can't. I know there's a professional development mission so I'll be joining them, and that would be Shea the Nebaza by Yat Kigi the Shanant Adani Dido yo ida be sitting down the shadow hunsta Kondiasha mustn't chapen not kina dia be the schninsent idea be beshel chohon into idea be beshe hejoba do height the yego was a be east hatande ke a kut ankanon shatala ba hensen John Anil Twashin Satot ne a hastui hasta sani Aja Nick Achayalki Aja Benantkin Aja be nice any the nenny clean in Kidal town bank case a hal a be sahonit could abel lagan and lehad the shin can nahal grade yankes lay the dan indigenous people yet state at then there's no more indigenous people go to their reservations at then it's on the hinahalon kedahat on the hinahalon Belaganik actually yadalki on the hinahalon Belaganik actually days nishtan kisna ayo hashin so on need on negit aya it's a Belaganik actually ya they state nahalon government in the hot fundamental law ya gets on nacha hot Belaganik actually became with a bit aja became nature Quajent is the Nasadia, Lada Shita at days in the Akoshe Kodo. Ohot Beshich a hat to heat at the day Yasha has squeezed on in the cut the net no da hot hagi yash a hat that's a bay yash shall squeeze on the deed at Dashno. A D ya behanas a coho D Oshin Kodosto Sato. Eke the deshni. Ajin Kananish atas any nishin sto hajo aja at yubik dest in oltra ado haisto nad nishi do sahalonda alt hogo hot and ishi oshin be the neni tini oshin be ka nature to le a koho din John kwagi nalt hos hadan lagi ado ahun so do le to lada ba hajot si hinde Ashi hun soho deshli agishi the nebiza di geya kut big egel hit the ajel ka as yet the ka di chahigishi hut by yet hit the less a call soho the less other speaker yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for being on the line again. Thank you very much, Honorable Nathaniel Brown. And thank you very much, everyone on the line. I was just debating with my dad here if he wanted to introduce himself over the phone to everyone on the line. But I have Mr. Charles Damon II listening to the conversation. He loves the points about education. The question that we got now is just moving on down the line. I have in the queue at this time. Let me see. I have Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Keon Begay, and then Chairman Daniel So. So with that, let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay. The floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Honorable Elmer Begay, I can hear you loud and clear. Good evening.
Okay. Good afternoon, Speaker. I don't members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I don't sit to Bayan Tigido. Nikisahat na gido Miskani. Yat Jevato ya Yalkan Cristo in the World chapter. Hello? Hello?
Yes. Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead. Your floor is still yours.
Okay. So I had hit this in go do the ultra around the I don't see a get it here. I don't see it here. Launching with actually a adat echo. A because the Ghana Bazaar Boho to hit echo the ne. I just say a by it the neck as a Ishibanaho, I think the old cut, what I see it at what end, Kodo, Ya did I brabo to us, a coho, connect now a base of inch cake. What on here now to know that the Kodo than this needs a coho, Ya based on Lengi, Sa in Lengi, I don't hear now the Yadi Ato, Ishin there was an issue, there was a concern. It's been like that for how many? Almost about 2 decades that I know. But through that, no child left behind, no dalia. From the federal fundings, other yada. Every child succeed, none of the other to be nanika. No matter what kind of leadership we have, no matter what kind of educators we have with that in Dodi, then look at Dodi. Get to that point. I don't know if you can't or acting has Khalid Ilban al day. Johot Eda, Neso there has 2 sons. Other that there's either in the Kidiko. Nicky Ultra, no Hatchin did no Ispan al day. Now, so the Siena Hatnis. I could a Edo the Neko. Shahani, Chinas, but I had Edna quite when I speak a lot, Hobart a lot. Kodot Ahni, Jordan, Nini Hodlo. put ya di ipahazini ya hana di kade khud anisha ani da ini khado konzat hot holzis hajo hawan bahalo hawan has ando jot ade doni jodan jodi kadal khajido ya katus a lot of situation we have at home hot ade ya de dahet na seniors cuz ya a huichi ol khado le tapo bagando aba tatan on de go actually go ta ba masan biche nad ba da khliya je ad na hoti je ishi don hi the shin to jot and hot jot and could ya has under do hona hot etudan ishi hit adaba net inda ako hot ay hoto nel ido hot ay ban sa hakis has hui nendo son inendo ado yang kesigi hot ay bit is out here ko ako to the side be hatis na kikun ya di ko ya peso ya wo ke ni lenigi shahani ya di ko ya enrollment be based on that zone there ko grad school other best that can they to the community it has the hada jida hot zan sha di ko ya ko ot khas an ge ya ko do ya an khatsin ko do do kha adon de ko do ya akon dali da bogan don dali so de a community school do de not at the hatilji hot abot ni to de hato ni hot a based on dante hon de hot is a ceremony 93297 public law hot yi da isni ade because it based also administrative cost and law because because a school but hello this no ajo sin day for the because the school has under whatever sin day it didn't say that it's going to go through Wonder Rock and that's going to go to Dodi don't need the other don't have it doesn't say anything about it I could hey ako kote na ko ade peso kote na de no ke ade dori hot ado no ako di khish khashnet la is can go to those schools like for example I represent Greasewood School, Dalcon School, and then also Sabine School out of Winslow and Isa King Residential though. Of course, I can't let she ask on the house. I can't ask for car. She can't even know to. She even what's the issue? Is other she a school board and then you go. She ain't then about the house to admit. Is she done niche? Is what are based on this nil? Is what I is based on your kid what I the lashing. Ask me hit not that. So you don't know anything. Ask me hit not that. Has it don't hit in net or then the okay the go. So what are you has in here? A bunch of Winston or the Chico, depending on the environment. What are the here could teach is enrollment she did so. I thought that the enrollment at that yeah. The last 4 years of that, yeah, based on the Roman and this is my question to you. I had asked the senior enrollment give based on the 2021 be based on nature. I want that data on this. English is because the last 4 years based on the nature. Inch cable this ko e bi kan the English do you got base de no kedi or is what I $6,000 adon the danderes the school other has others what on each the hila do it could in the about how to that can school the things and the Johnson do this go I go send I just kid this speaker around the While we have a follow-up question, Dolly. Speaker, thank you.
Okay. With that, Honorable Elmer Begay, thank you very much. I'm gonna go to Honorable Keon Begay, and then I will go back to the presenter, Miss Connie. Honorable Keon Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, Che. Good evening. Good evening. Ado Kodo, Mr. Damon. That's where I bounce and I served with him on the council. So yeah, from many farms. Mr. Speaker, Kodo did by from education. Shanali Goshit and Miskani. I apologize, but they such as down. If you commute or Satadashi Aja does and the Akolida Halan has Agi Boys and Girls Club has a Koko Kodo Deja Dashabetini Nesto, Doi that Chanale, Miss Denise, Kodo Quidishi Ada Belassi Lane at the Boys and Girls Club in many farms. A Koko Halet let us in the go. Base of bio Caitlands and Aja has Anijiki. How do we continue to invest in any other way, scholarship? I mean, yes, if we have the money, what you're asking, I mean, I won't have a second thought to say that we should be helping with this request. I could end taking a step back. Halit a kodo in the presentation, Nikki Boys and Girls Club IC Lanko base about the Lanson of the $1 billion that you're asking, almost $1.5 billion. Out of that, ODY only $302,369. Yes, Head Start is taking a big chunk, which is understandable as far as infrastructure. Although some of the information system technology, I've been in discussion with Kudosh, brother, Brent, Mr. Nelson. Is there a way that you can revise ODY program based on Beto La nonsense? Hayun hit the net on Hashin and Linigi Quake. A lad or Dani while they're going to school, but after school, IC La after school programs will be Basil the Dodo Yard Linigi be Basil Yard Linigi Basil Nelda Yendo Nesto ye Lati Yekadal Tat or Lesigi Benia. Maybe from now till during this deliberation, Speaker, could I request the Office ODY and the Boys and Girls Club of the NAE Youth be able to provide us more in-depth plan? Because there was an effort to build a facility in Crown Point, youth facility. During the same time, I tried to ask for funding for increase for the Boys and Girls Club. That's one area that I really like for the Department of Education to that's my ask to to you. Then Miskani Kodo, Nahadan Agito, the Kodo, the program, department program director, and Liniki, our manager, yeah. Kodo, Chanelo Shada Dasho, Deja Dasha, Miss Thomas, call $302,000 amount. Does it jive with me? If there's an ask of 1.5 billion, I see that it all the hajo on stash, the hajo panhat adan hidden hatchin and lindiki through this program. A coco, ala lanko, codos at base of bandage, jondo lehinson, at a ban case. So if there's several billion dollars for replacement of the Head Start building, how does that relate to the information system? Is this the asking for the information system, Mickey? Is that more at the centralized area? It won't make sense to install a lot of these information system if there needs to be a replacement of these Head Start building. And then also I know there's a cyber team, but no baby, you know that there's $1 billion that the Navajo Nation should be going after for technology. How is that being incorporated? I think I brought this up when Kadosh brother during the broadband presentation. Incorporated now based okay unless this is just an information indicating that this is how much you'll be asking for a different program. As you know that BIA was given a certain amount of funding. There's a BIA school across the Navajo Nation, other local community school that based on. And then we have a lot of public school on the Navajo Nation, starting even into the state of Utah and New Mexico. Each state are also getting a lot of funding for and even though that we are Navajo, I believe that we are also a part of the state of Arizona, in New Mexico and Utah. How much are we asking those the governors of each of the state to help with get a certain amount of funding for these infrastructures? So maybe that's another area that maybe provide us a follow-up presentation to the Naabik'íyáti committee. That way, this 1.5 billion, and as you know, if we just say that yes, 1.5 billion, the opera funding that they anticipated by the Navajo Nation, I guess only 200 million. That's it. For the rest of the nation to allocate to other programs. I know there's a much need of this particular program. That could be something and then on the other hand, could I'm not saying that you guys are. The chapter let them provide their input in this. Like veterans that are our local veterans have an input in all these housing development. The snow zone. But I needed that. That's a could open night kid. We have youth advisory because on they're represented from each of the agencies. How much involvement the John Hatching Hitanto Tas no Quatato Yito Epati no. Would it be much also important to have an input by our youth? He son his tweet si legal city ticket nowadays. I mean, a mother Jan Dinigi Bachin be AI no Walmart dota, especially as a teenager. I mean, and they won't wear it. I guess that's a given. They rather go to the mall and pick what they want, what they like. Those at the school level, where we're pushing a lot of these programs. We're pushing a lot of these programs that may not be suitable, but we think that is appropriate for our kids' needs. So the ask is how much are the youth advisors be involved? On other youth advisory council, and I sure like to get a response from them as well. What would they like to see? What would they like to see within their community? And if you look at the plan of operation for the youth advisory, I mean, it does indicate that they provide recommendation. So that's one thing that I really would like for us to get input from them. Try to concentrate on talking at the same time. Somebody disrupted me again. But maybe speaker, I mean, I'm requesting maybe pinpoint to these individuals that may be intentionally disrupting my comments or during my presentation. Maybe just send I don't know, a warning that try to be respectful to them. They may not like me as a delegate, but I'm here for the next several years, I'm hoping. But within the Shinkudo, the Nebayash Shnido, Kudo Satot, the Handahot, Hala Satin Hisens, Nosinigi. I hardly hear anyone disrupting your presentation or your when you're speaking. All of the other things, but Benashni, yeah. And that's where the youth. A lot of times when we talk about education, sometimes it's just more in classroom setting, which is good. Computer designing and so on. But a lot of time our Navajo kids, and you know that, and a lot of you guys comes from maybe a rodeo family, or if your parents have a livestock. I mean, agriculture, FFA, and so on. How do we incorporate that in asking our school to really improve in getting these type of program within the school? Colorado, it was profitable. Yego alla kudo ilon hanni no da gushibna da shinkut akaya leniki nahaslint ego ko yand ayobeche na hote maybe benina niki da hit nanding that to yego petigil after kojik ojana anishiki in terms of equine class or agriculture class or ranching class and so on. Does that 302,000 is able to cover all those recommendations? So that's another program, another area that I think that the Department of Education really needs to develop in sin. Being kid because of what I went through going to school at Trinity High School. I mean, shop that do ROTC that do Agoshi, all these FFA that business class that yeah daily hola era that thing they what Asian it's illegal, but no, I guess I say that I accomplished certain area and getting my education and military service. Of course, and that helped me achieve a lot of these area. Ko dek at o peso at tanto o jokodda o bent on nishito bekendi nishito kodo peso indicate. I think we really need to go further out and get a lot of these things. So Niskani, I know it's a whole lot, but nonetheless, this is my ask to you to see if you can revise, reincorporate the Office of the NA Youth. And my sincere request to you, if we really want to have our kids be successful in life, I think where it starts is at the time that they're still being controlled by the parents and at the early age. The kodo invest ilya good eponet zon I don't could the I don't the the bonnet zon they let in that go change epoch na all tafle they the honnet the kodoti that heki program she that's a pop hota hulia the paholon yat etolis son. So I would very much very supportive if that particular figure for the NA youth is like, 100 folds. 30 million, 40, 50 million. Don't know. Hey, we're really going to sincerely talking about investing into our kids. And send all this. So speaker, what I could do, cannot see to little head nana.
Hey, Honorable Kiambier, that colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to Ms. Ghani for a response to your questions and comments here. Ms. Ghani, good evening. The floor is going back to you and your team members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon Shiaj Kodor Naide Kid Dequishi Aroe Kodor Abinish Anigid Ayasat Nadisht Ako Hehat Shanalet Honorable Otoso Sinajini Ayatan and Nalila. Of course, Shanalendini Dolel Hehat Quagan Idin Kidigi. Ado Dequishi Ayanadil Ago Ayabahenzi Akodi CARES Act Beso Nahan Nide Eda Ida di Kodo Department of the NA Education Budget Heidi Lado Banahosis Neingi Athatas Zoko Ilia Akonde ya di Nihitene and Lenigi Hanso Shin Ajigi Nesohodin Deldo Abik Inad in the Dahagi Bits Auntnest Akobina. Okot Ago ya Nana Sachiko ya Beso Hauso AD direct relief is Nenigi. Okot Beso chose Ind. Akodi Kodo proposal Ilia Igi Aid Ado Nene Nas Naha Des Nata. This presentation and the request for NEIS and other programs budget proposal as shared this evening was part of the entirety of the nation's CARES Act funding request initially. We do recognize the need that precipitated the move to give direct relief aid to our citizens and our relatives of Navajo Nation. Beso chitas ind. Ado ani hot do kodo bahenzi di chinyaj wadaha osthaigi Higher Learning Institute. Ajo chinnaski de ka. Adi kodo survey wal yahigi na ka. Aj Ilya D. Rose Graham as program director for ONSFA. Ilchinid ade ado sani dos twin lenigi ohos aha. Dahal neo the online learning wal yahigit aya an khanan ni go e de kult ashin khut aye de hadotzi ado di be ben on nashigi computer do internet aja online learning yigi aban khaten beso ba aten ni go e khut a da khalna a survey khani de the code di kodo beso yini ke digi personal cost ilnani gi thato adal tha alchinadi higher learning the hadith inho financial need analysis ilne ad kwa aga big in the da beso ilnigi income gi benach khot khad khadid indi financial aid office nas nelago Kobenache yadi kone la de miliaje ya bebakat o was in students dan linigi. Accord personal costs, transportation, tuition, books, ado fees, igi bedal taigi at and aje ban keso. Ikone la beso bayini kid. I mentioned the approximate figure for students attending vocational programs. In an undergraduate program versus a graduate program for the year-long 10,000 and 20,000 respectively. That's part of the request that we share with you, and thank you for your recognition of the fact that some of our students are not online learners. They want to be able to interface in an in-person format with teaching staff. In terms of Department of the Net Education, school leaders in Lenigi for networking and support technical assistance. Public health emergency orders, executive orders, Ado stop Navajo Nation School reopening plan. Ajahan so shin stop benda ajnish. You ask what is the success story of Department of the Net Education. There is a lot of coordination. State Education Department, Ado County Health, and lead that the COVID-19 but not nishigi. Decreasing of sad hidden de ebony ya hajo bahan naigi of technical assistance begin nigi of tatnas and lobby shilnish. Kunzada holjish we will continue to provide that support. I think that type of support was very much needed to our schools. They needed to hear from us. And so we will continue to provide that support on a weekly basis with our school leadership. Ado schools, you also asked and spoke about the concern for BIE and BIA in regard to roads. Adi kodet beso kwa again kichine dehigi yad asati la beso BIE BIA gigi beso la baja holia infrastructure is no so facilities and then also roads. Esto ohote ko ani edi de kuina khida shen yat oyot hides khidi BIA do counties atinas nas lago ya ido lis o da hidet no. And I know this as I served in a school where we had lots of dirt roads that required maintaining for bus access. Bus roads or bus routes dan lingo. Ako aji yisi beso basila. Ako di ultrasinel go beso do which hodalne esto di ARPA funds. There are new monies to mitigate COVID-19. Ako di hodal a team nas lago bendon nishigi. It is not an item that is typically funded by schools dollars. So. And I do agree that we have to protect Navajo Head Start programs by way of funneling funds so that we can reestablish the centers so that they are not substandard. We want to see them reopen so that we can welcome students into those classrooms for early childhood experiences. Routines in a preschool and early childhood setting. When they reach kindergarten level, they're ready to access content area. So we want to be able to lay foundation in our communities across Navajo Nation. So I appreciate your words of support, Honorable. So thank you for that. And then in response to Honorable Delegate Walker from Tuba City, Salt Clan, Nishnantanigo Dehosinzi, Yahat Shaja Kodona, Identikido, Hanso Shin Mihitnahasinle, Ado Kodo early childhood program. I offer my support to Department of Dene Education, Denigo Kodo Dehadinzi. I really appreciate that. We do agree that there is importance of the early childhood programs. The Halchiniyaja Dobaslahund Adato Lesigi, Yasibakait Accord, Ohudos, Alto Yinet Lindoles. Thank you for sharing with me the information of only one early childhood program being open across the number of communities that you serve. So that is very much a grim picture of how we do see the closures impacting the early childhood services and the access thereof by our families. So I appreciate that comment and information. Honorable Delegate Brown, thank you. Shanale Tlislane Danenale, Akoshates and Ajini Nishle. Ako di Kodo Aso Bedinzi words of support of Department of Dene Education in its request and proposal for many items of infrastructure so that we can become solidified and more established as we move forward to providing supports to our schools across Navajo. And I do appreciate the work that you do, and I have known about the work that you have been doing for a few years now. The immersion program, and Miss Amelia Black, she did run a few summer camps. I've always had an interest in that and never had an opportunity to participate, but I can imagine the fruitfulness of those camps that she has offered to date. And again, I just want to express my appreciation to you for supporting Navajo Head Start and the building needs, as you mentioned today. And I do agree that we should do a position paper to all schools supporting the adoption of native language. Ado eya natakul ine, ado baalta and linigi, bahiszid, adiol tatnas niligo Navajo language and standards for lesson plan hedish inigi, sato bitas zole, ya the Navajo language and content standards igi. For instance, if it is a science classroom. So school leaders have an opportunity to review and provide feedback to their teachers as to how the Navajo language and culture standards are being embedded in a day-to-day teaching situation as shown in teachers' design of their lesson plans. And so we hope to provide more professional development, as I mentioned, under OSCAD, a professional development to train these teachers as to how to navigate those Navajo language culture standards and embed them, integrating them in the content standards so that our school leaders have an opportunity to see those and provide feedback. So thank you for that. And we look forward to a merged effort with you to provide a position paper to all schools as to where the nation and council stands in its expectations of schools across Navajo to be supportive of the preservation of native language. Anhin his don't care was nahi dol nasto boho after left the net sun get agent on the shigi a head could open to cat or sundly ingi. Shitsu, so Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay, thank you for your words and the questions that you raised. You asked what has Dodie done, no changes with past superintendents and leadership. Unfortunately, I can't speak to those issues. I'm not aware of those issues that you might be speaking to. Shady, January 2020, ya cognia office to AJ Beshnish. The old topic in not accreditation is Ninigi AJG Yisishanan, that's my primary role. Acting superintendent igi a yat onan shabit anigid ekonza the whole just a cotton nashwa igi. If you have a significant concern about a specific item, you're more than welcome to contact me and let me know about the issues that you may have, and I'll do my best to respond. You spoke about funding as well. Enrollment head count of students. Average daily membership ADM. So that is more than just the head count of students. Average daily membership is an aggregate over this period of days. This is what percentage that the student has attended. So they really track individual students. A attendance a hinde zogo average Nihikwa Department of the Net Education Edo Beso Nahi Lata. Kodo Edo Alchiniaja Edo Nahas Tata Ahanago. We don't teach classes and we don't provide that immediate and direct supervision of students. Enrollment average daily membership the Quishin a 3-year average isne. Average yangi you asked how much the schools that you represent, the communities you represent, and the schools that are located within those areas. Dilkon School, I want the data, the Ninigi. We don't have that information. The average daily membership, though attendance was kaigi, Nihikwa do nahi lata. Benina eya kodo beso nihini kedi infrastructure beditnani Navajo Education Information System yisnigi benihil haha de doni. Akwa edi benaidish kedoyen kedigi. AD average attendance igi nahi lato let kodo AD beshin sekesigi bijanil. A ad hoc report isne ajo kedo can extrapolate those data based on the variables and fields that you upload into this system. AD attendance information. So in a couple of years, I hope to be able to furnish you that data with immediacy and with ease when you ask us for that data that you are looking for. And at this time, the individual schools and their leadership, they have the access to this information. So I hope that you are able to connect with those individuals to obtain the funding information and the enrollment data that you ask today. Mr. Key Ellen Begay, thank you for your words of support for Office of Dene Youth. We want to be able to provide some meaningful contact with those students. right now that is happening by virtual means. And so the presentation here was to be supportive of what is of immediate need, AD mental health, the services, Ajigi funding request, the Office of the NA Youth. And so we'll be happy to oblige in terms of your request for further study internally with this program, Office of the NA Youth, to look further at how we can expand and provide a more comprehensive and detailed budget proposal. I don't know, I think thought that the Youth Advisory Council no set up not so much in terms of the ask for the entirety of the budget as proposed and presented this evening. I do feel it relevant in ODY to AJA no saligi ahana gobasna anish. Ado edit ape so that they don't get into other issues that we don't want them to get themselves into if they're unaccompanied. Maybe perhaps both parents work and we want them connected to a youth program after school hours. Ako aji gishin ani bet belt ahigi do ishin hot babes na anishto gishin kain zani hallo. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, and we'll be happy to have the team members. I do have on the call listening in Program Manager of Office of the NA Youth, Ms. Denise Thomas. So I'm sure she is taking copious notes to be able to respond to you. And we are looking forward to once again providing a more detailed report in these days to come as we finalize how we will allocate and appropriate these ARPA funds. Thank you, and I hope that I've been able to respond to all of the complex questions. It takes a lot of collaboration and effort to come up with some of these ways that we can respond to the greater needs of the greater group of the population. So I appreciate your words of support and encouragement this evening. We are happy to oblige the requests that have been placed before us. I yield the time back to you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ghani. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours. Good evening, Chairman.
Oh, good evening, Cecilia. Otto, thank you for the floor. Colleagues on the call and staff. Otto, Shiyaza, Miss Patricia Ghani, and the staff of Department of Education and other listeners throughout the world on this Zoom/teleconference call. Speaker, I pushed *9 when Veterans Administration was doing the presentation, but it might have been the Holy Beings that interrupted that *9. Otherwise, I might have gaslighted that conversation based on the actions of Hess last week. So, thank goodness. But in this regard, Kwaiki, Shiyaza, what you presented, Kato e Benaitis Kedole, Kwaja Head Start facilities, estimate, replacement, repair, that's a door renovation, that's a without that's a he nil. So, hat is yesi benatche without a basal heat as also. Cordon OEH stones a inspections the Department of General Services. Don't sit up. The nigga a base of bed on the quacky. Quacky has oniki quacky kinsa oniki. Eso hat out and not a the base of a heat so good quacky need that sauce. 8,000 square footage estimate. Hotel Shadasha. So Tena area within Head Start a Bedani kid. So let me back up a little bit. Chapters A the Division of Community Development. You can darkness. Based on Kwagi Pinda Dr. Yellowman. Digit out a that ilne kwaja chapter but not nishaja. Sin Hidini. Ado Kwagi Aya. Don't Aya the preschool a the top 5 priority store lake. The Kwaja Head Start ish. The top view looking down at 110 chapters. What else? So Kwagi a Benaitis Kedole. What was the process that Head Start and Dodie? What did they use to come up with the dollar amount for the building request? A Division of Community Development. It's not Nishigi Hazo Elzendole. Edota, that's a Asahokune. Clean Hilta Hill, a DNA not the meets in Kodot Nidish. So what although at the same time previously Hess had requested over 80 Head Start school operations are at the chapter. Part of the report was only 7 have of those chapter buildings where Head Start operates. Only 7 of the more than 80 chapters had entered into MOUs or intergovernmental agreements on the payment of water, electricity, propane. And then what would be the dollar amounts to be the dividing line between what would be the chapter responsibility for facility repair or improvement, and then what would the Head Start take on? But any cadent ato niching hulneta. When you get any kadigi the 24th Navajo Nation Council, with the Heinz Tangi which anadorni. These are the chapters. These are the Head Start programs that don't have an MOU with the chapters in your district. Can you put on their agenda to act on these MOUs, intergovernmental agreements? Shant the deep need now. A cook at the age of So the reason I'm saying that is Shanand colleagues, and because of the non-existent MOU intergovernmental agreement that could become an audit exception. Even na a kodo Hess is insistent that those MOUs start being approved by the chapters. So my understanding is in some cases the president will sign off, in other cases it would be somebody else. So please understand that that situation exists. IT broadband, there's a huge amount for consultant fees. I, for myself, want to know the prospective consultant. Consultant, Iki Danos, or yes, I thought elbow click the Dalia, Dido Lake. A peso bardot asi a quagging ha. You see, right oh, broadband, playing that on the Sigi, a quaggy. Sato, I guess the main thing is the process. I'm very concerned in that aspect. So if you could basically provide a response on behalf of your staff on that particular aspect. And again, I think the aspect, Shanantai, members of the NABI committee, there's questions about monies going to contract and grant schools. Asati BIE stop base of the Chinquilla. So it needs a BIE funded education. Even though Navajo Nation has authorized these contract and grant schools, the actual funding comes from BIE, of course, and that's for the operation of the educational programs. Sato Nichin Holyagi Hano Nito da Nida Quacky Bahunitz Dole. Out there, the actual facilities, school buildings, it's still under the BIA. Kim Hajo Benato Neshiki, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Ajab Basala, Hajoba, Honitzendolisha, Shanantai. So, Yego Andananka, Navajo Education Sovereignty. On the 1985, and that is linked on the Quade. I'm here old try to get neat into lay Quado me, man. I thought I see Quaggy, Nia, E. Carter. I thought A. Quaggy, Nikia Carter. So A. Dig is to those a State Department of Education, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. I think the single district, I think stop base of through their states and their departments of education. I think the Quaggy, base of the Noki, Quaggy, Sabedan Hodit Ahe. Sato baby Kate the crushing door lick. Could not school just 8 to 8 through that same support, I see the language and history. In 1992, yeah, what in the Education Committee, the Navajo Nation Council. On the Arizona side, Arizona school board. They work with the different school districts. There will be an inception of that date back in 92, 93. New Mexico, Indian Education Act. It is mandated that in language, culture, and history would be part of the curriculum. I don't know the status of Utah going forward. I don't know. The next Hanan Sisto Epic Echo A Yo Powerful so I share I see the nature Kajon Siki Sto Hajo A Nishe Nahat Nishe in Na Citizen Baby Damit do Kusto Jun to ba she huitsun to ba share without Senant I quite hasti to lift to Chato you see Passionini DC a hasti tossing a bit or hard or lift or immediately ba honosend or lift or I thought seeing better how those art or lift so Hatnitla a whole argon lay has tweeby. It's went it or a unaction hodno. A hodno. A without a chateau. A need to a share. Sicily. Honorable Speaker Damon. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for those comments at this time. With that, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions before I turn it back over the floor to the presenter? Because I don't have anybody in queue. I just not checked with Shalissa. There's nobody lined up. If not, let me turn the floor back over to Muscani.
I pressed star 9 to check.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
That was not Mr. Star 9. I could see ya. Let's say so. Shady ya. 10 chickens. Only not up on 100 back into the 12, 11, 10, 100. I had inch. I don't to a national ado yago shiki ani ado na shage to the tini they are your better to the army dalia oh the hayu at ani datli raise a bit of God Gorman Senior Center. Nelson Gorman, first speaker. Good at Eggy. Christian Hay, Ado Isija. Ado saw these con by TV net. Then I had at all never now, then I all top. The ship. Can't it? The Creed City, or you come by when let be a Ado state that Navajo owned the Christian native other Kate Nazar. How she did she grant school that either Chris Kanda she in a way Chili boarding school, you know, what we have started. I actually census office. Those social services in the house Tyler be a realty. Be a to artist in the house. I don't the natural resource be a I see hang in the house top Chili boarding school. In none in the mini forms. I didn't. It out show the Christian Nachit Chili boarding school. I don't may at a whole grand. P.I.E. That's grad school does Nick no so yeah. They still in the grad school is need I could Bahans in this school. She anyway must be not sure if Kadis get down. After the on it's on the star. It dies a whole if you want it. If you had a desire, you get it. But allow any yard whole. So go could be hospital. The pandemic didn't have Yagi at not kin you got. You're not a whale need. But about that sin. But that was not with other that no banana. So even though they got their shots, both shots, they still got infected and passed. So what I way east got I another has them. So I don't get the Raho to your another shot to this but this pandemic happened. There's no way we can change it. There's no way we can catch up with the things that we want to do with the past year and maybe 2 months now. So I don't need to. The school out in Hutchin is in this at all it's a cashing then other sides are in rhythm. Really what is just not how to hold you and having it's and there's clay but another heighty nest that the virtual learning that the target asked opposite than so called such you know not but these are some of the things that happen. It's just going toward into the future, these kids will have that little score within their schooling. We can't change it. So if they have the desire to catch up within that last year, they'll do it. But all we can do is encourage. Instead of using it as an excuse. So I don't have on that case all cut Naabik'íyáti I don't actually need another just cut off the Nahagi to other be hit other by Yati should all use schools such laws. You have to be graduate from high school at a certain age. No, there's no way you can change this pandemic. I don't miss it. So it could all on the need it all to sound on necessity. Card all I didn't surround us. I thought when they came back, but there's nothing he can do to change it, or she can do to change it. There's things that happens in life. We just have to look at it and grow up and start to survive. Otherwise, if we give up, we're going to just go into stagnation. So, another thing that we can do to help is to establish an online alternative high school for the dropouts. For they can catch up and they can go forward. But this case, due to this COVID-19, they still have a desire to go to school, so we need to open that up for them. Homeschooling youth are better than graduate. The parents to put that into the consideration or on where they can have on at home schooling. And they pass to and they go through their grades that way. I don't know. So because in this time right now they're in need. They really need their cause to try to catch up for them. All it will never catch up, but we need to put some alternatives on there. I don't know. I've never in the summer that I don't know certificate I don't just twist on it that I've seen the way beta that's sure. Maybe a couple of months or maybe even just a month no other language. On some of this case, the very Christian has what I say, is something like us beyond the case on us to go forward with it into it. I don't know the I don't believe in the creator seeing what are integrated at the honest. The next Guinness narrated what's boarding school, which only so that they taught they plan that agri next to show that agri to a ACP had other choda is has a bus chin but that's chinny that I just English today just go other houses possible can English to catch up you need to start learning English. So the people, the students that we went to school with, the one that has their mom and dad talk English, they were ahead all the time. But they just think so that's what happened. So these the next understand. What and hello to the kind of other uses. What and hello, John Daddy, call us back a hill that $10. 1 hour because other you live has only. So what I would either create 2 hours, $8. So be I hope I make a signal house as in the Nikki. As in a clinic, like a shot, just kiddo out in many states of the news. That's actually the whole lot. I don't know so the percentage wise. So this there's not chin out there across the Navajo Nation. Some are very delinquent. That the east, I don't know that I don't big out there. mother jet of the east or the cheap and my son of the east or say but mother on the chirux the chida yos on but all that kate ka ish hanel na ish hit I ha dog ish hit out the dog that that ma see so ya so I not understand parenting see boy but both za then na what what should what personally it's because of parenting that we're going into the wrong direction. There's a lot of kids out there I see they only go out at night. So these percentage needs to be figured out how much of our kids are out there just roaming around. I need vocational training. That is tidy and the way shouldn't cut those net maybe a year before or 2 years before. See those these espanas niligi AVT when I came back from the service, they're the one that was already in business. There are truck drivers out there, or there were mechanics, or there were carpenters, or electricians that are heating, refrigeration, contract, and so on. Based on this, could these are metal straight A's that you not even with the heart to sing. It says, Kados at all ye, and the way Arizona was a slang. What I bought on that's how I've seen it. So these kids that they really need to go vocational training was cut the no a based the Navajo Nation Bakai a based the hot Hala a the stone last that Hina had all Arsenal slash Hina had all Kaya Canada this could have made your thoughts what that we need to teach these kids how to keep the water on the Navajo Nation instead of running into the Colorado River or San Juan. There is a way, and I have that. I have it. If you guys want to hear it, I can give it to you. They don't windmill. They did. They don't earthen dams. They did. That's part of it. There's a reason why it was those earthen dams came about and the windmill came about. There's a reason for it. That's a big project too, in the billions of dollars. Across the Navajo Nation to keep water on the Navajo Nation. It can go back into the water table. It can make Navajo Nation grain. It can keep all the windmills filled and the earthen dams. So so these kids that would be really good. When back in the 2002, not a shin. I was at the Navajo High. I was a grazing committee. We Western horseman we spent about 5 days rounding up and branding and tallying and vaccinating, castration, that's what they but not and we were in the Western Horseman 5 pages. So nobody knows about that. It was a Ganado High School and the 4-H and act classes and the rodeo team. All those guys were in there. So those are some of the things you look forward to in the course of these schools. Something they can survive by. If you test when you go into service, they'll test you. In the house, tested the house at the AV stations. The spread house had isn't higher a connect what your that number name. Anyway, a had or just had not been tested as now. Since John that school you had a cow had Elan needle had Elias pictures what Elias Yodas asked in as long as Yodas asked and then get the counselor of that person should direct them that way and help them along that way. hot agua so yeah it all talk the hot audition so these are the or MOS station number that they'll give you a number then or that they're always in with a Bravo or Alpha or Charlie etc. It in the service in the hospital test the hospital they'll directly which way you're going to survive. I think the school should have that also. But all on this case, although it only all taught, but this is all taught or you also the league. But I got the high school, the junior high. I got three elementary school. I got head start. This is change. Busy car you like home. Care had adopt the yacht. He got some. So, but I can't say anything. I can't do anything about them because. I'm not their oversight. I'm not with the education. So now I to say something and talk for them and yell for them in the health and education and human service committee. I need a discussion with them because I was told in the RDC I have no authority in the by shame so even now ele hota ko be hastio le sa ko ta snot ado ahla ne to ashne fitini do anos ta snot adi sheh na kon le nishin ha so ado kon pe chance ani ni kon ha ado ne pan si che so ne ba additionally le ship ne ba ha shit ado pa ism arunda ba yashke hagin shit a khalat net artko as at push and le at hit it on the as I've got a cousin that read Dr. Leonard, he's a doctor, and I've got another cousin, Dr. Elmer Guy, running the HENTU. The only thing I can do is see and hear and voice for the people. Thank you.
Naabik'íyáti committee speaker's resetting his internet. He's having internet trouble, so he said to go back to Ms. Ghani.
Thank you, Mr. Rico, for that. First, I want to respond to Daniel. So, dag eget ja ich neil nesto ja at khanta kes anach hot al taben had do china hol ahigi a do han so ship nach bohnedle. I did indicate that it is difficult to navigate the issues for schools on behalf of our children, our greatest assets of the nation. Thank you for your sincerity and the open dialogue. That division for community development the Head Start base or Ajigi Ado the centers nas Naligi la Echit base of Batasto Adastoigi Ajibena Kid. I did present with our Navajo Head Start leadership that we are looking to define the centers, de-renovate it that those nikigits is a decree the meal bira silkid ado e hindate zodoles ado khedigi classroom gi yisi. And you look at the populations of communities, they inquire about the availability of early childhood services. So programs generate a wait list. So the directions and information that we seek are actually with our Navajo Head Start leadership code. We do have information also from childcare licensing. AD Head Start standards is Ninigi Ajabik Alna and Nashigi. The Quida Shilki Gasto. I mentioned that eating as a family style meal, Zigi, which would indicate that some of these centers that don't have operational kitchens, it would be important to include and prioritize those projects. To promote and support the Head Start performance standards. And I thank you for the guidance and the perceptiveness from leadership. I have come to understand what you are individually passionate about, and we try to provide as much information for you for your decision-making support and questions, and then you stimulate our thinking as well. So I will respond with that, Chairman, so that this is an evolving process. Head Start as the days progress and we continue to refine the work of how these funds will ultimately become appropriated here within Navajo. We'll be happy to provide more finalized and more detailed information for Head Start planning. NEIS, why do we have such a big budget identified for consultant work? Very good question. So I just want to provide some background information. State education agencies, a state education agency, BIE, Bureau of Indian Education, Dodi, Tribal Education Department, and we're not identified as local education agency either. Those are the individual schools. Congress, they hold one there. Not only than Linigi, a personated specifically for technology. The old Linigi technology, beso the queen the meal so Tato Shtlat the meal so not kid the hot on Naha state education agencies is Linigi beso which Nihe Hojito beso hot on him data. To state education agency going zinda. So the plan that I present to you, the Title 10 Big L. State education agency. The infrastructure is for that. So that we can become recognized and function like a state education agency. So I wanted to provide that information and background as to how we don't have the same kind of access to these federal dollars by way of Congress and then trickle through the U.S. Department of Education. The infrastructure work. We internally at Department of the Net Education and also Navajo Nation as well, the entire Navajo Nation government. Broadband bahanet go present elia. Di khajo be hazendolel. Ajigi bebet shlejgo. Navajo Nation Cyber Office Waliego Broadband Office. Biyado di beshin tekesa beda Ignashigi Iyasik edes indolel ado peso dan dehiki isto grants islenigi bekahat del indolel ada iyasi bikahadoleligi ajaban yaz titna. Because we don't have internal expertise di kwaege the data system behad don niligi sango ben don nishkot a feasibility study as to how and when we can do this timeline zigi we already have that work completed, the feasibility of how to connect with the other schools and state education agencies to feed the information, student level data. So there's that plan already in place by way of having a feasibility study completed. Next comes the work which we will source out through requests for proposal, RFPs. Peso peso in Navajo Nation government procurement process. Ajigi bikaho di ashladin the milso 50,000. Ajigi ya if a purchase for service or goods is more than that, you have to go to bid for that service or good. That's the Navajo Nation's procurement process. That's how we envision the work to take place. When we secure the allocation of the ARPA funds for the NEIS work, we would go to bid to see who comes back with the best and appropriate plan that will help us launch this infrastructure to be able to speak to databases within the schools across Navajo Nation so that we have access to data. So there is that work and the expertise, the funding is under consultant work. So we currently don't have any particular individual or a company in mind, for we are aware that there is the compliance of exhausting the procurement process. But I thank you for that question. I always appreciate the perceptiveness of our leadership. And the expectation for compliance with that, I sincerely appreciate that. And Honorable Delegate Eugene So Sango Ayat Ado Lenetis Ahigi Aya Bahenzi Kodo 8 on Nehesoto Quaginazation Linigi Aya Kodo Bebes Nahashnegot. We have a weekly program manager meeting to keep one another informed about the issues out there. So I take all comments and suggestions seriously, and I make sure that our program managers are aware of these concerns and issues. So thank you for expressing your concerns. Percentage of delinquent students student information. Anytime a student is called out for misbehavior, the type of behavior, when we become situated with the infrastructure for this data, we would be able to give you that information. We'll punch it in and request the system to extrapolate and extract that data as to what is the percentage of delinquent students in our Navajo schools. How do we respond? How should Department of the Net Education provide supports to schools, teachers to improve the high percentage, for instance, if it is a yielded high percentage of delinquent students? So this system will really put us in a position of close communication and being able to respond, being responsive. Akonde ya iska aliyet you see it eti kodo. It is not necessarily looking over anyone, but rather we want to know what the issues are and working alongside our school leaders so that we can produce students who are capable and who are ready for the world of work, which is another area that you spoke very eloquently to, Shajet, Eugene. So a vocational training, Dina Nishba, Taigi, Han So Shin Ha Chiniyaja Aya Hasendo Leslie, in the Daget. While they may be enrolled in a course of work with Higher Institute, they should have a trade under their belt. It's important. So all of the states of Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona currently have those standards in place. Sahoe career technical education, vocational education standards. It's anadas zo di sa hit il jeho chiniaja ye the dahadil ado construction kin dal inigi plumbing da ado nana hodes yati chiniaja yan il inja hospitality isne food service da ado cosmetology da hot aditi rash adal inigi hashine na hot aya dahadil ahigi anan nishin linigi and as early as 8th grade, there are requirements in place from the state departments of education for students to take an inventory. Based on who you are, how you responded, and how you like to work, what setting yiki. Then they create a portfolio that the counselor staffs of the schools begin to work with these students so that they can keep on track with where they want to go as the students begin to matriculate into higher institutes of learning. We want to be able to have information of those data points. This system that I speak about, it will allow us the opportunity to give you this information, placing it at our fingertips. I hope that I've been able to answer your questions. You did share with me a lot of your concerns. Ajiki papa hodi ka do benelish ko hehe chinat ahnoseniki kunza the whole jisto want to extend my appreciation again to each of you for your leadership. The Quichin hot up in the sos tado nahat anlenigi ashi anibike gal do the bunch the dahde. We all signed up and agreed to represent our people. So I want to extend my sincere appreciation to each of you. And then to my program managers from Department of the Education who are still on this call this late in the day too. I want to express my words of appreciation to each of you. I yield my time back to you, Mr. Rico and Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gania. Sorry, colleagues. Had to reset the internet here, but we're back in. And at this time, thank you, Ms. Ghani, for your presentation, everything that you've done and answering all the questions and looking to the direction of further continuation, as this is a first portion of discussions, especially preliminary round of opportunity. And thank you for taking that into consideration for all my colleagues, all the not only the requests, but also the concerns that they might have that's in place right now. When I go back to the floor right now, colleagues, the thing about it is that I'm trying to. Oh, we have one individual in the queue. Honorable Elmer BA, you have a follow-up question. let me go to you, and then I don't have anybody else, colleagues, in the queue at this time. So if you have any questions for Ms. Ghani, time is 7:46 p.m., colleagues, so just keep that in mind by the staff here. But other than that, let me go to Honorable Elmer Gay. Elmer Gay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, here I had straight away. I don't the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee at all. Chair Masanido, Naabik'íyáti ado, Ms. Ghani, here had though, ado Korabuna Adiskido, this year, the donations ado around the Bahad Nagi. I'm trying to get to the point to where what your request is mainly entails, and then also what the purpose that funding is going to be, and mainly for who. What's the target? Or you mentioned that these are, and it's already known out there, these issues that we have, that's been out there. You touch bases on it. That's where it's going to be forward and all. But understanding that there's going to be a $31 billion that's going to be allocated for Indian tribes, the 574 Indian tribes. So out of that 20 billion is going to be already, it's known that it's going to be given to the Indian tribes, particularly for government, or for each chapter, each Indian tribes. According that the 11 billion is going to be already for federal government setting, which will be the IHS and BIA schools. The education, the public education is going to be given to them. Why are you not, during the consultation, to request for those kind of funds for education through Department of Interior? Why are you not, guys? The DODI is not even part of that. You guys are not requesting or allocating to look for that funding, the $11 billion, which is for allocation for government. What you're doing right now, you're asking, did try to go along with these schools, go along with leaders, and no, that's what I'm doing. I'm not going to be overseen. I'm not going to. Then these fundings, like I said, the fundings where it's coming from. This BIA schools and grant schools. It's based on attendance, and then also through the enrollment. Which been allocated for the average of the attendance. So the BIA already have that kind of service, that what you're doing, what you want to do, they have that information. That's why I was asking you that what's based on the money that you're asking, where is your enrollment? It's just I'm here for the 5 schools. The enrollment that the kids that are here, the kids that I know that are coming from this community, whose parents and then the family and through the clan, I know them, who they are. From the BIA, they know those information. They know which students or they need special attention. They need that. You're trying to get those information. What you're trying to get is this money so you can get those kinds of information for yourself. We can try to build up these infrastructures. Another duplicate services that we're trying to create again. That's what we're trying to get away from it. Ahot ayat jo bukit ishtin ye hodo ako hodo o Bernardis ya speaker. Thank you. Speaker, I have another one I forgot. Can you hear me? Speaker, can you hear me? Hello? Ms. Ghani, are you still there?
His phone might have dropped again. Ms. Ghani?
Mr. Rico, thank you. Yes, I am still here.
Ms. Ghani, I have one more question. We know that the reservation school were shortage of teachers. Were shortage of teachers. That will be my last question. Thank you.
Ms. Ghani?
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Rico and Speaker Damon.
Hold on, Ms. Ghani. Mr. Rico, did we just state something?
No, you're good, Speaker.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Ms. Ghani. Sorry.
Oh, Nana, for those questions, I very much would like to extend an invitation to you, Shitsui, Mr. Elmer Begay, as we conversate about who is this money for and why is there duplication of an infrastructure for data. So within your Title 10 related to education, ado sa betano dit ahito behas ani hatatit enigi edi de quigo shinklago bitasto. Edit an hien halchini yajet nani tinigi pa de nilsen. Ado abbe bezad do be ol inligi yehos sindolel. Accord a aji okot behas ani hatatit Ako Benache Yadi Kodo Department of the Net Education established Elia Behahodit Yesi Ulthatsan Nelgo Bethint on Nashigi Aquaigi Beso Bayanshkedi, the function of a state education agency. Ulthatsan Nelgot Ahana Gobethna Anistole. Ad AD Sat the Quigo Shin Ulthat. Oyot Anna the Queensland Department of the Net Education. Lay public schools that dan lindo BIE operated schools. Koje yan hibehas ani do that beso chihit ahit nke koje nke adon handat in adon nede oyot sahoye has. So the question is for us as leaders. How do we advocate to promote and the inclusion of our students to be culturally competent? Abbe bezadye yastki doles. Ol in yehosendoles. Ado ya okot yes sitin lido nashol ago hot ye ek doles. Ajiki yisi big ishtin ohot behas ani lenigi. So how do we do that? And based on conversation with other leaders here at Department of the Net Education, this infrastructure data yisnenigi ajiki yisi bena anish. Sago na itikit kunzada holjish. How many students? How many teachers? We have to be able to support our schools and their leaders and their decision making. And we're not able to do that if we don't have access to information. The Krishin they're very cooperative and they give us information. Kodo the Krishin not ani ya hadzi so how do we overcome that as a people? As a how do we overcome that achievement gap? That's where we are, and that's where the role of Department of the Net Education comes in. BIE already receives the money. And they do, yes. But do we have BIE teaching our Navajo language? Standards need academic standards. We have a delegate who mentioned 1 hour that is required for Navajo language and culture to be taught to our students. Why not more? That's where we come in as a tribal education department and DODI to be able to speak to these issues. And that's how we distinguish ourselves from other school systems. Perhaps that will help propel them in overcoming these achievement gaps. So that's where I come in and I'm conveying this message and therefore asking for the funding that we are for the infrastructure bill. And your last question and point surrounding schools on the reservation have a teacher shortage. So from Department of the Net Education, if we don't have the exact numbers of how many schools have a teacher shortage, we simply don't know, we're not aware. And so we need to be able to work closer with the schools so that we can provide these adequate supports. I will also say, as I extend my invitation to you, Shitsui, Mr. Elmer Begay, to conversate closely and some more in depth about funding to schools. All of the schools across United States, including those on Navajo Nation, receive funding for teacher development and teacher retention. So it all depends on what kind of plan our schools have. Every school is different. Every school has something different to offer. They each have an innovative plan to retain their teachers and to grow their own, which is allowed under these Title II funds. A teacher development, teacher aides who are close to obtaining a degree. They can create a plan to help those teacher assistants close to obtaining a bachelor degree become teachers. Growing your own under Title II funds. Every school obtains Title II funds for professional development and teacher retention. So the ask is actually on our individual schools to share with us how they are envisioning and what the plan is to support their schools in teacher retention and teacher development. So this infrastructure will help us get information. BIE we are not freely sharing information. A data share agreement. It is a separate instructional system separate from Dodi, separate from any of the other school types here on Navajo. So we need to become established and recognized as a state education agency so that we can have access to the data. I hope that provides more clarity and more information on the questions and concerns that you pose. I do appreciate them. Thank you, and I yield the floor back to you, Mr. Rico and Speaker Damon.
Speaker.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Speaker, I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
Just one more.
On Brigade, go ahead, go. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I have one more question. I think here too, but I don't know if DOJ is on the line or Chief Legislative Counsel is on the line. What we're getting from Ms. Ghani is that we're trying to get ready, get all the fundings to prepare for infrastructures to be a state agency school. So I wanted to know how many laws do we have to change to do that? How far are we at to change this, to create our own state school? Is the federal government, the Congress, ready to support us? I don't think so. These are schools that are already established out there. These are already been recognized by the federal. That's how we get these 297 fundings to them. And here we're trying to do another, put an agency state school. Is the Congress going to support that? Or we're going to use our own general fund money to create that, to create our own schools? That's my question. I wanted to know if how long is it going what kind of laws are we going to be changing to do that? I want to see if DOJ is on the line. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go to Department of Justice for the question, or if DOJ is not on.
No.
Hello?
Oh, Speaker, this is Dana. I have no idea if DOJ is still on the line. Mr. Haven and our office, Ron Haven, would be the one who can probably provide Delegate Begay a good answer. However, Ron went home about 30 minutes ago. So the best I can do is offer to get Delegate Begay an answer tomorrow. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker Damon.
Yes. Let me go back to Brigade, or were you gonna try to assist in answering that question, Ms. Connie?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, and then I'll go back to Honorable Alma Regain.
Ichehet nana och nad ahnosanigi do na idos kedigi yego ba ichehnesen. And I appreciate the conversations that are taking place surrounding how Department of the Net Education and its establishment intersects with other schools. At this time, I want to give a few moments to Dr. Calvin White at the federal level. I think it's appropriate to share information as to what has been seeded there and the support that we have from that end. So to quell the concerns and questions from Honorable Delegate Begay, I want to give an opportunity for Dr. Calvin White to share information here. Dr. White?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Connie, and good evening to Speaker Damon and to all the delegates that are on the call from the NABI committee and to all my colleagues from Diné Education. And to answer my delegate, Elmer Begay is my delegate. He represents our community in White Cone, Indian Wells, and Greasewood. So, and by clan, he's my brother. Just to put this in perspective, back in 2005, Navajo Nation Council, the 88 membership council, passed the Navajo Sovereignty and Education Act that became the enabling legislation for Department of the Net Education to pursue state educational status within the federal government. State educational status means that we would be relieved, we would become a state similar to Arizona, New Mexico, Utah. We would become the 51st state in terms of education programs and implementation. And back then, the 88 membership council charged in education with the preservation of our language and culture, and then to close the achievement gap using cultural-based content in math and science, and then in other areas of the net culture. So given that the Department of the Net Education reached out to the traditional cultural knowledge keepers at the Net College, and with the request at that time, the Education Committee of Council, the Board of Regents of the Net College, as well as the the newly seated Navajo Board of Education, came together in an agreement to implement in Sakis Nahata Inasiasin or Gla Ayone at the K-12 level. And that is the cornerstone, that is the motivation for the net sovereignty in education. So given that, that's what the Department of the Education is doing. Yes, the federal law 100-297, if we still stay under that and implement the policies, the federal Indian policies, that would eliminate the teaching of cultural language, history, character development, government, the net content standards in schools. And that's what the 20th Council charged the education to do. For that reason, the Sovereignty and Education Act was approved. So there's a whole history behind this And at some point in time, we would like to request a work session with NABI specifically on the educational endeavors, because the Department of Education has already written that the next school accountability plan that's been approved by Interior and Education at the federal level to implement these in their content standards. And that was the reaction of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, the House Labor Education Committee at the congressional level, when they scolded the Navajo Nation because the academic performance of our BIE funded schools were less than average school. The students' academic achievement was struggling. So given that this was the answer that we had shared with those two committees. So to answer your question, Delegate, those provisions within the Navajo Nation, there is NABI legislation, there is, before there was NABI, there's council legislation, there's education committee legislation, Board of Education legislation that supports the movement to implement the sovereignty piece in the operational definition of the Navajo Sovereignty and Education Act. So we'll be glad to share that with you. That's why I think a work session in this regard is something that is needed. And we had shared this information with previous councils. And I know the membership of this council here there's a lot of new members that need to hear this. And it's a good plan. I think our tribal leaders back then, they had this vision to save the Navajo language and implementing all these content standards at the school level. If you're a federal school or a state school, federal school means BIE funded school, or state school, state public schools, there's restrictions on how much in their language, culture, content you can put into the everyday instruction. So given that, the education stands ready to entertain a work session and invite you over to Delegate Begay to get a real good handle on this information, because it's important. And all this information I'm sharing went out with public hearings throughout the Navajo Nation for 2 years. And it was agreed upon by the Navajo Nation, you might say the Navajo Nation residents. So that much I will share, Ms. Connie and Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Ms. Connie, is that does that conclude your response?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, is that conclude? Well, actually, that didn't include. I was just seeing if you need a follow up. Are you good now? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I guess I could say that, Speaker, as far as I know, that this is the first. This is the first for me to hear something like going for state status school, but agency, but like I said, that there's no consultation, and as far as I know, that within Title 10, there should be a consultation made, and we haven't even heard that yet. And as far as I know, that that is the Congress willing to let us establish that state statute school, and we want to make sure, because we sound like BIA is already there, but it seems like we don't want BIA, or we're going to try to get away from BIA. And who's going to be funding this state my brother's talking about? Is it going to be federally funded, And then also, like I said, let's hear from the school too. I'm pretty sure, as far as I know, that my school from here are doing well. And why are we not hearing from my school? The actual teachers, or the teachers that are out there that are in the classroom every day teaching our kids, what are they saying? I want to hear from them. Nobody doesn't go into school classrooms, and school board don't go into classroom. We should hear from the school teachers. That's what I would say, that to implement the language and culture. What is the teacher saying? That's what I would want to hear that. I would request for that, Ms. Connie, though, to brother, Mr. White. We should hear from the schools, the teachers. You see them, if we want to have another work session, I would request for that. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. And staff, I hope taking note of that. Then we can go ahead and put that forward as an option and discuss that not only with Office of Legislative Council, DOJ, and then also to Ms. Ghani and her team members. Colleagues, at this time, I don't have anybody else in the queue right now. Is there any further comments to Ms. Ghani at this time? Or questions? If there are none, Ms. Ghani, I'll go ahead and give you the close remarks. And thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Shinat Senigi Ado Ada Beda Kehet Ehe Kunzago Holjish Do Holjish Adi Anigi Hitin Dahosid Netdi Chiniaja Ohos Nagaje Dobenahat Anigi. As you can see, we have many different opinions, many different types of resolutions that we have to offer, but we are certain and compassionate about the learning of our students, of our children here on Navajo Nation. And to that, I am very grateful for giving us your time away from your family, to be able to hear the issues and the budget proposal from Department of the Net Education. I leave you with that and good wishes until we see one another again for further presentations. And to you, Speaker Damon, and your staff members, and Sago.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ghani. Thank you very much for that in your presentation. That, colleagues, looks like we come to, I know we've had many questions and discussion points, and we'll be researching, going back again, meeting with staff, and coming back to understanding the responsibility the Speaker's office and the staff have to do for the action items regarding the follow-up for the Division of Community Development, particularly some of the timelines that, and meeting some of the different goals and the timelines that the Division of Community Development has put in place so we can continue to work with them. Moving on down to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, their housing program, I think that they're looking at the direction of what is possibilities. And I think they're not breaking out of their silos, but really trying to put into an overall aspect of what their building capacity could be, what their capacity could be. And I think that's where we probably sit down with Mr. Zwarline and say, if there's a couple of different options, just for example, if we 20 million, 40 million, what is the possibility of executing that over the next couple of years in order for us to meet the deadline? And is that something that's he's hoping to do and push forward to get a close and a overall goal of trying to get as many homes built for these foreign veterans here across the nation. And then also reaching out to different agencies and making sure that they're having that discussion as well, not only for the Division of Community Development, but also heard that for the agency level for the Veterans Administration or Veterans Agency offices as well. And then also meeting in that, we did heard a presentation from Ms. Ghani, and Ms. Ghani, I know that you're on the discussion, listening into opportunities that are outside of the presentation and also within, but also looking at the guidance of saying how much more can we do to build out the capacity in this one-time effort in order for your department to really come up and step up to the plate and see what is the overall goal and the need for the people out there. So I think that's a possibility. Don't look to our office as somebody to exclude Ms. Ghani. I just really say that we're here to help assist too in reaching out and collaborating, setting up meetings with the local level, with the local leadership, and with our colleagues on the council, and really trying to pinpoint some of these different areas that there's wants to be more focal points on, and bringing that to the forefront in order for those opportunities to be dealt with during our, at least our lifetime or our time that we have here, in order for us to go ahead and put better opportunities available for the Navajo people. So with that, colleagues, on the note, we can go ahead and continue on down and making sure that all these different options and opportunities are readily invested and readily available for us to go ahead and continue on the path. So again, all this is in preparation. We're working together with the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And what we're doing here is just trying to make sure that we're getting all our departments ready in order for us, once we ask for these actions, that we can put these together. So Speaker's office will definitely be working together with all the different divisions and collaborating to get these packets together and formalizing them into some kind of expenditure plan. It might not be one big package at the beginning, but it'll be an elusive package that there's opportunities again for the best opportunities that we need to do for the Navajo people. So colleagues, thank you very much for being on the line. Everybody that's listening in today, there's a very good discussion, especially involving community development, veterans, and then this evening around the not just education, but everything that's under that whole department or that division as well. So tomorrow we'll be working again with another work session, trying to identify and bringing into the forefront a lot of the obstacles that have been challenging our people for a long time, and that's economic development. And that's an opportunity that, if we remember, colleagues, was excluded, that was not even in a topic for us to discuss and trying to fund during the first round of CARES dollars that was given to us. But at this time, I think the Division of Economic Development is ready to step up, and they have plans in place, not only to help out the government and feeding its long-term purpose and maintaining that responsibility to have plentiful general funds to meet the needs of the Navajo Nation government, but also we have to remember that the whole economy is built on all of our small businesses across the nation too as well. So we'll have those two topics on the discussion tomorrow, and then moving forward to the questions and ideas questions and discussion items. And then if there's any recommendations to Mr. Willie and his team members or any of the RBDO offices, that's something that definitely we can move forward with. So again, colleagues, if there's nothing else, I can go ahead and work on down on the agenda that we have here this evening. And we are at the close of session. Are there current announcements at this time?
Speaker Delegate Daniel So.
Yes, Chairman, go ahead.
Hess has a meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Oh, great. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I mean, announcements, sorry. Well, that's the only one. Thank you very much, colleagues. We do have a HESI meeting tomorrow, and then there's probably be some, we'll have some further discussion on tomorrow's work session, and then going into Thursday and Friday too as well. So again, thank you very much, everyone, for being on the line, and we look forward to these discussions. And thank you very much for being with us, Ms. Yellowman, Mr. Zorline, and Ms. Ghani, and all your staff members that help assist in creating those presentations today. Chat, we'll talk to everybody tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thank you, staff, for being there at the chambers this late, and thank you for continuing on operations there. Other than that, safe travels, and we'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Go on it. Yes, sweetie. Okay, I'll open it.